Yo, 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 what up? This is your boy Jay, early in the day. No, I'm just messing with you. Y'all know I don't really do live streams this early in the morning, but I slept last night. I didn't drive. So I chose to get up this morning and do a podcast. I was like, you know what? I'm going to eat breakfast, get the dogs together, do a podcast, reading the news. Everybody's hitting me up. Jeff, you see what happened to Uber and Lyft? I'm like, yeah, I saw it. I've been telling people, man, what up, West? My man West. First, he know early in the morning, you always gonna be first, brother. Because you know I don't get up, man. I don't get up like this. But man, this is a reason to get up and get on the podcast. What up, all for kicks? My man chauffeur, what's good? Paris in the house. For the Republic is back once again. Matt, Mel, what's up, Melly Mel? My man with them crusty dusties. Hey, you up eating a donut early or what, man? You got a crusty dusty in your hand right now, ready for this podcast? No, man, but it was funny, and the fact that it happened in New York, that Uber and Lyft got busted in New York, that cracks me up. Because I've been telling people, New York has a really high immigrant population that are drivers, really high immigrant population. They're trying to take advantage of immigrants, and they got caught. They got caught taking advantage of people who they didn't think knew better. Because they're coming to this country, they're driving, they're happy to be out making money, they're doing this and that, and the apps are like, let's get these people, let's get them. These immigrants got smart. They was like, wait a minute, how are all these people making all this money? Because they pay attention to YouTube. They know what's up, so they see all these people making all this money. They see all these things happening. They've been charged for tolls, and they're taking less money home and this and that. Them immigrants got smart up there. They got real smart. They started going to the taxi union, saying, hey, man, something's going on with our pay. Something's up. Just like when I was showing people on mine, I was getting a $13.99 up front, $6 surge, but somehow I was getting $17.99 payment. Should have been $19.99. They were taking away $2, $3 at a time, charging me for having the surge in the upfront instead of passing it on to the passenger. They were charging me for it. They've done it so many times. And this is what these apps are used to. I've said it before, and a lot of times when I've gotten tips and I haven't seen my tips, they reclass money. As an accountant, that's what we used to do when we were in corporate America. We could reclass something from one account to another account as long as you balance it out. And that's what I think is happening in rideshare. They're reclassing our tips, making their service fare hires, pulling down fares, pulling out tips, pulling out surge, just to make sure that they're getting a lot of money. And they're calling it service fees. The driver is basically going out making the money, and they're hitting us with all of the fees, calling it service fees. Hey, you guys got to pay this. You guys got to pay that. What up, Bigfoot Dasher? My man, William Gibson, what's good? And I'm telling you, man, they've been reclassing money for so long. And we've been saying something just don't seem right. These fares are getting too high. I mean, these fares are getting too low and the fees are getting too high. Something seems funny. And they got caught. They got caught again. They got caught earlier this year doing a $10 million stock transaction with Carl Icahn up in New York. They got caught doing that, doing some backdoor deals and everything. These apps are hard to trust, which is why we download our money every day. When we had David Risher sitting right in front of us, we could have addressed the fact that drivers don't trust them. They don't have trust with us. So we out here doing all these rides, making all this money, generating all this revenue for these people, and they're playing us on the back end. They're playing us on the back end. So I'm one of those people that are willing to speak up for drivers and say, hey, man, like I'm not a shill for Uber and Lyft. I don't care about Uber and Lyft because I know they don't give a shit about us. If they did, they wouldn't be getting sued all the time. They wouldn't be getting taken all the time. Like I said, my man right here, he'll tell you right up front, George Carlin, he was a staunch speaker for the people. Didn't care about big corporate, didn't care about government. And that's kind of how I feel. I speak up on shit. A lot of people don't like it. Long Beach, what's good? What up, Raymond? Oh shit, that thing fell. I had that thing back there for a couple of hours and I put that light in and they like put holes in the wall. I'm like, oops, I put a hole in the wall with that shit. Fuck it, leave it down. Let's keep the show rolling. And I'm sitting up there and I'm telling people, these apps are not to be trusted because of the shit they pulling with drivers all the time. Oh, no, it's just you, man. It's just you. You're sitting up there. I'm like, no, man. Y'all don't understand, man. These apps are up to something. They're up to something. And all these drivers out there know, well, they're doing me right. I get all my tips and I get all this. And I'm like, no, y'all don't get it, man. Y'all don't get it. And now that all the legislation is, the government is coming up, catching Uber and Lyft in these little games that they playing with drivers' money, contractors' money, because we don't have nobody. We don't have nobody to stand for us, to represent us. So we got to stand up for each other. We've got to stand up for other drivers. When we don't have channels willing to stand up and say, hey, man, let's speak up for the drivers. Let's say what the chat is talking about. Let's represent the chat. Let's say something. I mean, these are obvious things going on in our faces, obvious things. And a lot of people don't like speaking up about the obvious, and it brings into the question, well, whose side are you on, man? You here for the drivers or what? Whose side are you on? And I'm sitting there reading this article about how Uber and Lyft are playing people. And I'm like, you know what's funny? They did the same thing almost in California, because California predominantly immigrants. They're always doing this in areas that are predominantly immigrant. They're always getting busted where it's predominantly immigrants, because they think these people are coming over, not paying attention to what's going on, not knowing the laws and everything, getting taken advantage of. Then they get caught every single time, because they know in American, we know our money. We speak on it. And as soon as something happens, what do they do? Oh, no, you didn't get a tip. Then we'll show them a screenshot. Oh, sorry, we must have had a glitch in the system. Yeah, exactly. You must have had a glitch in the system. Because they know we stand up for what we believe in. We stand up for our money. We fight for our money. A lot of the immigrants, they think they don't know what's going on. So they keep playing these people in these cities or whatever. And finally, we got entities like the New York Taxi Association standing up for people, standing up for our immigrant brothers and sisters, saying, no, you're taking advantage of people who you thought you can get away with, but you got caught. 328 million. You know what they could do with 328 million? They can pay all of us better with that. But instead, they got caught trying to siphon the system, and they got busted. Now they got to pay that back. Guess where the money's going to come from? Us, all of us. Yeah, imagine how much their attorney's retainer is. Imagine that. And I'm going to tell you, for the Republic, that's what they do, man. When you get a large bonus and you get a tip, $10, $15 tip, it always comes to $2 or $3. Weird how that works. $6 tip. Who the hell tips $6? Two $8 tips in a row. Who the hell tips $8 and $8? Those must have been $10 or $15 tips. Something weird, like, because the conversation are great. Everything's good. You're cruising, you're rolling, you're making money, you're having fun. But all of a sudden, these people are giving you weird amounts. I'm like, are you taking a percentage out of the amount? Like, somebody gives me $15 and you give me 8 of it and you take 7. Is that what's happening? Because some of this stuff makes no sense. And I'm glad that I read that article this morning, because now things are starting to make sense to a lot of these drivers, why the service fees were so high, why their fares were so low, why they weren't seeing certain amounts that they think they should have said. Because the apps were lying. They were lying. They got caught lying. So for all these channels trying to promote the apps are on your side, they're doing the best they can. And then in the article, one of the Lyft spokespeople says, oh, this is a great win for drivers. The Lyft spokesperson said that this is a great win for drivers. Motherfuckers, shouldn't be a great win for drivers. We shouldn't have to fight for our money like this. It should be, you know what? We're sorry that this happened. We're going to fix this. That's what you say. Don't try to be a Lyft spokesperson acting like you cool with the drivers now. You don't steal from somebody's house and then say, and then I find my TV in your house and you go, oh, this is a win for Jeff because he found his TV in my house. This is a win for Jeff. Motherfucker, you stole my TV. So let's talk about you stealing my TV. Don't say it's a win because I found my TV. And that's what this is a win for drivers. Motherfucker, you're a Lyft spokesperson running a company that's stealing from drivers, stealing from people who would know better, stealing from people who don't have a huge coalition of drivers to stick up for each other. And the first thing you say in a news article, oh, this is a huge win for drivers. That shit cracked me up. I'm like, you phony motherfucker. You phony. You put that shit on your company. You say, you know what? Whatever happened, we shouldn't have done that. We should not have done that. We're going to look into it to make sure we're not doing it in other states. We're going to start opening up investigations for everything. Let's do that. That's what you say if you're the Lyft spokesperson. You don't steal my fucking TV out my house and say, oh, this is a win for Jeff because he found his TV inside of my garage. No, motherfucker, it's not a win. You still a thief. That's what it boils down to. We got to check every state now because we know what these apps are doing. We know what these algorithms are doing. You got to check every state now. New York just opened a can of worms. That's all they did. And I'll even go as far as say California opened a can of worms, the whole mileage thing. Man, KC, you know what? I'll be on these motherfuckers, man. And they don't like me, and I get it. I don't care. A lot of channels don't like me. I know Lyft don't like me. That's cool. Exactly, Michael. The app would never be on our side, ever. The fact that they're even saying, oh, this is a win for drivers. It shouldn't be like that. This is our money. It's not about winning and losing. It's about y'all stealing our money. Quit playing the game. It's a word game they playing. It's a word game. Yeah. Fresh A there. Unlock character. God damn it. This is the podcast fucking video game. Shit. Unlocked. And I'm sitting there looking at this guy and I'm thinking, every driver that's reading this article should understand that this guy is being so fake and so phony for not stepping up and saying the fact that we found this happening in New York, we need to open it up to make sure our staff and our departments all over the United States, all over the world, is not doing the same thing to other people. We need to check to make sure we're not overcharging drivers. We need to check to make sure the fees that drivers that are coming out of drivers should be, because we may owe a lot more than what we think we owe. That's what the spokesperson for Lyft should be saying right now. If you want to be cool with the drivers, you don't tell me, oh, it's a win for drivers. No, it's not a win for drivers. The battle's still going on. The war is still going on. What up, High Facts, Robert Reese? I mean, we got drivers out here in Arizona guaranteed they getting robbed all the time. Shit, I know I'm getting robbed because I'll be doing rides. I'm like, dude, this don't even seem right. So I'll go, what up, Logan Block, my man? Oh, and then another thing, Logan, I'm going to talk about you in a while. Because that shit was funny. That video you sent me was funny. Well, I'm going to finish this, but I got to tell y'all some shit about what happened to Logan. I got to tell y'all some shit. But man, when I'm looking at my money and I'm like, dude, you sitting up there saying I got a $13.99 upfront fare, $6, surge on it, should make it $19.99 when I drop this person off and I'm getting $17.49. That's showing me that's petty theft to me, because the math ain't math, and that's petty theft. $13.99 plus 6 is not $17.49. You stealing from me. And if you do it at that small of a scale, you're doing it on a larger scale. And I know it. Because a lot of our fees and a lot of our weeks and a lot of our fares, we ain't seeing the money we used to see for a reason. We out there doing all this driving around, all this ripping and running, thinking we should be getting $24 or $25, and we mess around and get $22. Like, wait a minute, where'd that other $2 go? Just like on Uber, on my video, I did a ride, picked this dude up, it was $32. $32 was the upfront for picking this dude up, $32. So I'm like, cool, I'm gonna go pick him up for $32. It was the one after the Halloween people, after the fucking, the motherfuckers looking for the costume shop. I picked the dude up after them. $32 ride. So I go pick him up. And as we're riding, he's like, oh man, I put the wrong address. The house was like 2-3 houses down. That was all it was, 2-3 houses down. So the dude just changed it to the house where the actual party was, not a house down the street. He should have never changed it, because I would have stopped if he would have told me just to stop. What up, Dante? So we changed the address. I drive up, the shit gave me $26. It didn't give me $32. It gave me $20. They took off $6 because the dude put the house a few houses closer, because the party was closer than what he thought. Took off $6 that quick. $6 for 2-3 houses. The dude gave me a $3 tip to make it a $29 trip. So I was really only $3 off from what it was. But the fact that Uber took off $6 from that dude changing the address from a few houses, he could have just left the shit alone and I would have got 32, plus I would have got his $3 tip and made it 35. Instead, I ended up with $29. But that's how these apps get people, man. They think we're not paying attention to these numbers, to the logic, the rationale behind the amounts and the fees and the distances and the times and the stops. We pay attention to that shit. We pay attention. What up, Flex? I appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that super chat, my man. What's up, Jeff? And early and driver family. Damn, you on early. Here's my late fee. What we talking about this morning? He said, here's my late fee. That's what's up, brother. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I didn't get out and drive last night, man. I want to try to drive this weekend. They got NASCAR coming out this weekend out at the Speedway in Phoenix. So I kind of took a few days off. I had to, work on the car, get the tune up and all that stuff done. But yeah, I ain't drove. So, man, I appreciate the super chat, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, man. And I'm sitting here looking at, how all these apps are never addressing the main problem, the elephant in the room, the trust between drivers and app, the trust, because they got our money. Y'all got to realize these people got our money. When we doing these rides and we doing these drives, we trust that they're going to pay us the money that we're entitled to. They're already taking more than 25%. It was supposed to be 75-25 split. That's what it was supposed to be. And we know that shit ain't true. We know it ain't true. We got a lot of channels out there. Oh, Lyft doesn't take more than 25% when you total everything to get. No, fuck an aggregate. I don't care about cumulative. Every trip I do, you should not be taking more than 25%. Don't give me, well, this trip they're going to take 80%, and the next trip they're going to take 10%. So really, they only get aggregate took about 45. No, we're not doing that game. We're not doing that. Keep it simple. Take 25% of every fare out there. That's all you get. 25% of what the driver pays, or the rider pays. That's how you keep it simple. So all this fucking balancing shit and reclassing and moving money around and trying to, no, we're not doing that game, because that game is, things get lost in translation, which is why your ass is being sued for $328 million. Shit gets lost in translation. So when you telling me you're going to take more than 25%, but you're going to give it back to me on the back end on another, no, we're not playing that game. We're not playing that game. Because that's how you get caught up in shit. That's how waters get muddy. That's how waters get real muddy. What JB say, them surges are unsafe, man. They got us running around school zones playing. Yeah, man. And they do it. They'll put it in a neighborhood. They'll put a surge in the middle of a neighborhood with school kids and shit walking around. We trying to drive to get that $25. This kids running back and forth across the street with backpacks and shit. Shit ain't safe, man. They're because they know how we are about this money. They know we're going to go get this money. So we're sitting here driving. We're looking at our phone to make sure we're going in the direction of the surge. We look up and it's a kid with a backpack darting across the street to go be with his friend. Quit putting surges in neighborhoods. That shit ain't safe. Don't do that. Put surges in like a big ass parking lot or something. Or put it on a main road or a main street. Don't stick it in I be going down dead ends and shit, picking up surges at the end of a dead end. And there's people walking dogs and doing crazy shit. These apps, they're creating dangerous situations for a lot of people. Because we won't get that $25 unless we go exactly to where that is. We have to go there to get that $25. Now we running the risk of running over a kid and shit for $25. But yet we got to look to make sure we're making this turn right. Are we making the right turn? Okay, let's make the left turn. Okay, let's turn here. They need to quit doing that shit, man. These apps, like I said, they're on some jank shit. And I say that a lot, man. They're on some jank shit and they know it. They're sitting on their little laptops at home, working remote, working in offices, doing whatever they want to do. They're not in the streets like we in the streets. And even a lot of YouTubers not in the streets like we in the streets. They don't really know what goes on in the streets. That's why I tell motherfuckers, this is a real drivers channel. We got real drivers represented on this channel because we really out there all the time. We're out there all the time. So when we see them getting hit for 328 million, we say, told you so. Told you these apps were doing some jank shit behind closed doors. We told you that. And I'm one of those drivers. Like I said, I know the apps don't like me. But I don't like them. We ain't got to like each other, do business with each other. I might not like long ass lines at Walmart, but I'm still go to Walmart. I don't like that shit. Hate long ass lines at Walmart. Hate people door dinging my car at Walmart. So I park way the fuck out. A lot of shit I don't like, but that don't change me from doing it. That's not going to change me from doing it because I don't like something. I might not like vegetables, but I'm going to eat the motherfuckers. I might not like shots, but I might take one. Might not like the exercise, but I'm going to go do it. So just because, well, if you don't like it, why are you still doing it? Motherfucker, if you don't like my channel, why are you still here? I mean, we always doing shit we don't like. So don't give me that, well, if you don't like it, you shouldn't have to do it. No, we're not playing that game. We not. Do people right. And these apps need to do people right, bottom line. Because doing people wrong, all they doing, they're running in mud. They go from making all this money, and now they got to retract. They got to retract now and pull all that money back and pay lawsuits out. Thank you, Casey. I appreciate the $20 super chat, the first super chat on the live stream. Thank you, Casey, for making me your first super chat. I appreciate that, lady. I appreciate it. Yeah, but we're going to sit up there and we're going to listen to these apps. We're going to listen to these apps, play these games with us, knowing damn well if they just played straight up. Didn't do no fuckery, no nothing. Just play the game straight up. No drivers are out here working for our families. Even the article said that, talking about some, their Lyft is, doing something not cool to families and drivers and the drivers' families. Yeah, we say that shit all the time. Because we're not just drivers. We're not just robots. We are real people. And we're out here really trying to make money. We're putting our lives on the line. We can get sideswiped by somebody running a red light. We can end up sliding, hydroplaning through somebody's sprinkler system and shit and smashing our car. Today, I think Megan hit a deer or something, the other day. She hit a damn deer. Now she got to rent a car from Turo, $1,100 a week. We really going through some shit out here in these streets. This is real out here. Hell, the other night when I just hit that big ass pothole in the road and I got it on video, I was like, damn, what the hell is that? I'm changing my spark plugs in my car. I'm getting up under, ready to do my transmission service and everything. My passenger side tire, big ass knot in the tire. I just put them tires on like a month ago. Big ass knot in the tire. So now I had to call the tire manufacturer. They're going to ship me a new tire. But in the meantime, I had to go buy a tire so we can get here quicker because I got to send the old one to get the new one. So now I'm going to have a spare tire in my garage or whatever because I just had to buy one. Shit happens. You got to buy one. Got a little knot on the side of my tire. Things happen. We're drivers with real issues. We got real problems in these real streets out here. So when motherfuckers say, this ain't a real job. Well, shit, you want to pay this real bill that I got to pay for some real shit that just happened to me? If this ain't a real job, if I got a fake job, use your real money to pay this shit then. We out here making real money. We trying to do real moves. And the apps, ask them, is these lawsuits real? Ask them, is $328 million real? Is that shit real? Is that $328 million? Is that real? Is that real money? That's a real lawsuit? Then I guess it's a real job, ain't it? These motherfuckers, man. He said, we make too much money to transport people. Who said that, Raymond? Too much money to transport people? Ask his ass has he ever bought a fucking plane ticket. So you ever bought a plane ticket? What is the plane doing? It's transporting people. Like, motherfucker, you ever bought a bus ticket? A Greyhound ticket? What have you ever purchased to transport people? What do you think? People ain't worth shit? My life is worth a lot. My life is, so I tell motherfucker, if you take care of my life, you put me in something comfortable, you put me in something nice, you get me somewhere safely, I don't mind paying you for it because my life is worth something. It'll have to take a piece of shit person to think that their life ain't worth nothing to get a cheap ride somewhere. If you want a cheap ride, you must be a cheap ass piece of cargo. I ain't no cheap ass cargo. I'm an expensive piece of cargo. If motherfucker tell me, hey man, we're gonna give you a ride, we're gonna make sure the car is nice, it ain't gonna break down. We're gonna make sure this motherfucker rolls up clean. We're going to make sure all the seatbelts work, the radio works, Spotify work, the driver's cool. My life is worth something. I ain't no piece of shit person. So don't give me no piece of shit ass ride. I don't mind paying for good shit. Now I'm out. They nailed me at the airport. Uh-oh, Daniel, they got you at the airport for the sticker shit. So anybody saying, oh man, y'all, it costs too much to be driving people around. Those are worthless ass people then. That's what I'm saying. Y'all, you must be a worthless ass person if you don't think you worth the money. That's all I'm saying. It's like if I'm transporting diamonds, it's different than me transporting rocks. Because I could transport a fucking bag of rocks and you will probably pay me like $50 to move the rocks from here to there. But if I'm transporting $200 million worth of fucking diamonds, I'm driving the same amount of miles in the same car, going from the same point to the same point. One is a box of rocks, one is diamonds. Motherfucker, I'm a diamond. You transporting diamonds. My life is worth something. My kids will tell you my life is worth something. So if you ain't shit but a bag of rocks, you ain't worth nothing, then I can see you saying, man, you guys are paid too much for transporting people. Yeah, you probably ain't worth shit. Go get on the bus. It's like, fuck out my car. Go get on the bus. Yeah, man, I got bills. No lie, man. No lie. We got bills. Yeah, I don't even let them roll with the windows down. That's funny shit. That's funny shit. Man, Slide Too Raw. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Say, what up, Jeff? Caught a stream. It's been a minute. Appreciate the knowledge and game you've been given. Thank you, Slide Too Raw. I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate that. The first super chat on the live stream. Oh, man, today is one of them days, ain't it? I love it, man. I'm glad I got up early. You guys are making me feel good like I made the right decision this morning, man. Thank you so much, Slide Too Raw. I appreciate it, man. You and KC hooking me up. Y'all took care of me this morning, brother. I appreciate that. Man, like I said, I haven't driven in a couple of days. I've been out there rolling, man, trying to get this car fixed. I got 2 knots on. I got a big-ass knot on the tire. I'm waiting on my tire to come in and swap that out because I can drive on it, no problem. But it's got a small bubble on the side. Now you heat up them tires enough and that bubble becomes a little too pliable, you might have a blowout. The potential is there. The potential for a blowout is there. So do I want to say, just sit at home, wait till the tire get dropped off, then go? Or do I go out, try to make money, have a blowout, make situations way worse than what they were? It, like I said, it's just a small knot. It's got like, you can just kind of push it a little bit. And I'm like, I don't want to mess with it right now. If I do any rides, they won't be on the highway. And I can't predict which rides will and won't be on the highway. Because you mess around and that tire gets too pliable, that little knot get too pliable, man, that's going to be an ugly incident. Ugly incident. What up, Silver Fox? How's the car working out, brother? Bangers. Man, says be careful, Jeff. Lyft finds out you got super chat. They're going to want 25% of it. Exactly. They're going to increase my damn service fees next time I go take a ride, man. They go, look at Tony, said better not risk it. Exactly. No, Raymond, they going to fucking give me a higher service fee. We saw that super chat you got. We're going to take out $5 off of this tip. Motherfucker, how you going to get me? Oh, ragged ass apps, man. I swear, I'm so glad they got busted because they deserve it, man. And we all need to start screenshotting our stuff. Screen record if you can. Try to catch something so you have, evidence. Because something big is going to happen. Something big is going to happen. And they're going to sit out there and be like, well, only drivers who have evidence of this can participate in this lawsuit. Something big is going to happen because they're doing a lot of people. Oh, yeah, Slide Too Raw. I know what you mean. Don't drive on that. That's not going to happen to me. 2 weeks ago, it started small. Then air slowly went out. Thank God I was parked. Yeah, man. Like I said, I hit that pothole. It was on video. It was like, bam. I was like, what the hell was that? Sound like something just banged my car, man. Yesterday, I'm changing plugs, or the day before I'm changing plugs, I'm going through everything. I get up under the start on my transmission and I look at the tire. I'm like, it's a little knot on this. These are brand new tires. Yep, sure enough, big ass little knot right on the side of it. I was like, wow. And I'm so glad it didn't pop while I was driving at night, because I was still driving. That thing could have heated up, and them tires get real flexible, and it's right in the sidewall. So that sidewall can get real flexible. Next thing you know, hey, they heat up, that thing blow out, air comes out. I mean, it's just an explosion. Yeah, I run 19s on that car, Tony. I run 19s on it, man. Brittany will charge you. Take care of the cat service fee. Brittany with the goddamn cats. Uber and Brittany, man. Kick was good. Kick Gunner. Say, love your channel, Jeff. Glad I finally made it to one of your live streams. Yeah, brother. Because see, we usually do them at night, and that's the day drivers are usually sleeping at night so they can get up early and do their days. Since I didn't drive yesterday, I said, well, I'm gonna get up. I'll do a day live stream. I'm glad I did. You know what I'm saying? I called KC. I caught my man Slide to Ron here, man. I caught everybody in here today, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Well, Bridges, I caught Uber stealing $5 yesterday. They do that shit, man. They do it. They do it. King Jordan from New York up in here. Hey, King Jordan, you got to let us know, how that money situation go up there, man. Let us know what happens with that money, because a lot of people, about to get paid a good chunk. It says they have to apply. So they've got to apply to get the money. Of course, Angels is pay drivers. So make sure you apply to get that money, man. Figure it out. Apply. Get your money, brother. And hopefully other states recognize what just happened in New York, and we start doing that all over states. We start contacting our attorney generals. We start talking to anybody we can contact to say, hey, we got a lot of drivers who feel that these service fees are getting way too high. They're getting way too high. Something's going on. They may do an internal audit. They may do an external audit. They might start seeing a whole bunch of adjustments to a whole bunch of driver accounts. Tips not being paid completely out. And then Lyft has to say, well, if this driver got a $40 tip, why are you showing a tip amount of $5 right here? What's the deal with that? This person clearly paid them a $40 tip. Well, we're going to give them the rest of the money at a later point. They have to, and that's when they start getting caught in their games. Yeah, Kick, I love it that you are from St. Louis. I'm in St. Charles County. There you go, brother. I'm Kirkwood, man. I'm just to the west of St. Louis, man. Kirkwood, I lived down in South County for a little bit, but I was in Kirkwood, graduate Kirkwood High and all of that stuff, man. Yeah, my 3 Series got pothole tire death on 20s all the time. Yeah, I don't mess with that, man. Like 20s, them tires get thin. I got 35 Series on it, so I got a little extra meat on there, but still, it took a hit, man. It took a hit. What up, 504 Doc, my man with the super chat. What's up, Jeff in chat? Just remember, the man that sleeps on the floor can't fall out of bed. I like that. As it, stay down, brother. We're going to hold it down. We're going to sleep on the floor so I can't fall out of bed. Don't set yourself up for failure, God. Just sleep on the floor. Don't even set yourself up for failure, damn it. Yeah, man, we need to do that, man. We got to have, like Rildo said, he said, hey, going to have a meeting with some other drivers this weekend. That's right, King Jordan. Hey, had that meeting, man. See if you guys can get y'all money out of that. Because like I said, and I think because they've been doing it for so long, this is literally thousands of dollars you guys are owed each. Thousands of dollars. Thousands. Not just a couple of hundred here and there. Thousands of dollars you guys are owed. And that's why I want them to do some type of audit in every state. Every state. The JP says, hey, Jeff, what's your logo for your brand? That right there. I like that. I like the little mic drop. Yeah, and I hope, more states start looking into things, man. Yeah, and you're right. The politicians in Arizona aren't doing shit for rideshare drivers. They get their back from Lyft and Uber. How many times have I said that? As long as these politicians are paid by lobbyists for rideshare, lobbyists for all of this stuff. What up, Nicole? We're not going to get our money. We're not going to get it. So we've got to keep pressing and showing evidence online, showing evidence on social media that we're getting stolen from these big corporations, and that the politicians are being sent this information and are doing nothing. We hire representatives to represent us. That's what we vote for, representatives. And a lot of us that live in our communities, we're rideshare drivers, we're independent contractors. This is how we make our money. So when we cast our vote, we're casting our vote for people who look out for independent contractors like us. So if they ain't trying to represent us, we don't got to vote for that. Because we just don't deal with them. Because I'm one of those people that I firmly believe, if you're not going to represent the people in your community, no matter what job they do, I can be a gardener, I can lay fucking rocks and I can be a mechanic, anything, but I'm a rideshare driver. You should consider representing us when we have a problem. We have a problem. We show up on Capitol steps. We got something to say about the money that we making for our families. We trying to make this money, and we've been stolen from corporate America. We got something to say about that, and we should have a chance to say that. But a lot of these politicians, like you said, man, when Uber and Lyft, is passing them a little bag here and there, making sure that they take care of we're gonna donate to your campaign. Don't worry. Don't worry about them damn contractors. Forget them contractors. We don't want to be audited by you guys. We don't want you guys to audit what we're doing with the contractors' money. We don't want you guys to come audit these transactions we're doing. We don't want you to do that. We'll donate to your campaign. Just stay out of our bag and we'll help you keep getting elected. That's the game that's being played. And I'm glad somebody in New York finally stood up and said, you know what? I don't care about the game no more. We got families really being affected by this bullshit. We really got families being affected. And so now I'm glad to see that happen, because now I hope more states open their eyes to what just happened and say, this ain't just a New York problem. New York stood up. But this ain't just a New York problem. This shit's been happening to all of these states, man. All of these riders been getting service fees going up. Look at Kwanzaa, Jeff for president. No, I don't know, man. They'll get me first. Yeah, Anthony, you're right, man. You're right. It's sad that they won't crack down on it. The evidence is clearly $320 million is not cheaper than paying the drivers for their work. Bingo. Just give us our tips. I guarantee they didn't take no $320 million in tips. Not in just the state of New York alone. I mean, they did a whole bunch of shit with increasing their, service fees up, kind of taking some more money out of the fares and stuff like that. I bet they did a lot of that. But if you just pay drivers a fair amount for their work, we ain't going to complain about nothing. We won't complain. But if somebody drops me a $30 tip, I like the $30. Don't give me $15 and say, hey, you should be happy you got a $15 tip. We need more transparency. We need to be able to see, or at least contact the customer with a message saying, hey, thank you for the $4 tip. I really appreciate it. And they'll be messaging you back. I left you $9. What do you mean $4? See, they don't allow us to contact. Once they get out the car, we lose all contact. Thank you for the $20 tip. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $8 tip. I really appreciate it. $8, I left you $15. What are you talking about? And that's the communication we could have with the riders back and forth. They don't want that, because once we can communicate back and forth, we open up the gates of transparency. They don't want transparency. And that's how they got caught in New York. They were not transparent with a lot of shit they were pulling. They weren't transparent. Now look at them. Now they sitting there like, we got to come up with all this money. Guess where they going to get it from? Everybody else. They gonna get it from me here in Arizona. I'm gonna be paying some of this New York shit. People in Utah gonna be paying some of this New York shit. Georgia gonna be paying some of this New York shit. Because all they're gonna do is put it on the backs of all the riders out there. Oh yeah, that trip used to be 24, now it's 28. Driver getting paid the same amount, if not less. And at some point, every state, all these drivers, we all gotta stand up. That's right, Flav, my brother Flav Fitness in the house. What's good? What's good? Preach transparency. Man, what Kick say? I have no clue if Uber just took a big part of the tips, or she tipped far less than what she said she would. No, Kick, I'm going to tell you right now, man. The dude he was standing next to my car. He says, man, I'm going to leave you 20. He stood next to my car until he finished tipping me. If he wasn't really going to leave me 20, he would have just ran off. And he sat right next to my car. He was like, all right, bro, there you go, man. Thanks. I got to get going. I got to go to the bed. I was like, cool. He went to the apartment complex. So once he walked into the apartment complex, I didn't know what building he went to. $5 showed up on my app. $5 showed up. Oh, I pulled my car over quick as a motherfucker. Sent the Lyft. This guy just left me a $20 tip. I sat there. He was right next to my car. He sat there and left me the damn tip. Where's my 20? They was like, well, we gave you what the rider tipped or whatever. Later that night, my app showed it went from $5 to $10 that same night. That tip went from $5 to $10 as I was driving. Next day I wake up, I get a $10 random bonus. That was my $20 right there. Lyft knew what they was doing. They knew what they was doing. I even made a video on the shit. They knew what they was doing. So how my tip go from $5 as I'm driving and it just jumps to 10, just sporadically just jumps to 10 all of a sudden. And then the next day I get another $10 just random curious ass bonus out of nowhere, because they knew what they did. They knew what they did. And it's like, just like in New York, they knew what they were doing. They knew what they were doing, which is why that Lyft motherfucker was like, oh yeah, well, this is a great win for the drivers. It's a win for, no, it ain't a win until we get open transparency with what y'all doing with the money that we're generating in these streets. When we accept the ride, that's when the revenue starts. The revenue don't start with the ride request. That request can be declined all damn day. I ain't getting no money. The revenue starts when we accept it. We need to be involved in that transaction. We need to be able to see, what does this transaction comprised of? How much did this person pay? How much did we get tipped? What are our service fees? Let us know everything. Don't bullshit us and just give us something. Hey, you happy with this? No, I'm not happy with that, because I know that ride was much better than that. What Marcus say? That Harriet Tubman worked wonders this morning for Lyft, Jeff. Thanks, brother. Hey, man. That shit works, brother. I'm telling you right now, man. They will try you. They will try. And because these apps are so jank, they sit in their ass in court paying $328 million. We should be able to Harriet Tubman our way through a fucking week. We should be able to Harriet Tubman our way through a week on everything, because we know they trying to get us for any little penny, dime, nickel. They trying to get us for everything. So we going to Harriet Tubman our way to make sure our bank account looks how it should look at the end of the month, because we got bills coming up the next month. When that cycle comes through, we have Harriet Tubman our way through the whole damn month, and we looking good. We got PAW Patrol on jumping. We got anything possible jumping. We got streaks. We got surges. We doing what else we can do. This is what's a cool dash cam these days? I don't know, Logan, my man. I don't know. But I know one thing. You want to get a dash cam that can actually have Wi-Fi and upload to a cloud. Because if somebody snatched the damn camera, some shit like that, at least you got information on who did it. What Doc say? Doc said, I know from experience, a guy trying to tip me $40. But most Uber allows a rider to tip is $30. So he had to cash app it to me. I don't know how. I think Uber allows a little bit more, because I remember I delivered a sandwich one time. This dude tipped me like $40-50 for a sandwich, something crazy. And because I was waiting at the bar for his food, and I tell him, hey, man, they making your food fresh. I got to wait. So I'm just watching the game, waiting on his food or whatever. I ain't going nowhere. Dude tipped me like $40-50 something. This was like last year he did that. That was on Uber Eats, though. That was Uber Eats. So it might be different. Uber Eats and Uber, they're kind of like different divisions. So yeah, Uber might cap they shit. Yeah, Uber might do that. But yeah, Lyft, I don't know what Lyft's cap even is either. Yeah, I got a $50 tip before, so it's not 30. Yeah, because I swear, Anthony, man, because I knew I got like $40-50 for delivering that sandwich. That was on Uber Eats, though. So yeah, I think Uber's up there, man. Uber's up there. I got a $45 tip on $17 ride from a guy in my neighborhood a few months ago. That was UberX. Okay. So that's the thing. So it can get up there. And I wonder if it's region specific sometimes. If it's region specific, that might make a difference. But I think it's like $50. I don't know. But we got to get like on Logan's page, my man, Logan Blockvelli, on his page, he's got the QR code shit that I use in my car. I got the Amazon link in the last video I put out, but it shows how you can go to Amazon. You can order all your shit for Zelle, Cash App, Venmo, put that shit in your car, ride around with it. So we got to keep these apps out of our pocket. And that's the one thing. And I tell people, if the tips are 100% our tips, then you shouldn't tell me how I could get it. Because what if somebody want to tip me a fucking burrito? Say, man, I'm going to tip you a burrito. I'm going to buy you a burrito. Do I got to call Lyft and say, hey, is it cool if I eat this burrito, man? Because he going to tip me. Do I got to send the burrito to Lyft so Lyft can turn around and give me the burrito back? No, that's my tip. If dude want to tip me a burrito, I'm going to eat that motherfucker right there on the spot. So if somebody want to tip you, they could tip you Cash App, Venmo, Zelle, whatever they want to tip you. Our money should not have to go through the apps. It shouldn't have to. It should not be mandatory. So when people go, oh no, that if you ask somebody to tip you through Cash App or Venmo, that can get you deactivated. How? Because if a motherfucker want to tip me in a burrito, I'm gonna get deactivated because I accepted a burrito. So I said, no, you can't tip me in on the burrito, dog. You gotta tip me through the Lyft app, and then I'll just buy me a burrito later. So if the burrito is $4.19, tip me like about $5, and I just buy me a burrito. I'll come back and I'll send you a picture of the burrito you bought me. But Lyft got to get the money first. Hell no, they'd be like, dude, you were the weirdest ass driver I ever met. Let me out right here. These motherfuckers walk home from the restaurant. Let me out. You're weird. Man. Oh, man. Billy, what like Billy Proctor say, hey, man, I jumped on your videos about a month ago. Help me stay profitable, man. I was so worried about the AR to start off. Changed my mindset. That's right, man. And a lot of drivers are like us now, man. We all had to change our mindset. A lot of us come from a high AR background. Because I tell you, even when I was rolling a Jeep, I had high AR. I was 80s and the 90s, man. But something just didn't click. I was like, how are we supposed to make money if we got to keep taking all these shit rides? And everybody was telling us, oh, man, if your AR goes down too low, you're going to get deactivated. Somebody had to take a chance. Somebody had to take a chance. So we was like, you know what? I'm just going to start declining shit I don't like and see what happens. So I started declining shit I didn't like. Uber sent me a message. I even made a short about it. Uber sent me a message saying, we've seen that you've been declining a lot of rides. Please let us know which type of rides you like. Uber started sending surveys to my phone because I started declining so much. And I was like, why are they acting like And I even made a short saying Uber wants to know what type of rides you like. I made a short about it when I started my whole decline shit. And I was like, wait a minute. So they don't care if we're declining stuff. They want to know what kind of rides we like because I no longer take the shit rides. Oh, I get it. I get it. Then we just started tanking our ARs. And once we started tanking our ARs, shit started looking a lot better, man. It started looking a lot better. Yep. What Tony say? Tony say drivers got to start tipping passengers with freshenees, nuts, deodorant spray. That Loomies or whatever they call it, that Lume, that shit right there. That shit's funny as hell. Hey, what Doc say? I got to grab a guy, but it was a GM at one of our top restaurants. And he showed me that he might have not knew what he was doing. Yeah. And see, that's the thing, man. He said, I got you, but the guy was a GM at one of our restaurants and he showed it to me, but he might have not knew what he was doing. I think he was talking about leaving a tip or whatever. And Billy said, driving an Escalade, I don't even mess with Lyft anymore because of the comfort change. Ain't worth it. No, man, no. Because I said, your gas alone, I mean, you're getting like anywhere between, 13 to 17 miles per gallon, depending on what you're doing. So if it ain't worth it, you ain't moving. And I tell motherfuckers, leave your app running. Don't care. It was some dude on my comments earlier. Oh man, you were online for this long. Looks like you were working because you were online. These are employees, man. These all employee minded motherfuckers. I don't care how long my shit sits online. I don't care. Because I've sat here sitting at my house. I've been on live stream before and this thing was on fucking Uber Pet and I didn't even know it. 9 hours just running. Didn't even know it. But according to these people, if we're online, we're working because they come from the employee mindset background. So I tell people, do not care about online. I got 2 apps running at all times. If I start my app at noon on Uber and started at noon on Lyft, and I drive both of them till 1 o'clock, I leave both of them online, they'll say, oh, well, it looks like you work 2 hours a day. I'm like, how is from noon till 1 p.m. 2 hours? It's like I just got both apps running at the same time. But if you got 1 hour on Lyft, you got 1 hour on Uber, that means you work 2 hours. This is the level of intelligence these motherfuckers have. This is the level of intelligence they have, which is why I tell people, watch who you listen to out there because you're going to end up in the same boat they are in. And you may not want to end up in the boat they're in. You got to ask those motherfuckers, check them. What's your bank account looking like? What's your credit score looking like? Check them. Because if you're going to try to check my pockets, if you're going to try to tell me how to work, how to make this money, how to do this shit, then I need to see how you doing. Like in a real sense of this shit. I need to see how you doing. Because you don't come up to me telling me how to do something if you doing bad at it. That shit don't make no sense to me. You don't lose 20 games in the fucking road and tell me how to play my game. You 0-20 right now. You 0-20. You can't coach me. You 0-20. So when the people come telling us how to drive on this channel, when I see a lot of guys saying I'm working better, Billy saying, man, I'm making more profits. My shit's doing better. My bank account's not going down. It's kind of going up and it's plateauing out. I love that shit because it lets me know you're starting to really think critically about what you're doing. And the people who are not thinking critically about what they doing, they come on this channel, they see what we doing, they get jealous real fucking quick because these motherfuckers are high AR driving around like bats out of hell. Oh, well, you ain't making nothing but $15 an hour. I'm like, dude, this is about bank accounts, man. This is about bank accounts. What are you talking about? Well, I looked in your app. It says you were driving from 7 p.m. to like 9 p.m. That was 2 hours. Motherfucker, I'm running Uber at the same time. What are you talking about? I can't drive Uber and Lyft passengers in the same car at the same time. Like, I can't just have Uber on, have an Uber passenger in the back, drive up and pick up a fucking Lyft passenger just because I got my phone on. I might got some shit on my Lyft phone like a surge or a streak going, and I don't want to lose that motherfucker. I might got a big ass surge on Uber that I don't want to lose. So I throw that shit on PAW Patrol. So it's going to run on PAW Patrol till I'm done with Lyft. That's right, Silver Fox. I'm going to run on PAW Patrol till I'm done with Lyft. When I'm done with Lyft, I'll turn Lyft off. Now I'll turn Uber back to UberX now. Now I'm off of PAW Patrol. Oh, but it looks like your last ride with Uber was at 5, but then your next ride was at 7. So you're working for 2 hours. Motherfucker, I was on PAW Patrol for 2 hours working on Uber. We do shit different over here. We're very unorthodox drivers, and a lot of drivers don't understand what we're doing. They got the boats that look like noodle strainers. Why can't I float? Fucking buckets of water throwing that shit out every day, man. That shit's funny. That's right, Billy, man. Hey, what talk to me? Said, my man Jeff is live, kicking ass and taking names. What up? Talk to me back in the house. Yeah, but I tell people we are very unorthodox drivers over. We don't drive like them. They're single track mind drivers. They turn on the app, accept shit as it comes. Ooh, I'm getting all rides. I'm getting all rides. Ooh, I'm getting rides. Ooh, I'm gonna hit. But you look at their fucking bank account at the end of the month. It's exactly where they were earlier that month. Like this is zero sum. They work for nothing all fucking month. You work for nothing. If all you working for is to pay bills, you're not building up a cash reserve because, like I said, we're a business. when your tires go out, your engine blow, your transmission blow, you're going to need a cash reserve sitting there. If you ain't got a cash reserve sitting there as a business, then you need to have the credit line. If you ain't got the credit line and you ain't got the cash reserve, you fucked. I'm just telling you like it is. You fucked. You're an independent contractor with no cash reserves and no credit line. You fucked. That's just how it goes. Uber and Lyft ain't gonna call you and check on you. Hey, man, are you okay? You know, we see you haven't driven in a couple of days. Oh, yeah, man, my tire rods went out. Oh, well, when you get them fixed, we'll be seeing you some more of those low AR ass fucking rides or whatever. Them high AR fucking rides. Yeah, man, I'm telling you. What up, Levi, my man? Yeah, they make $500 to spend $200 on gas and $100 on car maintenance. But yet they on a channel like this, a high profit channel, with us making high profits, bank account balances going up. Shit's getting paid off that we never would have paid off any other way because we just kept digging ourselves in a hole and shit. Now shit's getting paid off faster. And these raggedy motherfuckers come jumping over here. Well, it looks like you're working. You know, you're only making $30. I don't give a fuck what it looked like. Because to you, that's what it looked like. Let me show you my bank account. And let me see yours now. Oh, now we talking different. Because you saying you make $30 an hour and you trying to say I make $30 an hour, but my bank account looks like this at 30 an hour. Your bank account look like that at 30 an hour. Who the fuck you think is winning right now? Because that's what this shit's about. It ain't about how much I make per hour. It's what I keep. What do I keep? That's what it's about. Give a fuck what you make. I could care less what you make. What are you keeping? Because what you keep is what you use to pay your bills with. It's what you use to stack with. Facts. Anthony's in the house with that. Facts. Mr. Carter X got facts. Anthony came right behind it. Facts. What up, Anthony? My man, Anthony Van. And that's how we are on this channel. We're a business-minded channel. We're not a fuckery channel. We don't run around competing. Oh, I make more per hour than you. You're not making more per hour than me. Oh, you look like you're only making $30 an hour. I'm looking at your numbers and you're not making what you're saying. Man, shut the fuck up and get off my channel. How about that? Because you're wasting my fucking time. First thing you need to do is email me at uberjeepaz@gmail.com, your motherfucking bank account. You email me that first. Now let's have this discussion. Because I don't listen to no motherfucker that's 0-20. I don't listen to nobody that's 0-20. So if you on my channel talking shit, but you ain't seeing what we doing, you ain't saying nothing over here. You're not really saying, you're not being heard over here. Because we got drivers really trying to get out of the hole, man. We got drivers trying to do shit over here. We're using different strategies than the same strategies that's been used and had drivers broke for so fucking long. We tired of being broke. We tired of driving high AR shit, taking 50 cent a mile ass rides just to say, oh, my AR's up there. Yeah, that employee mindset. That's that wage mindset. How much you make an hour? Fuck that. How much did you save a month? We got 12 months to do this shit. How many miles did you drive? How much money do you got in your bank account at the end of the month? Because the new wave of bills is coming up is going to eat some of that shit up. Because as soon as on October the 30th hit, November the 1st, half that shit's gone. I'm eating up bills the next month. I'm eating it all up. So next month, I got to keep incrementally going up, incrementally going up, incrementally going up. And I know the 1 month is going to happen when that bank account is going to be damn near wiped out. The month that motherfucking engine blow, the month that transmission blow. But at least I got it sitting there. That's a reserve for the business. That ain't me to go out and fucking kick it at no club. I ain't got money for no club. I still got, $200,000 on this motherfucking house. I ain't even got close to that amount. Shit. Yeah, man. Hey, Tuck, that's the shit they be on. I'm higher. I'm better than you. I'm better than you. You're not really making that because I'm looking at your numbers and it looks like you're just making $30. I don't give a fuck what it looked like. Motherfucker, what your bank look like? You want to talk numbers. You want to talk numbers. You want to talk dollar signs, motherfucker. What your bank account looking like? Because you in the wrong place for that conversation. Because I'll bring that conversation to you and I keep it 100. I show my shit online to the motherfuckers out there. Because I'm like, if I believe in this shit enough, then I practice this shit. This is where I end up. And I don't mind showing my shit. A lot of YouTubers won't show they shit because they YouTubers. They ain't real out there in these fucking streets. When I'm in these streets, when I'm downloading these days, when y'all see me every day, I'm downloading money every fucking day, download money every day. I show that shit because I'm like, if you just stick to your guns, you stay disciplined, you stay in these streets, you do it. I don't got to show you no weekly total. I can show you what I do every day through videos and say, this is how we making that money. This is how we're doing it. Man, yeah, exactly. We ain't doing the W-2 shit. We not. Yeah, Anthony, real shit. No one should speak for other markets, and that's what a lot of them do. 3,040 hours, and they market's different, but after they pay rentals, like what you said, Jeff, how much you made. Real shit. Real shit. And I'm one of those people that believe that, some markets are underpaid. Like you got LA, you got New York, you got Miami, you got markets that have a higher cost of living. So they should be making way more than what we all make. They should be, because their expenses are more than me. You might live in Wyoming, you might live in Idaho, Oregon, Vermont, somewhere where the cost of living ain't that high. So you ain't got to make that much. But that's why I don't like competing and comparing about other fucking people. Because if we start competing and comparing, then we got to start, annualizing everything now. What's your cost of living where you are? What's your fuel cost there? What's your interest rate on the car you got? And that's way too far. So I tell people, drive the best you can for the situation you're in. If you're doing fine, you'll know you're doing fine. Because like Logan said, yeah, the only truth you're going to find is in the mirror in your bank account. That's it. That's the only place you're going to look. Because these raggedy motherfuckers in comments, well, it looks like you were driving at 7 o'clock and you ended at 9 o'clock. I only see you made $40 more. Well, that's only one app, motherfucker. I run 2 apps. And you don't even see the cash rides I could possibly be doing. You don't see none of that shit. I take Venmo, Cash App, Zelle rides all the fucking time. You don't see that. All you see is my app won't turn off. Why when I turn my app off? Because the way we drive over here is Harriet Tubman shit. That's why my app, I could turn this motherfucker on, have a $25 surge, sit on this motherfucker all day. And people say, how do you keep a $25 surge on your phone all day? Harriet Tubman. How else you going to keep that motherfucker on there all day? I don't give a fuck to the fact that I was on there 5-6 hours. Looks like you're on for 5 hours because it was going to take me 5 hours to get done doing what I had to do. I had to go somewhere. I had to run errands. I had to go to the bank. I had to do this. But I'm not going to leave this $25 that I found at the bank. I got this $25 at the bank. I'm going to start driving at 5 o'clock. It's only 2 o'clock right now. So I got to save this shit for 3 hours somehow. Harriet Tubman. Harriet Tubman. So motherfucker, well, you were online for 3 hours. We drive different over here, motherfucker. We drive different over here. That's right, Tuck. Used to drive 8-9 hours. Now I'm driving 3 or 4 hours. That's it. Yeah, people being proud about a dime drive. And the way we do shit over here is so different. So different. Yeah, Daniel. You can send me some proof, man. UberGPayZ@gmail.com. Yeah. Because I know some drivers out there, they hit a $30 token. They might be driving a Lyft ride. They got Uber running on Uber Pet. They hit a $30 token. Their hours are adding up on Uber. So you might see them on Uber for 2 hours and it still says $0, but they got a $30 token sitting on that shit that they're going to use when they're done with Lyft. As soon as Lyft dies down, they hurry up, turn Lyft off. They go over to Uber, go from Uber Pet back to Uber X. But it's, oh, well, you're online for 2 hours on Uber and you only made $40 on one ride. Yeah, well, it was $40 for a 2-mile ride because they gave me 2 miles for $10. Then I had that $30 surge on there. Well, it took you 2 hours to make it. No, I was driving on Lyft the whole fucking time, and I had a surge on Uber Pet running on my other phone the whole time. They don't know how we do it over here. We are very, very critical fucking thinkers over here. The way we drive, like y'all saw me on one of my videos. I was leaving the concert. I was on a Lux ride, shot down on a Lux ride. I was headed for a $24 surge. It dropped to 17 on Uber. I picked up that shit on Uber Pet. Picked that 17 up on Uber Pet. Went and picked up my Lyft Lux ride while I was on Uber Pet with a surge sitting on it. Drop that motherfucker off, turn Lyft off real quick, have my 17 from Uber sitting there, put that shit on Uber X and use the 17. But guess what? Uber was running the whole time. Raggedy motherfuckers, well, you was on Uber for like an hour and a half working. I'm like, you don't know how we do shit around here, do you? You have no idea what the fuck's going on. Single track mind motherfuckers, man. Yeah. Talk to me. Say, I want to be like Jeff. I drive 24 hours a day to make what Jeff makes in 4 hours. That's what them high AR motherfuckers be. I drive 25 hours to make what they make in 4 hours. Yeah. You got to know how to use 2 apps. You got to know how to Uber Pet that shit. You got to know how to fucking Harriet Tubman shit. When you get certain shit on your app, and you got to Harriet Tubman that shit for a little bit. You got to do that. And that's just how we do on this channel. And a lot of channels that don't do it like this, haven't seen this, they're going to criticize it. But when they start looking and seeing that we're covering bills effortlessly, when we're making, money effortlessly, not really effortlessly, but it takes a little mental thought. It's less physical, more mental. So I'm one of those people I'm a mental driver. I'm going to think my way through my day. I'm going to think my way through the money pockets, think my way through the games the app's going to play. I'm going to think my way through it, not try to drive my way through it. Because if you try to drive your way through it, the algorithm is going to fuck you and all of that. Algorithms are going to fuck you. But you got a lot of people that come on this channel that don't know what the fuck is going on. They drive the way they drive. They come over, they struggling. And we over here trying to give them information to stop the struggle. But they come over trying to criticize us and tell them, well, you guys should drive like we drive. Motherfucker, no, we ain't driving like you. We don't even know you. We don't know what your bank account look like. We don't know shit about you. And you come on this channel talking about some, we need to do this and we need to, motherfucker, we don't know you like that. You in the wrong space. Yeah, that's another shirt. Park the car, bro. Park the car. That's right. Park the fucking car. Man. Exactly. Hey, JP Sofa said, I sat on service today. Lyft was playing the whole time. You got to run it, man. You got to run it. And that's the thing. Let them criticize, but you show it. You don't just talk about it. I try to talk to me, man. I try. Because I know a lot of drivers out there, they feel like shit. They really do. Because like I said, we've been told that we ain't shit. We don't do nothing but drive. We worthless. We don't deserve this much money to drive. We've been told so much shit that some people feel like shit. Well, what else do? You can't just drive for a living. I mean, you got to be doing something else. Drivers don't make no money. You guys ain't shit. Y'all don't. We've been told that so many fucking times. Some of these drivers feel like that. They feel like that. They feel like shit. So they come on other channels like this and try to make us feel like them. I don't feel like shit. I know my worth. When I leave this house, I'm out there to make money. If the money ain't out there, I bring my ass back because I ain't worthless. A lot of drivers I see doing that shit. When they go out there, they go get that fucking money. Jeff, I had a $600 day, $700 day. Somebody had a $1,000 day to overnight, $1,000 day. You tell me what W-2 motherfucker out there making $1,000 in a day, because they gonna try to make us feel like shit. They gonna tell us we ain't worth nothing. They gonna tell us, well, y'all ain't nothing but a driver. You ain't really doing nothing. I mean, it's no skill, low skill. $1,000 a day. You know skill. And they gonna try to make you feel like shit. Now you got drivers doing that shit. Oh, well, you started at 7, you ended at 9. It doesn't look like you're making any money. It looks like you're just sitting around. Motherfucker, I am sitting around. I am sitting around. So what? What is that to you for me to be sitting around? What is that to you? Does it hurt your feelings that I can sit around and still got money in the bank? Does that hurt your fucking feelings? Because as a driver, you should be happy. Say, dude, I'm glad you out there getting that shit, dog. I'm glad you getting it, man. Whatever way you doing it, keep doing it because you getting it, man. All of these drivers in the chat. This is how everybody's doing that shit. And I ain't mad at none of them. I love when I see a motherfucker, man, I made $300 in like 4 hours, Jeff. It'd be taking motherfuckers 10, 12 hours to make 300. I'm like, they doing it in 3, 4 hours. I'm like, that's what I'm talking about. Hey, Tony, that's what I'm talking about, man. He said, my bank account low, but I'm slashing debts down. $2,500 a month. The aims of no debt at all by 12 months. That's how you got to do it. You're making this money for a reason. And I'm going to tell you right now, Tony, the more debt you pay off at that rate, the less interest you're paying. The less interest you're paying, the more money that stays in your fucking pocket. So your bank account ain't making no money sitting there. So if you got an account like some type of debt account that's taking out more money than what it's putting in, pay that shit off faster. Because all it's doing is taking money out of you. So when you're sitting there paying, that's how you do it, man. You got to get rid of the interest first. And this house is a lot of interest. Trust me. I hate making fucking house payments. This shit's a lot of interest. It hurts my fucking soul to not know I didn't have enough money to put down and not have that much interest. But that's why I see people when they buy a house, they sell it and they go get something different because it minimizes the amount of interest they pay. Interest will fucking kick your ass. It will kick your ass. I pay way more in interest than I should. I think I should, but I got the house at a good point in time. But still, man, it's like if you're out there right now, you paying off shit, you knocking interest down. Like I said, paid off $12,000 in credit card debt, build my account now. That's what you got to do, Billy, because if you would have kept that credit there, it would have been eaten up in so much interest. All the money you were making would be going to that credit card company. So you got to pay off shit at a higher rate. You go out there, you make that money. Your bank account balance is going to be low because you're making all the payments you got to make to get that shit out the way. Once you get the interest shit out the way, now your cash starts going up. You ain't got no interest to worry about now. So you're doing it the right way. It'll make no sense to have all this cash sitting here with all this interest building on the back burner. Because all you're doing is like just stacking interest on the back burner. Like, no, pay that shit off. Get that shit done and over with. Knock shit out real quick. Move anything over that to zero balance if you can. Transfer everything for zero balance. Do as much as you can. And that's how we are as drivers. We're not told none of this shit by the apps. The apps don't tell us how to financial plan. Life ain't gonna tell us how to finance. Life is gonna try to take us. Everybody wants money out of drivers' pockets. Every channel you go to, guaranteed. A lot of the channels you go to, they're gonna try to sell you some shit at some point in that fucking video because drivers make good money. We make good money. People know we make good money. So when they ask us, oh, you make money like that? Oh, you must be doing this. I don't know how. What up, Ride Flow? I don't know how you buy a car like this. You're nothing but a driver. You ain't shit but a driver. And some drivers really feel like that. Some drivers are like, yeah, you're right. No wonder I'm broke because I'm nothing but a driver. I mean, I got a fucking 98% AR. I got 0% cancel. I pick up every fucking body I can. And I'm barely making $25 an hour. And then they come to this channel and they go, oh, well, shit, you ain't done making but $30 an hour, dude. You sitting online right now. I see you online. You work 2 hours and you only made $40, $45 in 2 hours. I'm like, motherfucker, that's on one app. That's on one app. That's not counting my cash rides. That's one app. You don't know if I'm trapping surge, if I'm moving. You don't know shit. Like I said, you got a lot of one-track mind motherfuckers hopping on a channel that's so multi-talented. We got so many drivers on here that drop so much knowledge all the time. So much knowledge. This is a very multi-talented, multi-linear channel. People are always dropping ways to make money. That's why I tell people, do not give a shit about your online time. Don't care. If you're driving, you should be making money. If you got that if your online time showing you ain't making no money, I mean, your active time is showing you ain't making no money, that's on you. Active time is on you. Online time, that's you. PAW Patrol. That's right. Hey, Nkundwe. Oh, there he is. Kundwe. That's it. Kundwe, my man's back. And then it's like, that's the game changer right there, man. PAW Patrol. You sit there and you leave that shit running and you go catch you a surge. But while you catching that surge, guess what? You actually working on the other app. But you knew it was a surge in that area because you got that shit running. You cruise down the street, you're like, dude, I'm taking this person right here, $14 for 3 miles, but it's 3 miles this way, and Uber's got a surge sitting right there. You keep that PAW Patrol on. You pick up that surge, got a $10 surge while you dropping that person off. Drop that person off, turn Lyft off real quick, turn UberX back on, got a ride right there. You sitting there just grab, and then you keep Lyft running. Look at Lyft. Be like, all right, I see some surge in Lyft area, and you make sure you get a ride going up to that surging area. Oh, it's surging real good downtown. Let me give me an Uber downtown with this $10 surge I got on Uber. You get downtown. As soon as you get downtown, put it back on PAW Patrol, throw Lyft on, bam, you just caught a $7.50 surge. We drive different around here, man. We driving for profits. We driving for money. And a lot of people don't get that. What up, KK? What's good? What's good? KK's like, I'm back in the. You out driving today, KK, or what? You out there rolling? Man. This is, bro, how many people pushing the solo app? Why do you need an app to count your money? Pass. Yeah, man. It's like, I've never really had a bot because I like to think, man. I'm a thinker. I believe that my brain can figure this shit out. And a lot of people that, well, I don't want to use my brain. I get it. A lot of people don't want to use their brain. We've been told that shit all the time. It's called mentally lazy. A lot of people don't want to use their brain. They just want to work. That's it. They have departments that do all the thinking for them, departments that tell them what to do, departments that give them like policies and procedures, and they don't think. All they do is just do. And that's what bots are. Bots do all the work and other people just do. I'm a thinker. I've always been a thinker. So I don't mind thinking. Some people don't think that well. They can't create, they can't do math that fast, or they can't create a scenario or situation that fast. So the app helps them. We've always said some people are slow thinkers, short bus shit. Some people are short thinkers. Are slow thinkers. So them using the app, it might help their situation. For me, it messes my situation up when I start using bots because it takes me out of the thought process. And I want to be out there thinking. I want to be out there doing the work myself. That's what I want to do. And I do well with it. What Billy said, I paid $15 for business cards paper, put it in my printer, my Venmo, PayPal, made me about $600. That's what you do, man. All of us got business cards. I pass them out all the time, man. My business cards, like I said, I got my Jeep on the front of some of them. I got my Benz Beamer on the front of some of them. On the back, got my QR codes. I pass them out all the time. Because like I said, everybody on this planet, out of 7 billion people walking on this planet right now, everybody is not an Uber or Lyft passenger. Everybody's not an Uber or Lyft passenger. Uber and Lyft cannot take ownership of every person walking down the street saying, these are our people. You can't be trying to get rides out of them. You don't own everybody on this fucking planet. You don't even own the people getting out my car after they use your app. They may say, I can't stand fucking Lyft. I can't stand Uber. I'm tired of their fucking fares. Man, they be killing me. Here's my card. Hit me up. I do concert rides all the time. Thank you. Because I'd rather pay you for a concert ride than paying $160 for one way. I could pay you $160 for round trip. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. And that's how I be doing it. And Uber and Lyft has no ownership over these people. So when you get your business cards made up, just like Billy's got, you get, the thing in the back of the car like Logan's got. You do all that shit. Trust me. You're just sitting in money. Your car is money. You sitting in money, and it depends on how you want to make it. You're going to either let the apps control you, let the apps run you around, or you're going to make that money with your brain. You're going to pull up the Walmart knowing these are all short rides from Walmart to an apartment complex. They all short rides. You could charge somebody $10 cash. One dude paid me $20 cash. I had my Lyft shirt on. I'm out in the Walmart parking lot wiping the car down. Dude came pushing the basket up. He's like, hey, man, you Lyft, you Uber. I was like, yeah. Man, can I just give you $20 to take me home? I can't get a ride. Dude gave me $20 cash. Some old black dude. I was like, cool, let's go, man. We got in the car. We talking and laughing and shit, riding. I'm bumping music and shit. He's like, man, this car is nice, man. $20. And I'm just wiping my car down in the Walmart parking lot with my Lyft shirt on. You sitting in money all day. You sitting in money all day. But if you let these apps keep you ripping and running and ripping and running, they're taking away your opportunity. They take away your opportunity for you to make good money because they're giving you shit money all day by keeping you busy. It's too much busy work for me, man. Oh, all right, Billy, man. All right, Billy, be out there, brother. Oh, I ain't know you was in Phoenix, man. He said, all right, bro, maybe I'll see you out on the road, drive the same area. Cool, cool. I ain't know you was in Phoenix. That's right, brother. Get it. Oh, you'll see me out there, man. Kick said, do you have commercial insurance for your cash rides? Oh, yeah, I got insurance on all my shit, man. Everything. I even got motorcycle insurance on shit. I got insurance on everything. And I'm going to tell you about commercial insurance. Kick, do this. Imagine if your neighbor next door to you, like, I don't know where you live, Kick, but if your neighbor next door to you asked you if you can take them down a Circle K and back and they'll give you $5, do you need commercial insurance to take that person down a Circle K and back? It's your next door neighbor. Do you need commercial insurance for that? I like to know, because I can't tell you how many people I drive down the street. I see a lot of people in a lot of cars, and I can't tell you if these people are related to each other, if they know each other, if they don't know it. I can't tell you shit about none of these people. But people drive around other people all the time. The only time you're going to need commercial insurance is if you're doing something for a business function, I think. If I am not allowed to take a friend down the store to Circle K, I'm not allowed to take somebody across the street down the street to Circle K. If I'm not allowed to do that, if I'm the only person allowed in my car based on my insurance, your insurance has a section on it that says passengers on there. It's comp and collision, and it talks about passengers on your comp and collision. How much for you as a driver, how much for your passengers. So if we were only allowed to drive ourselves around, nobody else in our car, unless we had commercial insurance, regular insurance will not say the word passenger on it. Why does regular insurance say passenger? Am I not allowed to take my next door neighbor to say, hey, Jeff, give you $20, you take me down to Walmart and back? Oh, man, I ain't got no commercial insurance, dog. I can't do that. You got to use Uber or Lyft. Doubt it. Doubt it. Look on your insurance policy. Tell me if you see the word passengers on there, because I see it on mine. I see it on my shit. It's even got it on my motorcycle insurance. Let's talk about for the rider and the passengers. I mean, the driver and the passenger. It says that on my motorcycle insurance. So I can give anybody a ride in any fucking thing I got. My insurance covers it. Now, if I'm doing it for commercial purposes, let's say I'm doing a sponsorship for Coca-Cola and I'm driving around saying, hey, I'm doing something for Coca-Cola. I'm doing this for Coca-Cola. And I fuck around and hit somebody's car, and I call Coca-Cola and say, hey, man, I was doing you guys sponsorship and, you know, I hit somebody's shit. Can you guys cover this? No, we ain't. I was like, but I was doing it for you guys, and you guys' insurance should have covered me doing a Coca-Cola promo for you guys. Now my insurance has to go through subrogation to say, you know what? Jeff was out there doing a Coca-Cola promotion commercially, not just like residential shit. He did those commercially. Now you're running into hot water now. Yeah. So Luber Lips says, yo, I've been sick for like 3 days. I can finally go out and do some rides. There you go. Yeah, exactly. Man, KK, sometimes when I tell passengers how much the app is paying me, and they're like, what the fuck? They charge me like triple that. Yeah, KK, I'm telling you. I will sit there and tell people be telling me, yeah, man, I just paid like $80 for this ride. I'm like, $80? I'm getting $28 for this. It's like 4 miles. I'm like, yeah, I'm getting like 28. I'm getting $28 for this. Man, we paid like $80 for this ride. I'm like, damn, that's crazy, man. And I let motherfuckers know, hey, here's my card. I say, you need to get more driver's cards. Don't just get mine. Get more driver's cards. Because sometimes you got to know if a driver is out in your area or not. If there's a driver in your area, you got 4 drivers' phone number in your phone. One of them drivers are going to take your shit. One of them will. You could text me, hey, Jeff, hey, man, I'm up in Scottsdale. I'm like, dude, I'm way down in Gilbert. My bad, man. Oh, no problem. I'm just going to hit somebody else up. Hey, James, hey, man. Hey, I'm up in Scottsdale. James like, hey, man, I can't do it, man. I'm way down here. Cool. Hit up Juan. Juan be like, hey, I'm right in the area. You had enough drivers out there. You got it. Dalton, what's good, brother? My man, what's good? That's my man Dalton right there. He's a cool kid, man. I like Dalton. He says, just keep doing it, brother. Your channel is changing lives and feeding families. Stay blessed, Jeff. Keep the people informed with the truth, brother. Real dude, Dalton. You know it, man. You know it. Because I tell people, man, we got to wake up at some point and realize these apps don't give a shit about drivers. They don't. They'll use us like tools, man. Tools and mules. That's what it is. Tools and mules. They'll fucking play the shit out of us and then turn around and have to be sued just to give us our money back, because they won't freely give it back to us. If we come up with a, hey, man, you guys, I think you guys are stealing my tips. I think you guys are charging me too much for trips. Nah, we ain't worried about that shit, man. Go on about your business. Go. We're going to see some more rides. Government steps in. Now what happened? Now you owe $328 million now because these riders was right. They wasn't lying. They was right. But these apps don't care enough about drivers to listen to a driver's side of the equation, because as contractors, it's only one, is me against them, you against them, like Andy against them, kick against them. And now if we all have a big coalition together, like how New York had, now you got a coalition against a coalition now. Now you're starting to get your numbers up now. Now you're getting your numbers up, man. Andre said, my first day listening to your channel, Jeff, I made 300 on a Sunday afternoon. Andres was out there getting it. That's what I'm talking about, brother. Hey, because you know the rides are going to be there. You know the money's going to be there. Because I tell everybody, man, I just got a discrimination deactivation for what? John got a discrimination deactivation. That's nuts. That's nuts, man. No, but Andres, man, that's what it takes sometimes, man. You got to know the good rides are going to come. They send the sucker money out first. So they know they're going to start, and it's skimming. Anybody knows products and services knows the word skimming. Skimming is when, and you learn this shit like in any business class. When you first made LED TVs, 40-inch LED TVs used to cost like $2,000-$3,000. You can get a 40-inch LED TV right now for like $200. But see, the early people who got it, the people who bought the TVs first, they paid a whole lot of money for them LED TVs because they was like, oh, we got the LED TV. We got it. They paid a lot for it. We don't pay a lot now. Driving is the same way. You sit and you let the early adopters get all the low fee, get all the low fares because they just want to hurry up and get a ride and get out of it. I just want to ride. I want to ride. They're antsy. They got high AR. They're antsy. They want to stay busy. So they grab that first ride. And Lyft and Uber's like, yeah, we got the first sucker. They charge that person probably like $60. And that driver's going to get like maybe 15, 20 of it. By the time they get to us, because we're the late adopters, we sitting back, kicking back, waiting on profits. The people are paying a little bit less because they had to wait till the surge kind of died down. But guess what? We still got the surge on our phone. Harriet Tubman shit. We still got the surge on our phone. Uber and Lyft is sitting there like, how is this dude still sitting there with a $20 surge on his phone? His ass should have been gone a long time ago. He still got a $20 surge sitting on his phone. And now they're charging people less and less because they're the later people to leave. They ain't got long trips to take. They got short trips. They don't want to pay a whole lot for a short trip. They got a super short trip. They're like, dude, I only got to go like 6 miles. I got to go 6 miles. They're trying to charge me $85 for 6 miles. They'll let it get down to about $40 for 6 miles. But they're going to pay us right off the bat $20 for the surge. And they're going to get about fucking $8 or $9 for the ride itself. So we're making almost $30 for 6 miles, and a person only paid $40. So Lyft is only going to make like $10 total on that shit. That's it. But the early adopters, they had to pay all that money. We sit around with surge on our phones just waiting. And people are like, well, why you waiting? You wasting time waiting. Motherfucker, hey, patience is for the rich. Talk to Warren Buffett about that shit. Patience is for the wealth. The wealthy people are the ones that were very patient about some shit. They kind of kick back and the people who are not wealthy are the ones who always was rushing, staying busy, employee mindset, staying busy, always ripping and running. So you got to understand why we drive the way we drive over here. What Tuck said, Jeff made me 800 from Lyft in a day last week. Gotta be smart. Tuck, man. You 800, somebody else had 1,000, so many 700s hit. I made barely over 5. Man, we were killing last week. And that shit's gonna happen again, man. It's gonna happen again. We just gotta wait till the climate is right. Wait till the surges are back out there. Let the apps have their little war like they was having last week. They were trying to keep drivers on, and we were declining the shit out of Lyft rides, pumping up Uber on the other end. Because Uber was like, well, shit, everybody's gonna start going over to Lyft because Lyft surges are looking good. Lyft is like, we lost all these drivers to Uber X, so we got those surges out there. We had their ass like spinning in the goddamn washing machine. They ain't know what was going on. By the end of the day, everybody got paid. Everybody's like, dude, we fucking worked their ass. We worked the shit out of them, man. And I loved it. I got online the next day and everybody was like, dude, I made $800, man. I made 1,000. I made 7. I mean, it was crazy the next day. Crazy. But we figured it out. We got both apps running. You let them fight each other for us. We don't got to fight for rides. The rides are going to be there. The people are paying for these rides. We don't got to fight for them rides. Sit, chill, relax. The money will come. And as soon as that's right, Andre, as soon as you keep declining them shitty rides, the passenger has already paid $30 for that ride. So the passenger paid $30 for that ride. They're offering a driver $10. So it's a $20 variance that the apps can work with. It's a $20 variance. They say, okay, we can work with $20. We can mess with that. So instead of 10, they're going to offer it to somebody for 12. Nobody's going to take that shit. The passenger going to get tired of waiting. Either they're going to go over to Uber, they're going to find another way home. So now Lyft went from 12, they bumped it up to like 14, 15. Because remember, they paid 30, so they're working with that big ass gap of profit right there. They're going to skim. The first thing I'm gonna do is skim, see how much profit we can make off the early adopters. How much can we make? And the people who with the high ARs, those are the early adopters. They grab the first fucking thing they see. Ooh, $40 LED for $3,000. I want that LED TV. 40-inch, hell yeah, 40-inch LED. Man, it's only $3,000. Get that. And we sitting there like, nah, we think these LEDs are a little cheaper than that. We're gonna kick back for a little bit. Just like we like, man, we thinking these rides can be better than this. We ain't taking these rides. We know these rides can be better. So we kick back and we don't take them rides. What Tarek says, Tarek, he says 1,135 rides. Man, tell me that ain't a good feeling, man. Almost $4 a ride, man. A little over $3 a ride. And you sitting there, or $30 a ride, my bad, $30 a ride. So you sitting there knowing how much money you can get out of these apps. So you say, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get all the good. I'm going to get surge. I'm going to get tips, and I'm going to take short trips. That's it. 35 rides. You don't got to, you know what they used to do when people used to be like, man, I'm getting $10 a ride. At $10 a ride, you got to do like almost 100 rides for that shit. That's like, dude, you got to do like a ton of you got to do like 100 rides to get $1,000 at $10 a ride. So why are people taking $8 rides, $9 rides? Unless they like 1 mile, 2 mile, I could see it. But I'm trying to get up into the teens with my shit. I want to be, $15 a ride. I want to be, $20 a ride. That's where I want to try to get to. But my miles have to be low. If my miles are low, I don't mind. But I'm not going to take no $20 ride just because it's $20. But they saying, hey, it's a 32-mile ride. I'm not taking that ride. I'm not doing that. Because miles and time to me are very important. I'm not using my resources on a 30-something mile ride for $20. I'm like, no, I don't want that. But it's a $20 ride. I don't give a shit. It's not for me. It's not for me. I'm not going that way. That's right, Kick. Real shit. Hey, and we get them. We get $10 rides all the time. When it's a half a mile ride, the Circle K and back, we get them all day. I love them little quick hops. People at the hotels be like, man, I just got to get some beer, man. I just had to call Uber. I got to get beer. I don't feel like walking down there. Best rides, $12. Be half mile there, half mile back. You already sitting by Circle K anyway. You sitting by Circle K, and somebody at a hotel down the street from Circle K need a ride to where you at. So you be like, shit, let me go get them, bring them back. Cool, let's do it. Let's do it. Man, see that? Only drove about 160 to 200 miles. That's it. Hey, Tarek, not a lot of people out there are getting it, man. They don't get it. They don't get it, man. And they sitting there seeing us, how we do over here, and it makes them feel bad because they do it differently and they don't get ahead. So they try to say, well, you guys really aren't getting ahead because the amount of time you're sitting in that parking lot. Motherfucker, I've seen people wait 3 months for a job. 3 months. Waiting 3 months for a job to come through. Not 15, 20 minutes. 3 months. You know how long fucking 3 months is? Well, motherfucker be sitting on the couch. Motherfucker be like doing housework and shit, waiting on the fucking job to fall through for 3 months. We wait for 15 minutes for the right offer to come through. And when an offer does come through, we probably making the amount it hits is at a rate of about $100 an hour when we get it. Get $30, $40 ride real quick, and it only takes like 20, 30 minutes to do it. That's it. It's like, oh man, it took me 20 minutes to do this. I got like $42 in like 20 minutes off this ride. That's what we wait on. Because we're smart drivers. And like I said, a lot of people who think like employees who don't think in terms of profits and in terms of what are we doing this shit for? A lot of them do it because they've been used to working. They've been used to being like told, patted on the head. You're doing a great job. We're going to put a star next to your name today, Tony. We're putting a star next to your name. And all week you can park right up front by Jimmy. Fuck that. You get free park. You got park right up front. I don't give a fuck about no parking spot and no star next to my name. I'm looking at my bank account every day after I pay all these fucking bills. That's the main thing to me. And if you're in business, that's what you worry about. If you want accolades and you want shit like that, yeah, you probably need a W-2. You're looking at a W-2 mentality. You're looking at an employee mentality where we appreciate our workers here. We give them free fucking hot dogs on Friday. We give them fucking piece of crust. We give them all kind of shit. Stuffed crust, cheesy bread. We give them all kind of shit around here. Y'all want that. I'm here for the money. I'm here for the money. That's it. Yeah, Papa Cito, we came in live a little early, man. Yeah, that's it, Andre. Short bangers are good if there are surges attached to it, but Lyft tries to get me out of the zone. I decline. Stay in my zone. That's right. They do it, man. And they'll sit up there and try to put you right in. And as you're driving, you got to hurry and put it on last ride. Because if you get out of the zone, they're going to send you a ride real fast with no surge attached. They're like, yep. I know. I tell riders all the time, I don't need your damn stars. It don't make a difference. It's like, I'm going to 5-star you. Okay. That shit don't pay me no more than what I'm getting paid anyways. Just fucking tip me. That's a lot better than a fucking 5-star. Yeah. Well, KK said, I don't mind the stupid drivers. Let them take the shitty rides. We'll take the shorties with the big surge. I'm telling you, KK, and that's what kills me. They come to this channel, they see all the drivers making money. They can look in the comments and they can see how well people are doing. Like, we're not waiting to go ask the app, can you give us an extra $1 per mile? Can you give us an extra 50 cents per ride? We don't ask for shit. We don't ask for nothing. We know what we're worth. We come in and we taking it. And these high AR drivers, they're just taking whatever's given to them because they got that mentality. I got to stay busy. When I leave the house, I want to stay busy the whole time I'm gone. By the time they get home, they didn't work 10, 12 hours. Then I made $300. I had a $300 day. I was out there for 10, 12 hours. I had a $300 day. Motherfucker, like, man, I made $300 like in 4 hours. I was done a long ass time ago. That's it. I went out at like fucking noon. I was done by like 5. I had a couple of hours scouting and shit like that, but I didn't work no noon to no 10 p.m., no noon to no 11 o'clock at night. I didn't do that shit. I worked from noon to like 5, made 300 quick bucks, call that shit good. I scouted, when I had time to scout, I scouted. And that's what we do around here. Sometimes I'll leave my house 10, 11 at night. I'll leave 10, 11 at night. I'll go scout a little bit. I'm done by 5 in the morning. So 7 hours of me being out. Sometimes I come all the way back home because I check on the dogs, get the dog treats and shit like that, shut the apps down for a minute. Sometimes I just walk around the parking lot, stretch out, do whatever. I'm not always working the whole time because we scout a lot. And we might bang out $250, $300 just in that short amount of time frame. We're not trying to put up no 10, 12-hour days for this shit. We're not doing that. Exactly. $300 driving 300 miles. Motherfucker done went through a whole tank of gas. Like, we go through a quarter tank, maybe a little more than a quarter a night. 2-3 days later, I'm still on the same gas. I'm like, all right, I better fill up at some point. I don't think I'm gonna make it to the rest of the day. It's like, I've been riding on the same gas for a minute. Let me go fill this shit up. I'm about to run out in a minute. Because Tarek said, yeah, you see that sidewalk? I'm gonna need you to stand on it. I know. You see that sidewalk? I'm gonna need you to stand on it. Hold that motherfucker down because it might float off. Fucking pull off on their ass. Shit. Take off, man. That's funny shit. I'm gonna need you to stand on it. You need a t-shirt to say that shit. You see that sidewalk? I'm gonna need you to stand on it. Man. Dalton says, yeah, passengers are wondering why we always happy and smiling. $18 surge attached to a half-mile ride. Ain't worried about nothing. That's right, Dalton. That's it. Because we said we do that shit, man. And because they don't know what surge we got, because they already made their payment. Lyft is upset. Uber's upset. Because they know, damn it, I got to give it to this dude. Man, I got to give it to him. Yep, you got to give it to me. I'm the only one in the area. You can try to find somebody else to come way the fuck down here, but you know me, I don't even take airport rides. If I can see people in the queue at the airport, I will not take an airport ride because those people have been sitting there long enough and they need to get those rides. The apps need to use the drivers already there. Don't fucking play with me. If I'm going to the airport, that's one thing. But if I'm not U-turning and going back to the airport when you got 6 drivers in one queue, 7 in the other queue, but you're going to use me and I'm like 4 miles away. No, I'm cool. Nope. Use the driver down there. And you got to teach these apps that shit. Quit playing us like suckers like that. We know each other. A lot of us know each other. We all drive in the same markets. We understand the game and the schemes going on. There's probably a driver sitting down at that airport right now with a $15, $20 surge on their phone, but they're going to grab me north of the airport with no surge to see if I'll do that ride. It's like, no, use the dude with the $15 surge on it. Pay his ass. He's been sitting there waiting on that ride. Pay him. And they don't want to do it. Necro getting bags was good. And that's how I try to look out for the community out here too, man. Like I said, whenever I see shit going way, way far out, I kick it out because I know somebody lives up in that area that's looking for that ride home. They're looking for it. They've been sitting downtown all night doing short bangers, getting fat off of short bangers. They're probably done driving. They're like, man, I'm getting tired. I see a ride, going 19, 20 miles north. I don't take it. That's for a driver that's already done his shit downtown and he's ready to go home. That's his ride, not mine. So I kick that shit out because I know it's like, man, I live way up past Happy Valley. Damn, I need a ride home, man. There's one for you right there. I kick that shit out. And that's how we take care of each other, man. That's how we do out here. And I know a lot of drivers are like, oh, take that. You hurting yourself more by taking it than leaving it for somebody who lives up there. Let them have it. And you stay down here and you pick. And when you get a ride going towards your house, you take that ride. Because I live south. If I take a ride going north for like, let's say $20 going 20 miles north, now I got to come all the way back and then go all the way far south. So that was a complete $3, like 30 cents a mile ride for me, 30 cents a mile. So I ain't doing it. Oh, what Traveler Man said, what's up, bro? Thanks for the great advice. Hey, Traveler Man, hey, I hope you out there getting it, brother. Don't let these apps get to you, man. Just don't let them get to you. Because right now, people up in New York right now, shit, they getting that $328 million settlement. They better file. They better get some of that money, that state money right there. And I hope every state out there sees that shit and goes, you know what, we need to do the same thing for our drivers. Because we voting for y'all ass, so y'all should do that for us. Help us out. Like, shoot. Necro Bag said, hey, keep motivating people to get that money, bro. Hey, we going to get it smarter, man. We going to get it smarter. He said, we do multiple donations to the high AR community. Melly Mel, stupid. He said, we do multiple donations to the high AR community. You can have that. You can have that. I ain't fucking with that. No, I doubt it. We good. Man. That's what we do, man. That's what we do. Yeah, Necro, man. And that's why I say we got a lot of drivers that ain't scared. We're not scared to go out and make money. But not only are we not scared to go out and make money, we ain't scared that the next driver is going to be able to make money. We come from the era of YouTubers being scared of the next driver getting money. Next driver gets $600. It used to be motherfuckers be mad trying to do it. Well, the only reason why you got that, well, they always talk down like instead of just being happy that this motherfucker won't be in poverty. Just be happy that this driver will not be in a poverty situation for the next few days. He don't have to go borrow money. He's got $600 he just made today, downloaded that shit. He can knock off his phone bill, probably pay his car insurance off. He's getting shit off of his plate, freeing his mind up. He's just freeing his mind up. How can you be upset if somebody freeing their fucking mind up from stress? I ain't never been stressed at nobody getting money. I love that shit because that's one less person that's going to be around me that's going to be stressed the fuck out. We got to teach people how to go get money. I hate when people are stressed out. So we share fucking strategy. We share technique. We share how people go out there and really do this shit for real. Because we're contractors. We don't have no book. We don't got no handbook, no procedure manual. Of course, we got a lot of people willing to sell you some shit like that. But I tell motherfuckers on this channel, we ain't selling nobody's shit. We'll tell you how to make more money. You can try to use these strategies in your market to see if they work. And most likely, if you got surges popping up and shit like that, some of these strategies are going to work. You're going to eat better. You're going to eat better using less fuel. It's like, man. Yeah, Andre said that, man. I can't stand those drivers that go for diamond status. Like, it doesn't mean anything. It just means you're high AR. Yeah. And it's like, if you're a diamond driver, what does that really mean? Like, ask any diamond driver out there. Just ask any of them. And it's cool. Be like, dude, I want to see what your profit margins are looking like. I guarantee you see them taking $19 rides for 32 miles. You see them taking, $3.78 rides for 7 miles. You'll see that shit all through their thing. Oh, but it only cost me 60 cents a mile to operate my car. Motherfucker, I'm not worried about how much it costs to operate my car. I'm worried about how much do I got going to my bank account after I download all this money all month. What is my next month going to look like? Because I can't put all this money back into this fucking car. I just can't do it. Because then I'm working just to keep this car running. That's all I'm working for. I don't want to work for that. We got to generate a cushion. We've got to pay off bills. We got to create a less stressful situation for everybody in the house. I don't even want my kids to fucking stress. I don't want them to say, Dad, I know you just bought me another pair of shoes like 2 months ago, but I need another pair of shoes. What happened? Dog chewed one. Do you know how many people on this planet right now, today, if you ask them to go buy a pair of $50 shoes or $60 shoes for their kid, they'll have to say, well, I got to wait till payday. I got to wait till payday. Do you know how many drivers we got in the chat right now? The chat right now. That'll be like, give me a minute. Let me run to the store and pick them up real quick. Because these motherfuckers got money. They figured it out. They not living till payday. Oh, man, I got to wait till payday. I'll get you that jacket, man. I'm going to get you them shoes. I just got to wait till payday. You don't see no drivers like that on this channel. A lot of these drivers out here like, oh, you need a new pair of shoes? You need a new pair. All right, let me run out to the store real quick. I'll be right back. Because they got it. Because they know they can go out and they can go hit a surge. They can go do 3 or 4 short rides, probably bang out about $150 in about 2.5 hours and go pick up them pair of shoes their kids need. They ain't got to sit out there for no 10, 12 hours at night, 10, 12 hours driving to make $200, $250, just about a damn pair of shoes. No, you need a pair of shoes? Give me a couple hours. I'll pick them up on my way home. They're going to go out and bang that shit out because they high profit drivers. They're going to use about 1/8 of a tank of gas, not even a quarter, 1/8 of a tank of gas, 1/8 of a tank. Make $120, go buy the $50, $60 pair of shoes. Kid is happy. They still got $50, $60 in their pocket. And they only use 1/8 of a tank of gas. They can go out and work for the rest of the night later. That's what it feels like when you're a driver in control of your own destiny. That's what it feels like. But we got a lot of drivers out there that's not controlling their own destiny. They're still, hanging on the app right now. Please, app, please, app. I'm like, fuck you. If you ain't working with me today, I'm not working today. That's just how it works. Yeah, diamonds. I'm better than you. A lot of diamond drivers out there, man. A lot of them. And I give them props. You know, if that's how they want to ride, cool, go for it. Andre said, I tried the Uber pet strategy last night. Uber was like, how are we getting that surge area? Exactly. They couldn't send you no ride to knock you off your shit. They couldn't send it to you, man. So you could sit up there and be like, yeah, I'm not even going to worry about getting all these requests sent to my phone. I'm not even worried about it. You just throw that shit on Uber Pet, cruise right into the surge, get the surge, swip that shit back to UberX, 5 miles right there. You know, $18, 5 miles. All right, let's go. Let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah. Kirk says, it usually costs me $1 to charge my car, $250 in 4 or 5 hours on a Friday or Saturday night. That's it. That's it, Kirk. Kick. My bad, kick. Because the thing is, a lot of times people don't understand, like, especially the W-2 crowd out there. And I don't knock W-2 because I told you I worked W-2 my whole life. It was a phase of life I had to go through. And I'll say my kids are going to work W-2s. It's a phase of life everybody has to go through. But once you go through that phase and you understand what it means, and then you go through the entrepreneurial phase of your life, the contractor phase of your life, you understand what that means. Now you can compare. But a lot of W-2 people never been entrepreneurs. They've never been contractors, but they always want to talk shit about us like they know what we're doing. Excuse me. But if I tell them, okay, you got to wait till payday before you can do that. You have to wait till payday. I could do that right now. That's the difference between being a contractor and being a W-2. A lot of times in my life, I had to wait till payday. And I'll be the first motherfucker to say that. A lot of times in life, I had to wait till payday. I had to. Oh, I could do it, man. Well, let me see how payday looking, though, man. Let me see what my check looking like this week, man. I don't know how many hours I put in. I used to have to do that shit a lot, especially before I was salary. I never knew what I was going to make because I got to make sure HR get all my hours logged right. Make sure they really put my overtime in right. Make sure they get my deductions and shit right. I got to wait till my check come through before I can do that shit, dog. Let me holler at you Friday, man. I'm going to get my check Friday. Then I'll let you know. Once you salary, you know what you're going to get because you get the same fucking thing all the time. But there's a lot of W-2 out there. They got to always wait to see what my check looking like because they never tried the entrepreneurial side. They never tried the driver's side. We don't got to wait to see what the check looking like. We gonna make our fucking check. Dude, how much you need? 150? All right, I'll be right back. They'll take off and they'll come back with $150. Damn, how you get that 150? Dash and Trader, my brother right there, Dash and Trader. I remember when I used to work a W-2, multiple weeks, they would mess up my check and I didn't have to wait 2 weeks for an adjustment. Yeah, exactly, brother, exactly. And that's why it cracks me up when W-2 people who haven't been drivers, who haven't been delivery drivers, rideshare drivers, contractors, entrepreneurs, they always trying to check us on shit. I'm like, we've been W-2. We know your side of the equation. We know it because we were all W-2. We know that side of the coin. But if you were never a driver, you never did this shit, you don't know our side of the coin. So it's hard for you to try to check us on some shit. Oh, y'all ain't making nothing. Y'all can't afford no SUV. Y'all can't afford no club tickets. Y'all can't afford. Motherfucker, you don't know us like that. You don't know us like that. Because we can leave right now and go make $200. Be right back. Hold up. It's like, and we'll go do it. We'll go do it. Oh, yeah, Andres, I never want salary again. They control you way more. Boo. Man, we was working 14-hour days in casino. 14-hour day, 8 in the morning to 11, 12 at night. All the time, dude. 8 in the morning, 11, 12 at night. All the time. Salary. And I'm sitting there thinking, we probably all averaging like $13 an hour up in this motherfucker. All the hours we putting in, all the at home with our laptops working on shit, answering these little Blackberries when Blackberries came out. I'm like, we all probably sitting there making like $13 an hour. It's like, and yeah, we got W-2s and we all salary, getting the shit kicked out of us. And now as contractors, we dictate if I'm working, this is how much I want to work for. Oh, if I'm on my ride scouting, if I'm looking for, I see guys over by Walmart all the time. I can go to Walmart right now with my camera. I guarantee on the side of the building where they do all of the deliveries, there's at least 10 guys sitting over there right now. At least 10 of them. They're scouting. They're doing what they do. They're over there talking, having a good time, laughing, drinking soda, smoking cigarettes. They enjoying their life. They're enjoying their life right now. There ain't nobody over their shoulder fucking with them. Ain't nobody doing nothing. They just enjoying their life. When they get an order, they talking back and forth on their phones and shit like that. When they get something good, they pluck it. That's what they do at Walmart. And I don't knock them for that shit. They got to be smarter when they doing deliveries. They got to be smarter when they doing rideshare. And that's what we do when we're not W-2. We are in control of the money we make. We in control of how we make it. Can't nobody tell us, well, if you get online at 8 o'clock, that means you're working. No, I might just be scouting to see if it's even worth my fucking time today. I can scout from 8 o'clock to 8:30 in the morning just saying, hey, man, it's surges out there. Let me see what the hell they talking about. Oh, shit, all these surges are fake. All these are dollar mile rides, man. I ain't leave my house yet. Hell no. I'm gonna wait till the surges act right. And I'm one of those people that believe that if the apps really were true, we wouldn't have to scout as much. We're smart drivers. All of our ARs would automatically go up because they would be sending out good shit. If your AR is down, that means your market is sending out bad shit. I got 13% on one of mine, a little over 30% on the other. It was down like 21%. And that lets you know your market is probably shit if your AR keeps going down. But you're a smart driver, and that means your bank account's going up as your AR is going down. You're a smart driver. You're a smart driver. But if your AR is going up and your bank account's going down, I ain't got to say shit. I ain't even saying that. If your AR keeps going up and you keep getting better and better AR, but you keep going broke for some fucking reason, you keep ending up with no money at the end of the month, no money at the end of the week, but your AR is high, that'll tell you right there, you ain't working these apps right. You're not doing them right. Yeah, Tarek, same here, man. I'll be in my driveway. So I don't even be out the driveway. So I'm like, oh shit, I ain't even at the driveway. Motherfucker hit me up already. Let's go. I start scouting from the driveway. I'll go around the corner, see that quick trip, walk in, whatever this and that. Man, wipe my car down, vacuum, and make sure the tires and shit is clean. Dude, we scout before we take off. We don't just start the app and start taking shit as it comes down the pipe because we already know they're going to be sending us bullshit. Right off the bat, they sending us bullshit. Yeah, Dante, that's what I'm talking about. AR 16%, but I'm making money. That's what matters. You got your head in the game, brother. You got your head in the game. A lot of people ain't got their head in the game, man. They don't got their head in the game. They always worry about my AR. I'm busy from the time I turn my app on. I'm busy. That's not the game, man. That's not the game. It's about this money. Bighorn Kev, my man Kev's in the house. Had a good morning. Told her agree with your shirt. Yeah, brother. This is it, man. That's my George Carlin shirt right there. It was like that shit right there, man. It's like I tell people, hey, you gotta interpret everything, especially these apps. I don't trust these apps, man. I don't trust them. And even George Carlin, he don't trust government. He don't trust corporate. And he teaches you, man. Just me growing up listening to George Carlin, people say, man, you got a fucked up mouth, Jeff. I'm like, dude, you've never listened to George Carlin. He's way worse than me. Way worse. This dude be going off. George Carlin be going off. He's way worse than me. But I grew up listening to him. I'm from that era. I'm from the era where it was like, fuck your feelings. We couldn't get offended when we were little. Sticks and stones break my bones. Words never hurt me. We didn't get offended when I was little. I didn't come from that era. So now we're in an era where people get offended if you say the word shit. Oh, you said shit. Oh my God, you said the word shit. I don't know what to say, man. We didn't come from that era. We didn't come from the soft era. You had to fucking, get up, be ready to do shit, man. You get up, you ready to live life. You having fun. I mean, shit, gangster rap started in our era. I remember when the first time I heard NWA, everybody was like, what is this? NWA. It's like, what the hell is an NWA? It's Eazy-E, Dr. Dre, Yellow, Ren, Ice Cube. Motherfuckers didn't know what that was. That's when I grew up. NWA came out. And since then, it's gotten way worse. Way worse. But the era that I'm in, we're not offended by it. We just like, okay, whatever. Young Gotti and Lil Gotti and all these people and stuff, like, we don't care what they say. We don't even listen to that shit half the time. It don't even offend us. We grew up to that shit. That shit don't offend us. It's just how they talk. So I would like to talk to you about some of the things you're saying on your show. That's George Carlin. George Carlin don't give a fuck about nobody. He don't care. He's like, whatever. He'd be like, fuck him. I love it when he was like cemeteries. What the fuck is the deal with these cemeteries? He was like, I'm sitting there seeing all of this beautiful, great land, all this valuable land we're using, and we bury all these people in land. He was like, man, fuck them. Plow those motherfuckers up. Plow those motherfuckers into the ocean. Boy, I fell out laughing. George Carlin was, man, I think that's the hardest I ever laughed at some shit he ever said. He said, plow those motherfuckers up. Plow those motherfuckers into the ocean. I was like, George Carlin, he done lost it. That motherfucker, he done lost it. That shit had me dying laughing. Man, that shit was funny as hell. I don't remember what year I saw that shit. That was a long time ago when I saw him saying that. He was still alive when I saw him saying that shit was so funny. Man, that shit was hilarious. And that's, like I said, he's always been a favorite guy of mine because he just tells it like it is. He don't care. You can't kill a messenger. He'll tell you exactly how it is. If you don't want to hear it like that, cool. You ain't got to listen to George Carlin. You ain't got to. You can listen to a softer comedian. I grew up to Andrew Dice Clay. Andrew Dice Clay, he was always with the quick one-line zingers and shit. And you'd say that shit at school the next day and have everybody rolling laughing. That's just how we grew up. We grew up like that, man. Yep, Eddie Murphy too. Same shit, same shit. Look at Dalton says, hell yeah, man, gonna be 40 soon. Love the shit talking. It's called camaraderie. Man, that's all it is. Hey, I grew up in a garage, biker bars, bikers, tracks all over America. We grew up, and this is how we talk, man. And I know a lot of people are soft out there. And I'm a black lefty, and I never get offended. Let's keep on with this shit. And I know a lot of people are soft out there, and that's cool because everybody can't be how we are. And that's why I tell people, especially when they come to my channel, pay attention to what room you're in. This is not like a really soft corporate type of rideshare channel. This is the fucking barbecue. This is the hangout. This is the garage. We come in, we talk, we laugh, we joke, we move on. Everybody's gonna be everybody. Some people might cuss. Like even when people type comments, they might cuss, they might not. I don't care. Just be you. You ain't gotta fucking hold back from me. Just be you. And everybody's gonna get in where they fit in. And a lot of people, we have a lot of good information. We trade shit back and forth. And it's like that's how we roll on this channel, man. We're not no phony ass facade channel trying to be somebody we not. I'm not gonna act all prim and proper like I'm a fucking bishop or a fucking priest or some shit. I'm not like that. I'm just an average everyday dude, man. We laugh, we joke, we have fun. Rodney Dangerfield, exactly. That dude, man. All the comedians we grew up to they would be canceled after one show. Nowadays, they will be canceled after one show. Tuck says, I was about to go out for a few hours, but this is more valuable than driving right now. 100. I'm going to go out later. Yeah, I'm going to wait till that weather drop a little bit. It's right now. It's only 9:15 in the morning. So I know traffic is kind of crazy. I don't know what it feels like outside. Man, it was Saturday night, white like me. Man, white like me. Sensitive people like Spencer Fred can get the hell out. Yeah, exactly. Because we don't do that shit, man. A goonie goo goo. I just saw that C. Smith, a goonie goo goo. This motherfucker came out the lake with a fish in his mouth and said, a goonie goo goo, motherfucker. He said, Gus, your kids, Gus. That motherfucker was crazy. The motherfucker, boy, Eddie Murphy's stupid. A goonie goo goo. Now that's a fire. That motherfucker, he set his ass on fire at the barbecue. man. And I'm wondering if they remember something like gay duo cartoons. I know they used to have Pat, like, is it this or is it that? It's Pat. That shit was funny as hell. Man, we used to watch some funny shit. Like I said, the shit we grew up to would offend people to this day to where they couldn't sleep at night. All you got to do is just not watch it. If it's some shit you don't like, just don't watch it. Don't listen to it. That's how we grew up. But now it's like, it's not just good enough for them to not watch it. They have to not let you watch it. They don't want you to see it. And it's like, well, why are you going to stop me from saying there might be something I want to see? It's my freedom, motherfuckers. It's my freedom to go see something I want to see or see something I want to say. It's just my freedom. Well, I don't want you to have that freedom. I just don't want I want to cancel that person so you can't see him or hear him. I want to cancel that. And that's the culture that came out now. It's like, we should have the freedom to be who we are and be how we are without the fear of being canceled for some shit that you might not like. If you don't like it, you ain't got to be around it. You ain't got to listen to it. You ain't got to subscribe to it. You ain't got to follow it. You ain't got to friend it. You ain't got to do shit with it. Just go about your business. But some people, they can't do that. They want to shut it down just so they feel better that nobody else has. It's like the kid at the fucking park. Since you can't play ball, you want to take the ball out of the sand pit and flatten it so nobody can play ball. It's like, well, how come I don't like people playing ball. I just don't like sports. I don't like sports. So I'm going to flatten this fucking basketball and throw it in the trash can so nobody can play sports. That's today's culture. That's how it is today. Back in the day, if we didn't like basketball, we just went and played football. If we didn't like that, we just went and played baseball. We went and played kickball. We went and played corkball. We would always do what we liked doing. We didn't worry about what the next person liked doing or didn't like doing. But nowadays, the first thing they do is go, oh man, I'm going to sit up here and I'm just going to flatten this ball and I'm going to make sure nobody else plays it. And now everybody's going to sit down on the ground with me. We're all going to sit here and do nothing. Well, why'd you flatten them people's ball? Because I don't like playing ball. Well, nobody asked you to fucking play. They were playing. This ain't got nothing to do with you. Well, I don't even like them playing. And I'm like, cancel culture kills me, man. Kills me. Even on YouTube sometimes, man. That's how a lot of people are. They don't like certain channels or the way certain channels are set up. And I'm like, well, if you don't like it, why are you on it? Well, I don't like, then why are you on it? I'm like, you're your own fucking problem. You don't even realize that you are creating your own problem by putting yourself in a position that you don't even want to be in. Leave, go. What the fuck are you here for? And for those of us that stay, we trade information. We have fun. We know that we're all different people. We're not all cookie cutter people. We're all from different backgrounds. We all talk different. We act different. We laugh at different shit. Some shit might be funny to you that might not be funny to me. Some shit might be funny to me that's not funny to you. But we still hang out and we help each other make fucking money. And we still hang out and we say, hey, man, if you go out today and you do short rides, you pick up surge, you do this and that, you're going to be better off than just taking every fucking thing they send you, man. I'm willing to tell somebody that. I'm willing to help them out by telling them that. But a lot of people say, well, since you cussed, I ain't helping you. Cool, whatever, motherfucker. I don't care. I'll get help somewhere else then. I don't know. Man, what is it? Good morning. I hope everybody's out there killing it, Jeff. I'm putting together a video from Halloween. Love your content. Keep up the good work. All right, Jeremy, man. Get it, brother. Get it. Oh, man. I know you made some good numbers on Halloween. I know you made some good numbers on Halloween. That's the only diamond that some people will see. Yeah, exactly. Spencer Fred gets offended by foul language here. I know it, man. These motherfuckers are soft. And I tell them it's cool to be soft. You just got to go to a soft fucking place. It's not a problem being soft. You just got to go to a softer channel. You got to go to something that's more your speed. Motherfucker Barry Manilow shit, Kenny G shit. I don't know. Go somewhere else. But if you saying, hey, I just want to hear some motherfucking symphony orchestra shit, some saxophone shit, go listen to that. Because we might not have that over here. Ain't nothing wrong with that. There's way too many soft people in this world that's trying to soften everybody else up just because they don't like something that's not how they are. I don't go to like soft pages and try to harden the motherfuckers up. If I don't like a soft channel, I just don't go to it. Just not what I do. I listen to a lot of podcasters. I really do. I listen to a lot of podcasters because I like the way they present information. I like the way they present truth. I watch a lot of documentaries. I watch science shit a lot, stuff like that, because I like the way they present truth. Lame ass, slow ass channels, I don't really watch them because it's too slow for me. And mentally, we don't have a lot of time if we out there. Kenny G is tight though. Yeah, fucking for the late night. Yeah. No, Andre said, Jeff, I still to this day can't get over when you said, for all we know, the professor could be a heart manager. But I dropped my zero hearing that. Oh, the Hertz manager. I know. If all I know, professor could be a Hertz manager. I don't know that motherfucker. For all I know, shit, he could be the Hertz manager. Shit. Trying to get motherfuckers to rent cars. I don't fucking know. But it's real, man. And it's like, yeah, because everybody here is a diamond driver, so there is no surge. I'm a diamond driver, and I work 40 hours to clear a G. And see, a Risen King, that's what it is, man. They got to stop with that because the apps are going to tell you right off the bat, we're going to send you what you accept. They'll tell you that shit. We're going to send you what you accept. If you don't accept it, we ain't going to keep sending it to you. We're going to start giving you something different. And a lot of these drivers haven't figured that shit out yet. They still on the verge of thinking, well, if I don't take this ride, they're going to stop being nice to me. No, the fact that they sending you that shit shows that they're not nice to you because nobody wants a 50 cent a mile ride, 70 cent a mile ride. That shit's not nice. I want a $4 a mile ride. That's nice. $5, $11 a mile ride. That's nice. 50 cent a mile, 70 cent a mile. That shit's not nice. But they keep taking that shit saying, well, I want the apps to just keep being nice. So I keep playing nice. You're not playing nice. You're playing stupid. That's what it is. You got to stop playing stupid because these apps think you're stupid and they're going to send you shit as if you're stupid. Start getting better rides. Get better rides by declining the garbage because that'll make the algorithm say these rides have a very low chance of being accepted. Since there's a very low chance of it being accepted, move the salary up a little bit. Move the fare up a little bit. We move the fare up a little bit. These rides are now getting accepted at a higher rate because they'll tell you, especially out in Phoenix, a lot of people, it'll be like an hour and a half, 2 hours after your event. People still trying to get a ride, walking around the streets and shit trying to get a ride. Because these apps be like, man, you know what? It's 32 miles this way for $36. Ain't nobody trying to do that unless they live out that way. 29 miles up the highway north for $22. Ain't nobody trying to do that. So the app has to throw surge late for these people. Those surge late for those people. Because if they throw out a late surge, they can actually get these people home. Because the apps don't care about them. The apps care about profit. These people can roam the streets till the fucking sun come up. The apps ain't gonna care. Apps be like, well, you should have just paid for it. You know, when the surge was booming, that's when drivers drive. They drive when it's surge. You gotta pay surge pricing. And I tell riders like that, you've got to have drivers' phone numbers in your phone. So when you call a driver that you've met before, Jeff, hey man, we're downtown after the game. We kind of got stuck because we didn't get a ride during the surge. So we're stuck now after the surge. Hey, what if we give you like $40, bro? Just take us up to Scottsdale, $40. Bet I'll be there in a minute. Because all Lyft and Uber's going to pay me is like $13, $14. I'll take the $40. It's like, fuck it, I'll take it. Let's go. Yeah, Kick says, I like podcasts of history. I'm listening to a Thomas Sowell audio book now. Yeah, and that's what it's meant. And see, we're drivers. We listen to a lot of shit on audio. We listen to a lot of audio because we can't watch video most of the time. So we kind of cruise on audio. We kind of listen to shit, cruise. We laugh, we crack up or whatever. And that's kind of why I do my stuff in podcast format, because we're drivers. We're not stationary people sitting in the office all day. We gotta be out driving. So I'm like, I try not to do too much crazy shit on the screen, but sometimes shit be so funny, I start throwing my memes up. I'll be laughing at the shit myself. It'd be so funny. I'll be like, man, this is so stupid. What am I doing? But I try to just keep the conversation going. Even when I'm talking about the rides that I'm doing, I try to say the dollar amount. I try to say the miles. I say the time frame. I say what part of town I'm in. I try to say a lot of things so you don't got to watch the screen as you're driving. Because if you want to know, hey, man, they just sent me a ride. It's 11 miles. It's $14. I ain't got no surge on it. I mean, I say that in the video so you can just keep driving. You don't have to stop and say, well, what if I say, yeah, I just got this ride, I'm not going to take it. And then you're going to be like, well, what kind of ride did he get? Because you're looking at the road driving. So podcasts, I like podcasts because most people who are podcasters understand that most of their content, even like Joe Rogan and people like that, most of their content is not something that somebody's watching, not something that somebody's going to look at. So, like I said, and most of my material, I don't really have a lot of news to talk about. If I got news, I'll discuss the news with you. I'll talk about it with you. I'm not going to read it to you. I'll discuss it with you. Like we discussed the lawsuit shit up in New York. I'll talk about it with you. I'm not going to read the fucking article. You can read the article when you're taking a break. If you say, man, let me look this shit up, see what he was talking about. Then you look it up. Unstable Joe, what's good? Like Andre said, I love Cash App, 100% of the fare. That's right. That's right. And more riders need to see that, man. More riders need to say, I need drivers' numbers in my phone, at least 3-4 drivers in my phone, because I'm going to be stuck at some point where the price is going to be way too high that I don't want to fucking pay. And there might be a driver in my area that I know willing to take my cash for that ride, because they're trying to charge me $75. I'm willing to give $50 for the ride. I'm willing to give $50 because we know if they pay $75, we ain't getting them about $28 to $30 of that shit. And that's all we going to get. No. Mel said, come on, Jeff, you hate driving to Scottsdale. You probably tell them, doubt it. No, the only reason why I don't really like driving to Scottsdale is because it's Paradise Valley and Scottsdale. It's two small little things right next to each other. Now, they have a lot of like traffic cameras all over the place. And sometimes you get caught up in conversation. You chatting with the people in the back seat, you laughing, you joking, you listen to music, this and that. All of a sudden you see a flash. You don't know what the fucking flash is for because you weren't looking at the speed limit. It dropped right down to 35 and you're still going 45 because you didn't pay attention. You're in Scottsdale, you're in Pleasant Grove. It's open traffic, middle of the night. You're just driving, see a flash. Next thing you know, you get this shit delivered to your mailbox that you were going 10 miles an hour, 11 miles an hour over. It happened to me twice so far driving rideshare up there. And I don't like giving my profits to the police. I want to keep my profits in the bank. I don't want to be like, okay, now, tickets and attorney's fees are now a part of me driving now. I don't want to be like that. So I stay away from areas that got traffic cameras. In Scottsdale, you go up and down Scottsdale Road, they'll give you a camera. Like one time I was about to make a light. So I'm driving. I'm about to make a light. It was turning yellow. I wasn't stopping. Nobody was stopping. So we just went through the light. We all got flashed and I get something mailed to my house too. And I'm like, this is bullshit right here. So I know how the system works up there. So I just stay from up there. It's an expensive place to drive because it's going to cost you some point. You're going to have to pay a $285 ticket. That's a lot of profit to be taken off somebody. You're driving a whole day just for $285. Because I'm chatting in the car. I'm going through music. I'm recording video. I'm looking at the navigation on my app, this and that. I'm not actively driving around looking for traffic cameras. I know they're all there. So my best bet is just to stay the fuck away from there. That's it. So I don't do Scottsdale because I can't afford to do Scottsdale. It's like, nah, I'm cool. What's the Risen say? How long can your AR get before they knock you out of the app? Risen King, I did 2 videos talking about AR and deactivation. Uber and Lyft both Uber had the lawsuit, I believe. But it was talking about us being independent contractors. We cannot be deactivated for not taking jobs. That's forcing a contractor to take a job. We can go to 0% and still stay on the app. We can't be forced to take a job being a contractor. We're independent of their company. So they don't have to use us. They can throttle us or some shit like that, but they can't deactivate you because you got 0% AR, 1% AR. We got people on here 2-3% AR, still driving, not deactivated. But there was the ongoing rumor for so long that, hey, if you get a low AR, you're going to get deactivated. Nobody has ever shown anybody, because the only sentence you hear is if your AR gets too low, you're going to get deactivated. They have never said, my man Tommy Jones got deactivated for low AR. Here's his message. Here's his message from Uber saying that his AR got so low that he had to get deactivated. Here's, Sally. Sally got deactivated for low AR. Here's her email from Uber and Lyft saying the same thing. Nobody ever has that proof. They always say, if you let your AR get too low, you're going to be deactivated. Show me somebody that happened to. Well, yeah, well, shit. The moment somebody say, well, you're done listening to them. Done listening to them. Because they'll sit up there and they'll go, well, I heard, yeah. So I did 2 videos showing on the Uber Legal. Uber Legal says the only thing that AR is used for is for their programs. AR is used for their diamond program, their blue program, platinum program. That's the only thing they use their AR for. It's for you to get certain benefits out of the app if you hit certain AR levels. No deactivation mentioned whatsoever in the entire legal Uber Legal section of that whole contract that we signed. Nothing about it. Then you got me, I'm going back and forth with Uber support and one thing, because I was talking about, the shit they was pulling with me or whatever. And they were saying, well, the reason why we give you an option to decline any ride you want to is so you can select the type of rides you want. You don't get penalized for declining any rides you don't want. You don't get penalized for that. This is Uber talking to me direct, whether it's AI or if it's a person. We're going back and forth, and I put that shit on video. I did the whole screenshot showing me and Uber going back and forth, talking about low AR and them saying they cannot deactivate me if I don't select certain rides that are not good for my situation. And they said we kind of adjusted the algorithm to make shorter rides pay a little bit more, so people are quicker to take shorter rides. So I made a whole video about it and showed people. So if Uber is saying it in their legal paperwork, and then you got the actual chat saying it, saying, hey, we can't penalize you for not accepting rides. You decline whatever you want to decline. If it's not for you, just decline it. So you got 2 sources coming straight from the company, and you got all these drivers out there. No, man, if your AR gets too low, they're going to deactivate you. But they never show you anybody that's ever happened to. They just pass along bullshit. And that's why I tell people, watch who you listen to, because you might end up in the same boat they're in. These people are scared as hell to decline a ride. So that's why when you look at their lifestyle or bank account, anything else, they're living real fucking hard. They're living hard because they're taking a whole bunch of shit rides trying to stay active. And I'm like, you don't got to take all them shit rides. Yeah, high ARs, low profits. That's what it is, man. Gigi says, what? Bro, I'm still at 1%. Been 7 days now, but they won't let me get to 0%. They keep sending you good rides. That's what it is. That's what they keep sending you, good rides, man. They're like, nope, we ain't going to let you drop through the floor. Nope. Because in my opinion, Lyft is scared, because if Lyft was more transparent and Uber was more transparent with their investors, and their investors knew that all this shit they was talking about, oh, we got this many ride requests coming in per day. We got this many. The market is great. You guys can invest with us. You guys can buy our stock. You can do this and that. Talk to the driver's side. Now go to the other and say, hey, how many rides are you guys really accepting out of all the requests they claiming they sending out? Like 1% of them, like 10%, 30% maybe. No, 13%, 7%. Oh, so you saying you only accepting 7% of the fares that are offered to you because they're that horrible? Yeah. AR talks about how much money this company really makes. If you got low AR and a ton of low AR drivers, it don't matter how many requests they send out. How many requests are we taking? That's where your money's at. Fuck what you sending out. What are we taking? If we only taking 1% of the requests you send out, and you send out 100 requests, that means one motherfucker's getting a ride all day. That's it. Because we're only taking 1% of the rides. So for every 100 you send out there, only one person is getting a ride. So that's what investors look at. They go, you guys aren't making a lot of money because you're sending out a bunch of requests that aren't being, a bunch of orders that aren't being completed. It's kind of like trying to sell cars. Let's say you make a whole bunch of Fords. You make 1,000 Fords, but how many dealers are actually taking the Fords? 2. So you sold 2 Fords out of the 1,000 you made. Yep. That's it. We just sold 2 of them. Investors don't want to hear that shit. They don't care how many you made. How many did you sell? And that's why investors are like, we don't care how many offers you sent out there. We don't care how many ride requests you sent out there. How many did you sell? How many transactions were completed? That's what we need to know about, because that's where the money's at. Drivers complete the transactions. We create the revenue. So all these people out there, they're the ones sitting there going, well, I got a high AR. You're lying to the investors. You're telling investors that we're living in a good market right now. You're telling investors, hey, I got 98% AR. We're a good market, but you got shit money. You're working 80 hours just to make $2,000. You're dying when it comes to profit. You have no profit, but you're telling the apps and you're telling investors the markets are amazing. Don't change. This is 98% good, 90% good, 100% good. It's all good. Don't change nothing. We're doing amazing. And we like, man, this shit's 13% good. This shit's 7% good. This shit's 1% good. Shit ain't no good. And that's how you create change. Through the shit ain't no good, not the shit's all good. Oh, it's all good. But can you do us a favor and give us more money? We ain't giving you more shit. You just said it was all good. You had 98% AR. What the fuck you need more money for? You accepting everything. You don't need no more money. You need to use your fucking brain. Dip your AR down and get more money. If you want to get more money, tank your AR. Now you're going to get more money. Yeah, Frank, real shit, man. Frank said, like Jeff said earlier, your market dictates your AR. That's right, man. And Frank, like I said, Frank's down in Casa Grande. He'll send me some screenshots. Now, Casa Grande notoriously has like horrible market. No rides, garbage shit, bullshit. Ain't nobody down there. Ghost town. Frank busting out $200-$300, 6 hours every day in the ghost town. How the fuck you making like four? I mean, every time he pull his phone up, this moment $38 for like 6 miles, $24 for 3 miles. He's in a ghost town. And this motherfucker, he ain't even leaving Casa sometimes. $11 surge, $12 surge, PAW Patrol. This motherfucker ride. Frank is killing Casa Grande right now. Killing it. Motherfucker, $126. Been online for like hour and a half, 2 hours. Just surging the shit out of him. Because he figured out what it takes to make money in that market. You can't just be accepting shit, driving around all over the place, picking up people for 50 cents a mile, $1 a mile, $1.15 a mile, expecting to make a good living off of that. Frank's like, no, he's declining the shit out of it all. He sits offline. He don't do shit. He cleans his car, hangs out, does whatever, details his car up. When he sees surges popping up, PAW Patrol that shit, get the surge, bam, pick the money. $24, 3 miles. $18, 1.6 miles. I'm like, dude, you killing it down there. And he used to have to come all the way to Phoenix all the time just to make money. He would come all the way to Phoenix to make money. Now he only comes to Phoenix when it's like he wants to be busy or he grabs somebody from the airport. It comes up. He learned how to annihilate that market down there. To be in a market that small to make that much money in that short of a time frame. It's brains, man. It's brains. Because when you sit there and you let these apps tell you, if you got 90% AR, that means your market is good and we're not changing nothing. 100% AR, oh, your market's good. We're not changing. It's a level of tolerance. If you tolerate that shit, they're going to keep giving you that shit. Where do you break that level of tolerance? The point of elasticity. The point of elasticity is your breaking point. What's your breaking point? What is your point of elasticity? My point of elasticity is about $1.75, $2 a mile. Lower than that, I might not even fuck with it. Like, nah, because that's my point of elasticity. And so you're at 8%. So with Silver Fox being at 8% AR, that means he has a point of elasticity that won't allow them to send him shit past that point. And that's why a lot of people, they have a very high point of elasticity, which is why they got a high AR. They have 98% AR. So that means 98% of the shit that's sent to them, they're going to take it. You could bend them like a fucking wet noodle. You could bend them like a wet fucking noodle. Me, I'm like a dry noodle. I'll snap if you bend a little bit too much. You barely bend it, you done snap that noodle. Like, you got to heat the fucking, these motherfuckers are like hot, wet noodles. You send them a fucking 50 cent a mile ride, they flimsy as a motherfucker. I'll take it. I'm like, these motherfuckers, high AR, we're going to start calling those motherfuckers bowl of noodles. That's what y'all motherfuckers are bowl of noodles, man. Y'all riding around in a fucking bowl of noodles all day. You bend it for anything out there. Me, nope. Point of elasticity is way too low. Nope, I'm not taking that shit. Nope. Bend it, snaps. Send Jeff this ride, snaps. Send Jeff that ride, snaps. Send Jeff this ride. Okay, that's good. $4 a mile. I could do that. It ain't near the point yet. It ain't near the point. But you got these bowl of wet noodle motherfuckers driving around. 50 cents a mile. I'm going to take that. I want to stay busy. Like, no. See, now the apps won't change. The apps only change when it hits your breaking point. When it hits your breaking point, now they know you won't tolerate that shit. You won't take that shit. And that's how profits start generating. And Frank said, nobody can even get an Uber after 8 p.m. every night. Yeah, exactly. Because they got to get them prices up. If they want to move people and make money after 8 p.m., they got to pay drivers to be out there after 8 p.m. Otherwise, drivers like, nope. But you get the wet noodles. The wet noodles bend for that shit. They take whatever. They'll take anything. So investors need to hang out with us in a few hours. They'll be saying, doubt it. Exactly. And then the investors need to know how the money is really made. Like, how is the money? The money is made through the drivers. The app uses the money to, just like that's why they owe $328 million. The app does fuckery to make money. If they didn't do, you don't ever see a driver being sued for making too much money on the app. You never see a driver being sued for using the app a certain way. We're going to sue you for fucking using PAW Patrol. We're going to sue you because you've been driving around on Uber Pet. What's the fucking tier? I could use it if I want to. You can't tell me I can only use Uber Pet like when you tell me to. I use it when I want to, and I use it to my advantage. It's Uber Pet. Now, but you always see the apps getting sued for janky shit all the time. because you got some criminal-minded motherfuckers against a bunch of families that's trying to grind and make money. That's what you have. The good versus the evil. And people say, well, why you call the apps evil? Then why these motherfuckers always in court getting sued all the time? They get sued for stock transactions. They getting sued for doing shit to drivers. They getting sued for stealing tips. They getting sued for algorithmic issue. And what driver have you ever seen being sued for doing something with this app, as far as like that they did something to the app? Like, you know what? We don't think Jeff should have did that, man. He was using PAW Patrol to keep that. We're going to sue him. We're suing him. I mean, there's a reason why the apps are always getting sued, because these apps don't generate money. They don't. They generate schemes, and schemes fall apart, and schemes end up being, you get fined for schemes, you get sued for schemes, scams and schemes. That's it. You're always getting sued. You ain't never seen a coalition of drivers getting sued by Lyft. Oh, we're going to sue this entire bank of drivers over in fucking Fresno because all the Fresno drivers did this shit. We're suing them all. You would never hear Lyft say that shit, because drivers don't scheme. We just out here trying to make this money. We trying to do the best we can do with the tools we're given. That's what we're doing out here. And so when I see drivers out here making money, doing well, doing good, not getting deactivated for lame shit, like weird shit, that's another driver out there that's proven that it can be done when you drive right, when you drive smart. Yes, Paw Patrol an app. Paw Patrol is Uber Pet. That's what Paw Patrol is. Paw Patrol should be an app, goddammit. At this point, we've been using the shit out of Uber Pet. We call that shit Paw Patrol, because that motherfucker, you be patrolling the area with dog paws. Like, yeah, I'm gonna go get this surge real quick. Because see, traveling man, you don't understand how we use it. See, we use Paw Patrol like this. Let's say there's a $15 surge, like maybe a half mile away from me, a $15 surge. Now, if I put it on UberX don't want me to get that $15 surge, because UberX is like, if he gets that $15 surge, they just use the surge like moths to a flame. They just want to attract a lot of drivers to an area. They really don't want nobody to have it, but they're going to draw as many drivers as they can to get there, then drop it. So if I'm on UberX, they're going to keep trying to send me rides before I get to that surge, because they don't want to pay that surge. They're going to send me a ride going that way, send me a ride away from the surge, send me a ride this way. They're going to keep trying to dispatch me away from the surge. Uber Pet, Paw Patrol, there's not a lot of requests coming in on Uber Pet. So you put that shit on fucking Paw Patrol. You put that shit on Uber Pet, and you just drive all you want. You're just cruising around town, picking up surges. As soon as you get the surge, you cruise in, you get the $15 surge, you go Uber Pet, you turn UberX on, turn Uber Pet off, sit back, just watch the requests come through. You got $15. Make sure they all short. Just keep fucking taking them short bangers over and over again. Yeah. Andre said, Jeff, I couldn't believe when I saw the video of the Uber CEO did Uber for one day, and he was like, this company sucks. Yeah, exactly. And it's hard not to say it sucks, because like I said, the drivers will tell you the truth. If investors hung out with the drivers, what up, Drew? My man Drew down in Austin is back in the house. Yeah, if investors hung out with drivers, they would know there's some shit going on that these apps ain't telling us, because these drivers are keeping it 100. And I got a funny feeling that if we put our money into this company, there's going to be some lawsuits coming down the pipe. If we put our money into this company, there's going to be some fines they're going to have to pay, some government fees. There have to be some retroactive shit, because these apps aren't being on the up and up. We're talking to a lot of drivers. And we're hearing the same shit over and over. There's got to be a suit coming down the pipe at some point. Gotta be. And sure enough, it never fails. It always does. The stolen tips fucking shit one time. Well, 2 times. I think they need to have another one of those audits for the stolen tips shit. Then they just had the thing about the mileage shit out in California. Everybody's not getting the money for their mileage right. Then now they got this shit going on in New York. If investors sat down with drivers, they would get the truth about what these apps are really about. What these apps are. Because ain't nobody checking these apps. And these people putting up hundreds of millions of dollars, giving loans and shit to these apps, doing everything they can do to these apps to keep these apps afloat. Talk to a driver. Come to a real driver's fucking channel, not some old fucking corporate looking ass fucking channel. It's gonna be like, oh, we're gonna pay you by the fucking second. Sweet. You're gonna pay me by the second. It adds up to $328 million fucking dollars. That shit ain't got shit to do with being paid by a second, you raggedy motherfucker. Y'all are scheming and scamming people and misleading people and having people think of shit that has nothing to do with the elephant in the room all the time. You guys swindling the shit out of us. That's what you do. Drew said, I made $230 last night, only driving 88 miles. $230, 88 miles. Drew is buying a new pair of shoes today. He ain't got to wait till payday. Drew already got the money. Drew, you missed it earlier. We was talking about that shit. Motherfucker be like, hey, man, with WC, be like, oh, man, let me wait to see what my paycheck looking like, man. I might be able to get that, but let me wait till the payday come. I'll hit you up on payday about that. With drivers, shit. I'm like, man, I'll get that shit for you in a couple hours. I'll be right back. Motherfucker get in the car, look at the gas hand. Oh, cool. I got a half a tank of gas. I'm gonna use like maybe a quarter, eighth of a tank. I'll make about $150. I'll be right back. Man. I'm gonna use PAW Patrol method tonight and tomorrow night in the club areas and see if I can see a jump in the surges. Oh yeah, Glenn, that's what I do it all the time, Glenn. When I'm downtown, I leave that shit on PAW Patrol. Sometimes you leave it on PAW Patrol, and this is why I tell people don't use airplane mode, because airplane mode pulls you out of Wi-Fi reception. If you don't get no Wi-Fi reception, you can't keep up with what the surge is at the moment. You're not in real time, because you got to come out of airplane mode and then the Apple update to show you what it's been doing while you've been in airplane mode. So you might be right around the corner from a $15 surge sitting in airplane mode and not even know it because you're in airplane mode. You go on PAW Patrol, you put that shit on Uber Pet, everything happens in real time because the Wi-Fi is still running. So the app is updating the whole time you're on Wi-Fi. If you sitting around a $15 surge, sitting around the corner from a $15 surge, you'll see it because it'll pop up on the app just like that. And I'm one of those people that say, no, when I used the Jeep a long time ago, I used to watch YouTube. People like, oh yeah, use airplane mode, And that's what they said, use airplane mode. But they didn't put any thought to it. Airplane mode turns off Wi-Fi. You're not seeing shit in real time. The only time you're going to see it in real time is if you hurry up and come off airplane mode. Now shit pops up and you're like, well, fuck, it was a $15 surge over there the whole time and I drove away from it. Should have been on PAW Patrol, should have been on Uber Pet. You got to keep that Wi-Fi running. Keep that Wi-Fi running. That's why I tell people, do not worry about online hours. Don't worry about, you got these raggedy motherfuckers going to jump in the comments, your online hours look high. Looks like you've been sitting online for 2 hours. Like, motherfucker, you don't even know what I've been doing for 2 hours. I've been sitting there eating motherfucking like grapefruit and fucking ice cream. The fuck you know what I'm doing? You don't have no idea what it looks like you're online. Motherfuckers like that, I can't stand drivers like that. It's like you clock watch another motherfucker with a bank account that's probably triple yours because of how we do shit. And you sitting there clock watching me like you my fucking boss. Like, motherfucker, don't clock watch me. I know what the fuck I'm doing. Because if you were doing what I'm doing, we'd be kind of working in the same fucking. But a lot of these drivers, they're not doing it how we're doing. So they're going downhill. They're going to go on strike. They're going to protest. They're going to be on the news talking about, oh man, we're not making no fucking money. And we, in the meantime, like, dude, I'm about to go out and get this $20 fucking surge. PAW Patrol. we don't back in the game, baby. Exactly. We don't sit there and play games with these apps, man. We don't play games because we know they playing games, which is why they got to pay $328 million. They play games. We don't play games. When it's time to go make this money, we go make this money. We talk to each other. Hey, what you going to do? I'm going to be on this side of town, probably PAW Patrol it in, make sure I grab a couple of surges, turn that shit off, see if I can get another route a little bit further south. That's what we do. We help each other out like that. King James hit me up last night. Jeff, don't forget, man, NASCAR Avondale Speedway this weekend. Cool bet. Thanks. Because I didn't know it. And he hit me up, man. Avondale Speedway this weekend. I'm like, NASCAR? We finna make bank. Shit, I got Stanley Jenkins Motorsports on the front of my shit. I'm gonna pull up. They're gonna be like, oh shit, we got a NASCAR picking us up. Hell yeah, $20 tips only. Shit. Well, Victor, I'm a Phoenix driver and I've seen weird stuff. Oh yeah, man. Weird shit. So y'all hear about Chicago trying to get Scroober and Grip to pay $1.85 a mile and 65 cents a minute? Shit, I'm gonna have to move back to Chi. Yeah, because if you're doing $1.85 a mile, 65 cents a minute, then you're basically getting close to about $3, $3.50 a mile total, because it's going to take you a couple of minutes to go a mile. So you're probably going to get closer to a little over $3 a mile right there. And 65 cents a minute, if you sitting in traffic, you ain't doing nothing but getting banked up. Shit, you sitting in traffic? Oh, yeah, you getting banked. I was like, bring all the traffic you want. I'll sit behind a motherfucking box truck, behind a school bus. I ain't going nowhere. 65 cents a minute to hang out. No. Yeah, exactly. Good boy said, I will keep going off and online on Lyft to keep the app updated. Yeah, that's the only thing about Lyft. I used to use Lux all the time for my pause button. When they was screwing with us with Lux a long time ago, Lux was my pause button. It was like my Uber Pet. But then they started sending us all Lux rides back when it started. So I was just leaving on Lux and just leave it running. Now that it's got that weird shit on it, I don't know what to do now with Lux. Like I said, I got to turn it off. I just turn that shit off. Then I'll turn it back on after a little while. I'll make sure no rides or nothing like that come through. They need trip radar on Lyft. That's what they need. So we can like sit there and go through the little trip buffet, seeing what we want out of there. Man, if we all donate $1, we can cut both Uber and Lyft, cut out the middleman. For real, man, for real. If we had a strong enough coalition of people willing to find somebody who was honest enough to create an app that was similar to Uber, because like I said, we got Hum out here, but Hum has an actual person being the dispatch. So Hum doesn't run at nighttime because nobody works dispatch at night. It's only a daytime app. So I can't drive Hum. But I went to one of the meetings one time and they said, yeah, we don't do nights, we only do days because we have dispatchers that actually dispatch the cars. But with Uber and Lyft, they use algorithms. So if we had somebody that can use a server algorithm, I mean, it would be very expensive to create that shit. Very expensive to create it. But if we got closer to 100% of the fares, I wouldn't mind upping the insurance I pay to commercial insurance on my car. I would up it to commercial and be like, yeah, I'll do that. Because right now it's just rideshare. And rideshare pretty much covers rideshare. That's what it does. It covers rideshare. But if I have nothing else, if everything I'm doing is going to be 100%, I'm going to be doing things even outside of rideshare that might deal with a company. I might pick up like a whole group from the fucking, from the hotel or something like that. Get me a SUV and start doing it like that. If I'm keeping 100% of the fare, I'm getting something that could take 5 people at a time. I'm going to say, okay, I got the Beamer. Let me go get an SUV that could take 5 people at a time. I'm keeping 100% of the fare. I can afford that extra charge now. So I'll go get me an SUV now. And now I'm cruising around, in an Infinity or some kind of, big old Lexus truck or, a Tahoe, something that can take more people. I mean, it's worth it, man. It's worth it. The Lip Lux Lounge, kicking back. Yeah. Melson, I'm chilling online time while having a crusty, dusty donut. Flakes all in your lap and shit. Fucking customer walk up to the car like, man, it's been raining in your car. What, man? It's been snowing in your motherfucking car. You got flakes all over your body. Like, motherfucker, I'm eating one of these crusty dusties. You want one? I got a box. Sure, I'll take one. Now the passenger in the back, fucking crust all over him. Now you got 2 crusty, dusty motherfuckers driving around. Like shit. Andres came in and said, hey, Jeff, it's all about education. The high AR drives, because if we decline all over the world, these apps will shit themselves. Exactly. And I'm telling you, Andres, we seen it happen. Because when all the Lux drivers got booted off of Lux and we got made extra comfort over that Halloween week, dude, Lyft, they had to throw surge out to keep people coming back. They had to throw surge. Lyft got their asses handed to them. All the money they were paying for these rides. And the riders wasn't paying that much. Riders were like, if they took, let's say, a 8-mile ride or a 8-minute ride, 2-3 miles, they probably paying $10, $12 for it. But we were sitting on $12 surges alone. I mean, they're paying $18, $19, $20 for rides that riders are paying $12 for. They got their ass handed to them because nobody was driving for Lyft. The whole algorithm got shook. They didn't know what to do. So in order to create demand, because everybody went over to UberX, in order to create demand, the algorithm had to throw a ton of money out there to make drivers come back over. But we all stayed on UberX. We had Lyft running, but all we were doing was just declining rides. We were just sitting there going, nah, that's not enough for me to go over there. Nah, that's not enough for me to go over there. And that's what we do. We help the other apps out by staying on the app we got, staying in the region we got. If we don't like the price on the other one, we don't take it. Because I can sit up there and be off rides on Uber, no rides at all, sitting on Uber Pet, just going to a surge downtown, sitting on a surge or whatever. I can do Lyft rides. So I'll turn Lyft on and Lyft is running. Lyft is trying to send me something. If they're not sending me shit, I'm just declining the whole time. Decline, $1 a mile, decline. $3 surge, I'm sitting on Lyft, but it's still paying me $1 a mile, decline. And that's how we was helping all these Lyft drivers make serious bank. Exactly what you said. Just decline. That's it. And the apps didn't know what to do. They were stuck. Both apps were stuck. They were like, what the hell is going on, man? Uber just got a whole influx of new drivers came in. And all of a sudden, Lyft ain't got nobody. And a bunch of people are sitting on just declining shit the whole time. What the hell just happened? Louise said, hey, Jeff, I'm out here driving, listening to you in Vegas. Last day of SEMA. I've been crushing it, making $600 a day. My AR is shit, but my bank account blew up. That's how you do it. Hey, you in the right mindset, Louise. You in the right mindset, brother. Because right now, it's a lot of people out there in the wrong mindset. They worried about online. Oh, man, you've been online for too long. Your online hours, but we don't drive online time. We scout for online time. How do you think you making $600 a day? You making $600 a day, I bet you working probably, I would say 10 hours, 10, 11 hours, making $600 a day. You probably running about $60 an hour right now. About $60, $70 an hour you running. Now, most people drive 10, 12 hours in a day, they're going to make $250 to $300. So you're doubling what they're making because you're only taking good rides. Your actual drive time in that amount of time, you're probably doing about 8 hours, 8 hours, 9 hours. You're actually really driving. Other time, it's just online is all the rest. So you're probably working a normal hour work day like normal people work, but you're making $600 and you scouting with the other like time saying, no, I'm not taking that. Nope, I'm not taking that. Nope, I'm not taking that. And that's how we do on these apps. Online time is just our available time. And there's so many other drivers out there that don't drive like us. They want to come and devalue how we do this shit. Ask them, are you making $600 a day doing it your way? Are you making $500 a day doing $1,000 a day doing it your way? $800 a day doing it your way? If you're not, then you're talking to the wrong bank of drivers about that bullshit. You're trying to educate the wrong bank of drivers. Because if Louise is out there making $600 a day, you're making $300 a day trying to educate Louise. I'm sorry, but you got some shit fucked up. It's like the dude is making $600 a day, driving, picking good shit over there. Yeah, see, a little bit over 11 hours a day, just sitting online, scouting. Because I was doing the same thing when I was doing waste management. I was online like 8, 9, 10 hours, but I wasn't driving that long. But you got to be online that long to just be available to say, hey, what's out there? What's popping up? If ain't nothing popping up, just keep chilling where you at. Don't go nowhere. Sit where you at. I was in downtown Austin last night, and I was declining 10, 20 trash trips in a row, and they would get me an $11 ride going on about a mile. Exactly, Drew. You see it, man. You see it. The money is out there, Drew. The money is out there. And a lot of people would have took one of those trash rides. They would have took one. Oh, but I stayed busy. Yeah, but if Drew is getting $11 a mile, let's think of Drew. Just think about this. If you could do that shit all the time, $11 a mile, $11 for 1 mile. If you drove 1,000 miles in 1 month, you'd make $11,000 in 1 month. That would be crazy. 11,000, and you said, dude, I only drove like 1,000 miles over the month. You basically went through like 2 tanks of gas, and you made $11,000 off of 2 tanks of gas. That shit would be unheard of. It would be unheard of. But that's what we do. You know, we drive for profits. We don't drive just to stay busy. Well, I want to be out there driving. I don't like sitting around. It's cool if you don't like sitting around. Drive your way. I tell everybody, drive your drive. It's cool. What I'm not cool with is people that drive the way they drive, but then they come to our side of the equation, seeing how much money we're making, how we doing. They trying to devalue what we do. Oh, well, that's not really smart the way you guys are doing it because, your AR is going to get you deactivated. That's not smart. Oh, it's not smart doing that because, if you sit around and you're cooling, your car cools off too cool and your oil cools down too cool, your car's not going to run right. You're sitting around, you got to keep the car dry. They come up with any fucking thing. They say the weirdest shit sometimes. And I'm just like, well, what's your bank account looking like? Well, I'm working on it. Exactly. Because a lot of us, the way we drive, we focus on what am I taking out of the bank versus what am I putting back in the bank. That's all we focus on. What up, Beauty with Essence? Back in the room. What's good, lady? What's good? Silver Fox, we have a big convention today, so it should be crazy, Surge. Yeah, get it, brother, get it. What Dante said, hey, Jeff, can you explain to me the concept when you show us your ride history and you say they didn't make any money off me this week or this ride? Well, I can do it off of this week because if you go to Lyft, and you hit your weekly review, you hit that weekly amount, it'll pop up. You scroll all the way down through the screen and you'll see a Lyft adjustment at the bottom. That Lyft adjustment at the bottom should be either positive or negative. Now, you're going to have all your fees in there, like your insurances, all your crazy stuff like that. Lyft is taking that out of the fare right off the bat. They're taking that right off the bat. That's coming out of the fare. So there's nothing you can really do with that. But that adjustment at the bottom is what we look at. Because it'll say something like, negative $15 or say positive $20. That's money that Lyft made on you, basically. They made $20 on you. That's their adjustment. They were in the positive dealing with you that week. But if it's negative, then they were in the negative dealing with you that week. On Uber, it's hard to see. But yeah, on Lyft, just hit that weekly and you kind of scroll through and you say, okay, cool. So they lost, $13 on me. Or they made $111 on me this week. That's what I see all the time. Oh, yeah. Good Boy says 200, 300 a day in New Orleans. New Orleans is small, so it makes, 5 Mile filter look big as fuck. It's like the whole state. Hey, Good Boy, he opened that shit up. It's like, dude, I got to drive the whole state just to make this. It's like, no, man, it's just a small spot, dog. That's all. It looks like that. They got the ocean and shit all wrapped into it. Like, man, you fucking Uber boat. I'm Uber boat today, motherfucker. You put that filter and they got you picking up fish and shit. Well, I just picked up some fish over there at the docks, man. These motherfuckers got me doing all this shit, man. Yeah. And Louis said, just to clarify, if anybody is listening from Vegas and wondering how did all that money, how did I make all that money with construction for Formula One and all that traffic? I didn't drive on the strip. That's right. Because like I said, Louis, when you're a high profit driver, we got to get people in. We got to get people out. That's the trick to it. Get in my car. Let's get to your destination. Let's get out. It ain't a whole bunch of sitting because we need to hurry up and scout for the next ride. because our relaxing time is not sitting chatting with, driver or riders and stuff like that. That's not our relaxing time. Our relaxing time is when we're sitting at Circle K, hanging out, waiting on that, like Drew said, $11 a mile banger. That's what we're waiting on. Because for somebody else, for $1 a mile, people to make $11, they got to drive 11 miles to make $11. We're only driving 1 mile to making that. So 11 miles, they're driving like at least 15, 20 minutes to make it. We've been sitting here for 15 minutes. So in 15 minutes, we made the same amount of money, except we only drove 1 mile. They drove 11. More wear and tear, more fuel. And that's why I don't mind sitting and relaxing, because we're actually being on the road less. And so you sit there and you avoid the strip. That means you don't have a lot of downtime. You avoid that strip. You getting people in, you're getting people out. You scouting your next ride real quick. You're like, okay, what's next? You found a ride, $22, 9 miles, $22. Take it. Get the $22, get a file out. Now you just did $27 for 9 miles, $3 a mile. Bet. Scout for your next ride. And that's how we drive, man. We know exactly how to get these high profit margins versus sitting there trying to stay busy. And we're giving up the opportunity to get rides like that. I mean, most of the high AR people, they'll get one banger every once in a while. They'll get a good banger every once in a while. They'll be doing a whole bunch of shit trips, get like a banger or two in a row. Ooh, look, I'm doing amazing. We get banger after banger after banger after banger. And the shit just don't stop, because we'll sit there and scout. Nope, don't want that. $42 for 11 miles. I'll take that. $42 for 11 miles. Shit, I did $63 one time for 13 miles. $63, 13 miles. I'll do that. $1 a mile person, they're going to drive 63 miles just to make $63. I drove 13 miles to make $63. It happens. It's like, almost $5 a mile right there. Okay, cool. $5, $6 a mile. Let's do it. So you can get out there and get the good bangers, but you've got to have that patience to get it. Got to have that patience to get it. And a lot of people don't have that patience. They're in that employee mindset. Got to stay busy. I got to stay going. I got to stay rolling. Like what Dante said, yeah, I avoid the strip too. Me and Louis on the same thing. Yeah, man, because the strip, it's slow money. It's slow money. I know a lot of people are tipping and casino hopping, this and that, but that traffic is moving at 5 miles an hour. You're moving at 5 miles in 1 hour, 2 miles an hour. 10 miles an hour. That's as fast as you're going. So if you're going 10 miles an hour, you better be getting like $6, $7 a mile. Because if all you're going is 10 miles an hour and you want to make $70 in that hour, you better be getting $6, $7 an hour, or $6, $7 per mile. Because you ain't really going nowhere. Because if you're going 10 miles an hour and you're getting $1 a mile, you're getting $10 an hour is what you're going to get, because you're only going 10 miles an hour. That's all you're doing. So if you're on a strip, you got to come up with a whole new game plan. You got to come up with a real high dollar amount. I'm going to do strip, but every ride has to be $20 from this casino to that casino. That's it. If we do this, if I get on the strip, I got to, I need a $40 ride to go from this casino to that casino. I need a $40 ride. Don't be taking no $8 rides, $9 rides, $10 from casino to casino, because you're only making, like I said, you're only going 5, 10 miles an hour. You're sitting in traffic. You're sitting there. You're not going nowhere. If you drove in Vegas traffic all day for an hour, the most you would make is about 10 miles. Let's say the Vegas strip is 2 miles long total. You'd only do 5 passes on the strip in that hour. You'd only do 5 passes, because you go down, then you come back. Then you go down, then you come back. And in an hour, the most you're going to do is, because the traffic is moving so slow. So you got to get off that traffic. Yeah, Dalton said, didn't realize we had this many Vegas drivers on the channel. Traffic ain't moving on the strip at all. We all stayed on the outskirts picking up the surge. That's right, brother. That's right, Dalton, man. That's right. That's right. And being a smart driver, you've understood the benefits of grabbing people on the outskirts of parking lots, the benefits of grabbing people from the outskirts of traffic versus trying to get in to say, I'm going to get in and get that surge, man. I'm going to duck in and get that $10 surge. You better off getting a $5 surge on the outskirt, get the $5 surge, do the short ride. Pick up somebody at like Mandalay Bay. Take them down there to the Blue Martini. Drop them off at Blue Martini. You still on the outskirts. You go right back down to the Luxor at Mandalay Bay. You don't bury yourself in there, because that person with the $10 surge still buried in there. And you dropping off your second person ready to go to your third, and they still buried in there trying to get that $10. He was like, no, man, I'll stay out of that shit. Don't get trapped in there. What Drew saying? What up, Glitch Dash? My man, he's up in there. So this is why I don't drive during rush hour. Sitting around locked up in traffic, wasting time. I'm cool on that shit. Look at Drew say, I'm cool on that shit. I ain't doing that. Yeah, because like I said, people don't understand, man. When we used to be paid by time on Lux, I wouldn't mind traffic. I really wouldn't, because Lux was paying us real well. I mean, I could sit in traffic, make, at least $40, $50 an hour doing short trips, sitting in traffic. I mean, I'll do like maybe 2 trips total, still making $40 to $50 an hour, sitting in doing short trips on Lux. Once they said we're taking away rate cards and we're putting upfront fares, that shit's gone. Do not sit in traffic, not with no upfront fares, no, because that's a setup for failure right there. You're gonna sit in traffic, they're gonna eat your clock up, and you ain't putting no miles on your car. You inching forward. You sit at the same light through 3 cycles. Now you finally make it through that cycle or whatever. You make the right turn. Now you get to drop the people off, and you pull your app up, $13. You're like, dude, that shit was 31 minutes. 31 minutes, and I made $13 in 31 minutes. You banking $26 an hour, screwing around in traffic. When you could be on the outskirts picking up people, you on the outskirts, you making $40, $50, $60 an hour, $70 an hour, surging $80 to $90 an hour with surges. And you just grab people from the outskirts, getting them where they want to get to. Tips, surge, tips, get out of there. If you got a streak going on or something weird else going on, there's just money on top of money. Like I said, rideshare, it's not that it's, and when people say you guys don't have any skill, like I told people, driving is anybody can drive. We teach 16-year-old kids to drive. We got 21-year-olds out there driving. We got everybody out there driving. It's not a skill to drive. Running this as a business is what our skill is. That's the skilled part of it. I'm like, cutting grass is not that fucking skilled. But how many people own landscaping companies and became millionaires off of running a landscaping company? One doctor told me he paid for his med school cutting grass. He had all these people he used to cut grass for. He paid for his med school cutting grass. That's the most low skill shit ever. It's cutting grass. I mean, you see grass is high. You run a lawnmower back and forth. The grass is gone. People run entire landscaping companies off of cutting fucking grass. But yet they want to tell us, well, driving is no skill to low skill. You guys shouldn't be getting paid that much. Yeah, we probably shouldn't be, but we are because we're smart. We know exactly what we're doing. We know logistics, moving people. If we're moving people and these people are worth something, they think they're worth something. If you driving around, let's say Nicole Kidman, you tell me Nicole Kidman is going to give you $20 fucking to drive you around. No, Nicole Kidman going to drop you a couple of G's because you're a chauffeur for the day. You're going to get a couple of G's. If you're driving around a Marty Stoudemire, you're going to probably get a couple of G's driving him around because these are some very expensive logistics. Now, when you get people who ain't worth shit and they don't think they worth shit, the first thing they do is say, well, I don't think I should be paying a lot for this driver. Why? Because you're not worth shit. I mean, tell me you're not worth shit without telling me you're not worth shit. Tell me that. It's like, because I'll tell you right now, if you taking me somewhere, I'm sliding you a $15, $20. Here you go right there, right off the bat. And that's the tip on top of what the app is going to give you. I'm sliding you cash right off the bat because I think my life is worth something. I think my existence is worth something. And for the people who don't think that, especially people in delivery who don't think their time is worth shit, that's why I say, how can you order food from somebody, not tip the driver who just drove 4 miles through traffic, hitting fucking potholes? I got to replace a tire from hitting a pothole. You're driving through traffic, you hitting fucking potholes. You navigate, negotiating traffic. You ain't ran over no dog. You ain't ran over nobody with a fucking backpack. And you deliver their fucking food. And these motherfuckers go, well, I'm not obligated to tip. Well, fuck you then. Fuck you then. Because I just took a lot off your plate. Because that could have been you driving through traffic, avoiding fucking dogs, not hitting no motherfuckers with backpack, hitting potholes, got to replace your fucking tire. I had to order a new fucking tire yesterday. Another $109 out the fucking door for a new tire. That's a brand new tire. It's a new tire. Just paid another $109. So now I got 3 fucking new tires now. And I'm sitting there like, you don't want to pay so I don't want to tip nobody no $3, no $4, no $5. If they don't want to do the job, don't do the job. No tip, no trip, all these motherfuckers. Fuck them all. Let them go get their own food, for real. Because I don't like disrespect like that. You don't disrespect my time. And I'm not going to disrespect your time. I'm trying to save you some time. I'm trying to do this to help you out. I'm trying to pick up your hamburgers and your fucking IHOP and your Burger King for your kids because you don't want to wake your kids up from sleeping and load all the fucking kids in the car just to go down to Burger King. You don't want to wake your kids up. So I'm going to take all this heat and I'm going to put this food in the car and I'm going to go past the dogs. I'm not going to run over no fucking dogs and no kids and no backpacks. And I'm going to get your food to you. And you got nerve to tell me that $3, $4 tip is too much. Fuck you and your food. Fuck that. It's like, I wouldn't take that shit. I just wouldn't. Because I'm saving you all the time. And it's not about delivering the food. It's about me saving you the time of you doing it. I'm going to go pick up your PF Chang's. And you're going to go, well, I ain't going to tip you for that. And fuck you. Go get your own PF Chang's then. I don't need to tip you for IHOP. Then go get your own fucking IHOP. It's like, quit thinking we owe these people shit. Quit thinking we got to be nice to these motherfuckers. Fuck them. Because they want to treat us like that. Like we have to deliver their shit. We don't. We're contractors. We deliver shit for the people who feel that our time is worth just as much as their time. Because we could be at home with our kids. We could be at home playing Call of Duty too, motherfucker. I could be at home playing Fortnite. I could be home watching my kid play Fortnite. I could be throwing a ball with my dog. I'm going to be picking up your motherfucking hot dogs. I could be having fun myself. But I choose to give up my time to help you out, save you some time, be convenient for you and considerate to you. It's a luxury item for you. For you to sit on your ass and have your fucking IHOP delivered to you is a luxury to you. Because you ain't nobody that goddamn important to where somebody is obligated to bring you your motherfucking IHOP. So at least be nice. And go, hey, man, I understand. Hey, man, here's the extra $4, $5, man. Thanks for saving me that time. Save me that fuel. I didn't lose my parking spot in the apartment complex. I got the good fucking parking spot. And I knew if I went and picked up my own IHOP, I would lose my good parking spot. So thank you. I appreciate that. Here's $5. But no, these raggedy motherfuckers is all on different channels, all over the place. We ain't got to tip them. Fuck them. If they don't like the money, they shouldn't do the delivery. How about you just sit there and your shit just never get delivered? How about that? I mean, that's a better option. That's a better option for me. For nobody to ever bring you your shit. That's a better option for me. Because there's somebody out there who respects my time, respects my hustle, respects my grind, respects my car. Because I can hit a motherfucker in that car. I can fuck my car. Respects all that. And says, I want to make sure you stay doing this in business, dog. I'm going to tip you $4, $5. Appreciate that. I know it was a short delivery, but it's $4, $5. Cool. I'd rather deliver for that person. I deliver for that person. Then somebody saying, well, I'll tip you after the service. Consider that service not getting done. Because in a restaurant, it's different. When you sitting at a restaurant, you can't dash and dine. At a restaurant, if you try to dash and dine, that's a crime, to dash and dine. To sit there and eat, to not like the food, you have to speak to a manager first. You got to speak to somebody first before you just get up and fucking leave. You guys say, hey, you know, my mashed potatoes wasn't fucking warm. They was cold as a motherfucker. Well, we'll take it off your bill. Yeah, my soda had way too much fucking ice in it. We'll take it off you. You talk to the fucking manager right there. And then you tip if you want to tip afterwards based on how the service was. When you're doing delivery, you ain't in a restaurant. There's no such thing as dash and dine. You sitting in your fucking house. You're home. So if you don't like anything and you just want to hustle some fucking body and get cheap service done and you don't want to pay nobody, then you don't tip. And that's just how it works. That's why we say pre-tip. Because we're going to do our job. We're going to bring you the food. Was that just $7.58 on 2 tires for the tip? Ooh, man, that's a lot. That's a lot. I'd pay $109 for one. Yeah, but if they want to be cheap and they don't want to tip us, cool. I get it. I get it. A lot of people say, well, we don't have money to tip. Then you should be grocery shopping, not paying for some expensive ass fucking luxury service like delivery. You could grocery shop. That way you don't got to worry about money. I don't have enough money to tip. I only got enough money for this fucking hamburger. Then you should buy a pound from the grocery store. Cook that shit. Put that shit on square bread and eat that shit. Because that's how you're going to save money. That's how you won't end up in this predicament where you wasting somebody else's fucking time, driving down the street, not hitting no fucking kid with a backpack, not running over nobody's motherfucking dog, not fucking up their tire. That's how you not waste that person's time. Because you can't afford this service any fucking ways. Go buy some hamburger, put that shit on square bread, solve your fucking problem. That way you're not look like somebody who, well, I don't want to be mean and not tip. If you ain't got money for it, just don't do the service. It's like, what the fuck, man? It's like trying to go to the goddamn carnival and you get there and you can't afford the parking. What are you going to do? Just leave your car sitting in the middle of the street? Well, I can't afford parking, but I want to go to the carnival. This is a luxury. The carnival is a luxury. You don't have to be at the carnival. It's a luxury. Well, I can't afford the parking, but I want to go to the carnival. You leave your car in the middle of the street, we're going to get that shit towed. I mean, that's your only option right there. So a lot of times, man, people got to look at life as luxury, and we're doing luxury things. We're not a necessity. We can become a necessity, like when you need a fucking ride because you way too goddamn drunk. Yeah, we become a necessity at that point. But in the scheme of like the world and what it is, if there was no such thing as rideshare, everybody would be fine. If there was no such thing as delivery, everybody would be just fine. Because we've existed as civilizations for how many thousands and thousands of years with no delivery and no service? How long have we delivered as civilizations across this planet without services like this? Forever. We'll be fine. We can even go to not having fucking cell phones and back to landlines and we'll be fine because we've done it before. Would it be inconvenient? Very inconvenient. Very inconvenient. So when you pay for inconvenience, when you pay for convenience, that's a little fucking money. Having a cell phone is a convenience. That's a little money. Having rideshare is a convenience. That's a little money. Delivery is a convenience. That's a little money. Because ain't none of this shit a necessity. So if you want to sit around and talk about, well, I ain't got to pay. We ain't obligated to pay. Don't forget, this career is not a necessity. We don't have to deliver fucking your IHOP. We don't have to. We don't have to pick up your PF change. We ain't got to pick up nothing. We ain't got to pick up your Instacart shit. We ain't got to pick up nothing. Because this is not necessary. We could do other shit other than working for people who don't tip. We could do that. And we already know the apps don't pay well. Well, you should just ask for the apps to pay well. I agree with you. We should ask for the apps to pay well, but we're still asking. And until that question is answered with more money, you're not getting your fucking food because you're not tipping. So when you don't get your fucking food, just think they must be still working on getting the app to pay them more money. Why? Because I haven't got my food in 2 days and I ain't tipping. So the app must not be paying them. My kids' hamburgers ain't been getting delivered. The Happy Meals ain't getting delivered. I done ordered dinner twice and ain't got delivered. They must be still working on the apps paying them more because I ain't getting my stuff and I ain't tipping. Yeah, we still working on that. You'll get your food when we've solved that problem. You ain't got a tip. But just think, you ain't gonna get your food. That's how it works. You can't put a driver out here driving for $1.98 fare, driving 3-4 miles for $1.98, $4 for 9 miles, $15 for 32 miles. No tip. Like we have to do that in order to exist on this fucking planet. We don't have to do that in order to exist on this planet. I can say fuck that order. And I'll just start doing rideshare, or I'll go do a delivery for somebody who's actually tipping. That's how we handle that situation. We don't put ourselves out to help out people who don't even give a shit about us anyways. Why am I putting myself out to help somebody who don't give a shit about me? Why would I do that? I'm like, how stupid do I look as a person? You better bring me my hot dog. I ain't got to tip you. It's not obligated. You got to do that because this is the job you chose. The job I also chose is to wake up and say, fuck you. That's a job I chose. So I'm going to do my job right now. I'm going to say, fuck you. That's what I'm going to do. That's the job I chose today, to say, fuck you to everybody who crosses me. That's my job. If you don't cross me, I don't have to do my job. I'll be cool with you. We'll ride. We'll roll. We'll kick it. But you cross me, don't forget what my job is. I woke up today to say, fuck you to people. That's my job. So now, as long as you cool with me, you tipping, the food's there, you treat me with respect, I treat you with respect, everybody's respected. I ain't got to do my job. We just kind of cruise through life. Deliver your food, let you get in my car, give you a ride for rideshare. It's cool. We all cool now. Somebody tell Jeff to go to discount tires and get those tires replaced for free. I don't know, man. If I go to discount tire, they be marked. But see, the thing is, Jermaine, this is the thing about me. I have a tire changer in my garage. I got a mountain balancing whole setup in my own garage. So I get tires pretty cheap because I do it all myself here. Now, if I'm running low on time, like when I had those run flats on my car that you can't get off because they're low profile run flats and you can't bend the sidewall, yeah, I got to go to a tire shop. But now that all the run flats are gone, now I'm back to doing my own shit again. I had to get rid of them fucking run flats. Them goddamn run flats are crazy, man. You can't get those shit off of nothing. Yeah, what Johnson's saying, he says, in the modern world, rideshare drivers make the world go round. Think about people we take to work, people we take to school. We're very valuable. We help the economy. Real shit, Dante. Because imagine how much a car costs. A car costs with the insurance, the repairs, the shit that we break and tear up on them all the time. And people who don't have a car, and are barely making it right now with no car, imagine getting the extra expense of a car being thrown on your plate. How are you going to make it now? Because if you're barely making it and you don't have a car, imagine getting a car. A car is not always a good fucking thing. A car could be what takes you into a hole. A car gets repoed and get your ass evicted. A car can take you down the wrong path. You can end up with a fucking $1,300 repair that you ain't got. But we as drivers, we take on that responsibility. We say, we're going to go get the cars. We'll buy the cars. We'll do the footwork. And we'll pay, thousands of dollars a month, and we'll deal with the headaches of fucking repairs and the headaches of maintenance. We'll deal with all that. All you got to do is pick up an app and say, hey, I need to ride to work. We got you. And the apps need to realize we're the ones doing all the fucking work. The app ain't shit. Because I can find somebody to say, hey, just call me every day. Here's my card. Call me every day when you need to ride to work because you actually stay by my house. I'll just pick you up every day. What up, Thomas Lyle? So I can pick them up. I don't need the app because I'm the driver with the car. The person needs a ride to work. The person don't need an app. They need a ride to work. That's it. So if I'm already the ride to work, the app's non-consequential at that point. They're a non-motherfucking factor at that point. So the apps need to realize you do drivers wrong and you do drivers shitty. Drivers will find a way around your app. Riders will find a way around your app. We'll all get to where we going to, and we'll still help the economy keep going. And all the gimmicks and the games and the fact that you're getting sued for $328 million showing you've been playing too many gimmicks and games with people. Chicken's going to come to roost one day. The chicken's going to come to roost. And a lot of people out there are going to have business cards of drivers, phone numbers of drivers. They're going to have what they need. And all we going to do is be like, hey, I'll be around to pick you up. Oh, I get off work at 7 o'clock every day. Then I'll pick you up at 7 o'clock every day. I'll organize my schedule to make sure I can pick you up at 7 o'clock every day. The apps just lost a customer because they kept fucking with the driver and they kept fucking with the rider. And that's how people going to end up doing better business between each other, which is why the apps don't want us to doing business with each other. The apps need to realize they're travel agents. That's all they are, is travel agents. So for a travel agent to say, oh yeah, we can book you a trip to Jamaica for $1,000. So you pay $1,000 for the trip to Jamaica, but then you find out the trip to Jamaica really only costs $200. You be pissed off like a motherfucker. You be like, wait a minute. I just paid you $1,000 to book this trip to me for Jamaica. I just saw on the website, it's a $200 fucking trip. Where'd my other $800 go? Oh, we kept that because you use the app. When you do it through the app, it costs that much. It's like, but the trip is only $200, and that's how drivers feel. That's how drivers feel. How are you charging these people $80, $60, but giving us $28? If the trip only costs $28 fucking dollars, and that's really what it costs is $28, then charge the customer something close to that. But if you saying to the customer the trip costs, $85, give the driver close to that. Give the driver, $60, $70, something. Don't sit there and play us like suckers. Be like, yeah, the trip costs $80. And we turn around and get $25 out of the deal. And the customer's like, well, I just paid $80 for this trip. I shouldn't have to tip you. Your tip's not in that $80 just paid? Like, no, my tip's not in that $80 you just paid. Oh, well, I just paid $80. Well, I only got $25. Oh, well, damn, you're getting screwed because this trip is only 12 miles. You're getting screwed. Like, yeah, I got screwed. $2 a mile trip. You just paid $80 for a 12-mile damn trip, and I only got 25 out of it. And that's how these apps are not being travel agents. They're being some sketch motherfuckers. And that's why they're getting sued for that $328 million up in New York. That's why they're getting sued, because they're being sketch. And a lot of people are catching on to the shit. Everybody's catching on to it. This is when they don't tip, just eat some of their fries. Jermaine Stupid, just eat some of their fries. I would, but man, I don't even like fucking French fries for real. I like tater tots. I don't know what it is about French fries. This is never really even when I was a kid, I didn't like French fries. That's why whenever I get fries, I just give them to my dogs. Like, they love that shit. They just greasy as a motherfucker, man. It's like that. I know tater tots can be greasy too, but it's something about French fries. They just so damn greasy, man. By the time you finish, you got heartburn and shit. Your chest be hurting. Like, what the fuck did I just eat, man? It's like French fries. Can't eat that shit, man. It's way too much. It's way too much. And me being 50, I don't want to die because I ate a fucking French fry. Man, why he die? Cholesterol. Motherfucker ate a French fry. Passed out. Like, no, I'd rather eat a crusty dusty and die. That was motherfucking custard all in my hands. Like, dude, he was happy as a motherfucker. Look at the smile on his face. That was the best crusty dusty he ever got. I think it was buy one, get one free. Motherfucker like, shit. What up, Thomas Lau? He's back in the building. What Melvin say? Meanwhile, you're broke, non-tipping ass complaining you didn't get your food. Yeah, man. Like I said, on that tip shit. Like I said, and that's what was hard for me about doing delivery. Like when I was doing Uber Eats, the whole tip bait and shit, because I know a lot of people they do that because they think it's funny to tip bait somebody. I'm like, what if we food baited fucking people? How would they feel? If we food baited them, what if we got their order and said, yeah, we're going to bring it to you, and they never got the motherfucker? That's food baiting. They'd be like, well, that's kind of wrong. Well, what do you think tip baiting is? Tip baiting is you're inducing people by putting the tip on there to say, hey, come bring me my food. It's going to be $15 for this order. You bring my food. You're inducing that person to take that order. So they're going to take that order. Now you take that $10 off. That's tip baiting. Because now when the person drops it off, it's $5. Hour, 2 hours later, it's $5 and says this person didn't tip. You're like, but it was $15 that induced me to go get that order. It was $15 on there. Now, will they have a right to pull their tip? Well, do I have a right to say I'm going to pick up this fucking order, decide that I don't want to, cancel the motherfucking, just take the order home to my kids? Can I food bait their ass? I mean, that would be wrong. They will say, well, that's right. That's bad business, Jeff. That's bad business. You can't food bait people like that. You can't pick up their food acting like you're going to pick it up and you go give it to your fucking kids. That's fucked up. They tip bait me all the time. I just thought it would be a return of fucking, I'll do it too. It's like shit. Wendell, what's good, my man? Wendell Thompson. Hey, with the super chat, I appreciate that, brother. And another first super sticker on a live stream. I appreciate that, brother. Much love and respect on that, my man. Wendell Thompson. Hey, I was best friend with a dude named Delwan Thompson over in Memphis, Tennessee. That's my man, Delwan Thompson, man. Delwan, Miguel, Quam, man, all of them, man. That's why I say that name Thompson. That was my best friend's name, man. It's the Wendell Thompson, man. It's like that shit's a blast from the fucking past. Dale Wine. Me and Dale Wine used to rip and run, man. I appreciate that, Wendell. Bought my man some tater tots. Exactly. I love tater. And this is the thing about tater tots. I'll get a whole bag from the grocery store and I'll put them in the oven. I just don't fry. I don't like frying shit. I'll fry my pancakes. I'll fry my bacon, my sausages, my eggs, stuff like that. But as tater tots, I like to put them on this little rack. And that way the grease or whatever that's at, it just drips down. I just oven that shit, man. I love it. Tater tots is the shit. I love tater tots. You just got me a bag of tots, brother, man. I'm going to have to make me some tots, put them in a Ziploc baggie, and that's going to be my little go-to when I'm out driving tomorrow night. I mean, me some tater tots in a Ziploc baggie. Hey, I be doing it, man. I tell my folks, when we on this road doing shit, we got to think of creative ways to stay eating and stay moving. Because I don't stop and eat at no restaurants and stuff like that. I can't deal with restaurant food, man. It's too heavy for me. It's way too heavy. Yeah, air fry tater tots. I forgot I have an air fryer. I never thought about that. Air fry tater tots. I'm gonna look up how to do that shit. How to do that. That's a wild snack on the road. I knew it. Customer be like walking up to the car. I go to the trunk, grab me a big ass zip. I got 3 Ziploc bags of tater tots laid out like weapons and shit in the back. I take out a fucking tater tot. This is rideshare weaponry, baby. Tater tots. Got whole motherfucking. I open up a trunk like a little suitcase. I got the little foam pattern. It's like a donut section right there. It's donuts, tater tots, a juice and shit laying in the fucking trunk. They're like, this motherfucker opened up a suitcase like it's weapons in there. It's like this is the rideshare weaponry. That should be funny as hell. But then my trunk too small. My lunchbox don't even fit, and I can't put luggage in there at the same time. So I'm kind of down to where I can only take a couple of things with me on rides. Man. See, I'll snack on trail mix while I drive. Yeah, you got to, brother. You got to eat on something because you need something because your body is wearing out. Because imagine these dudes that's driving like NASCAR, driving buses all day. If they don't eat, their energy is going. Because, I mean, you're constantly moving your arms, you're moving your legs, you're getting in, you're getting out, you're loading luggage, you're loading in groceries, you walking stuff here and there. It's wearing you down. So you got to keep that energy going. You got to eat something that's going to give you energy back, man. Endorphin Factory was good. I love your content. One of the few real channels that tell it how it actually is. Hey, man. And that's the thing. I think the channel got created by a bunch of drivers that weren't scared to keep it real. They just weren't. Because a lot of channels will dumb you down and they'll tell you can't say certain things about rideshare or certain things about the apps. Or these drivers over, they tell it like it is. When they market sucks, they say it. And a lot of drivers over here, we don't really compete against each other. We compete with each other. We know what team we're on. We're team driver. And when you're team driver, no matter what market you in, I can't find myself talking down to another driver when I see he out there trying and doing the best he can do. I can't talk down to no driver like that. I can't be like, oh, well, you doing it wrong. You just in the and just fucking. I can't do that. I just don't have that in me. That's not my DNA. I see a driver hurt and I say, dude, let me check this out. This is what you can probably do. Talk to this driver right here because he's got the same issue and this is how he overcame it. And you're pulling drivers up, which means you're pulling families up. And like I said, hey, what Amazon Amazing Hustler comes is a lot of growth. You on a whole bigger level that I can only hope to be good. Good job, man. I ain't on that level yet, bro. No, I'm gonna be a podcaster one day. No, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna be on the podcast with Joe Budden. I'm gonna say we're gonna welcome Jeff. Jeff is a rideshare driver out there making this motherfucking money, $300 a day, $400 a day. Motherfucker knows he be taking short trips, getting surge. PAW Patrol. Welcome to the channel. Everybody gonna be like, man, these rideshare drivers done took over the fucking world, man. Because we're more than what people think we are, brother. I got so sick of people asking me, well, what else do you do other than drive? What else should do somebody? And like I said, Dennis, man, what else do people walk up? Like if I see somebody working at their job, I don't walk up and go, well, what else do you do other than this? It's like, maybe that's enough. Maybe what they're doing is enough to pay their bills. You don't just walk up to somebody that's a reception at a desk and say, hey, well, I see you're a receptionist here, but what else do you do for a living? What else do you do? Like, why would I belittle somebody like that? Why would I do that? I don't walk up to a manager at KFC. Hey, what else do you do? I know you don't do that's belittling. So when people ask drivers that shit, they think they're just being like, inquisitive. No, it's actually demeaning to ask a driver, well, what else do you do? This can't be all you do. You can't be making no money, really. You must be broke. What else do you do? This must be part-time. What else do you do? When they find out drivers are making $1,000 a day, they fucking drive. They say, motherfucker, you make that in a week. Drivers are making that shit in a day. Drivers making $800 a day, $300, in 4 hours about just going out driving, $500, driving for a couple hours at night. So to walk up and ask a driver, what else do you do? It It offends me, man. It offends me a little bit because I'm tired of people looking down at drivers thinking that we ain't like real. We ain't doing real work, doing real job, putting in some real hours out here to make this money, some real strategy to make this money, real community with each other, trying to help each other out. Because for every driver out there that's got kids at home, I hope that driver walks in the house and the kid is proud. I remember my kid used to tell me all the time, Dad, when I grow up, I want to drive rideshare because you got a lot of nice cars. My kid used to tell me that shit all the time. And that made me feel good because he didn't see the negative connotation of what people would say about drivers out there. We have no skill. We can't work anywhere else. That's why we drive. You know, we're probably felons and shit like that. I mean, he say the weirdest shit about drivers. And I got tired of people saying that shit. So when I see a driver walking in the house, he got his kids around and his kids run up and hugging his legs and dad was out and dad stopped by Walmart, picked up the remote control car the kid wanted because the dad had that money. The mom picks up the birthday cake for the daughter on their way home because mom had that money. A lot of people with W-2s be like, you know what? This weekend, I'm going to buy your cake this weekend. I got to wait till my check hit. When my check hit, then I'll buy your cake. In rideshare, mom will buy that cake on the way home. Mom did her deliveries today. She did her driving today. She picked up a cake after her last delivery. She went back, pick up the birthday cake because mom got that money. She's a driver. Mom's like that. And so I love, being in part of a driver community where we value each other because we see value in who we are. But when drivers come on my channel and they don't see value in they want to demean us and devalue us, it shows me that they've been put down a whole lot. They still fucking in that spot. They in that space. They in that space of hurt right now. So they want to try to make us feel little. Oh, y'all not making that much per hour for real. Y'all not really doing nothing for real. Y'all stupid for driving these cars. That driver been told some shit to make them feel worse. So when I come around, I say, you know what? These are my drivers, brothers and sisters. I know how much I make on these streets and what I can do with the money that I make on these streets. So it's hard for me to look down on any other driver that I see out there really doing it, putting it in the smart way, putting it in the right way, lifting each other like my man Drew talking about, he get paid on his pro cards, stuff like that. These are all drivers that have helped lift somebody up in comments, lift somebody up on channels. These are all drivers that have done that before. So to walk up and ask somebody, hey, well, what else do you do? I mean, we could say, well, actually, I'm a part-time psychologist. I do psychology. Oh, you're a psychologist? Yeah. I help other drivers out. I'm a counselor. I'm a therapist. This is what I help other drivers, and in the end, they all make a lot of more money. After they talk to me, I'm a consultant. I talk to drivers all the time. Damn, well, that's what's up. So you just do this part-time? Pretty much. I do a part-time. I'm consulting part-time. I talk to drivers, I mean, then they probably value you more just because you use the word consultant, because you use the word therapist, because you use the word psychologist on the end of it. They value you more than just saying driver. But yet you ain't shit but a driver, and you in comments consulting people on YouTube, and you in comments on Facebook consulting people, and you on Instagram consulting people. But the fact that you said the word consultant, these motherfuckers think you are so important. When they find out you are really just nothing but a driver, they amazed that you're getting $1,000 a day for helping other drivers out. You out here making a grand at events and shit like that. They get surprised at that. But I tell people right off the bat, I'm a driver is what I do. I drive. I do this shit professionally. It's like I set up my car professional for driving. This is what I do. You don't do nothing else? I ain't got to do nothing else. This is what I do. And it's like, I tell motherfuckers straight up. Because if you can't value me as a driver, I don't have to add no extra fancy fucking name to my life for you to value who I am. I don't need to do that shit. I don't tell motherfuckers in my car, I got an accounting degree. I don't tell half the people I meet, I used to be an accountant. I was a corporate exec. I don't tell people that shit because they don't need to know that shit. If they ever get on my channel, they'll say, oh shit, I had no idea this dude was like a fucking degreed accountant with a fucking exec. I just thought he was a driver. I am a driver. What the fuck is wrong with that? There is nothing wrong with me being a driver. Just because I'm a driver just means I get in my car, I drive people around, I get paid very well for it. But you don't know what happens in that car. In that car, I'm consulting people who are going through problems. I'm talking to people who on their way to a fucking business interview. I'm kind of giving them a fucking interview on the way to the interview. I'm picking up people from the hospital, who just got hurt that don't have no friends to pick them up. I'm picking up people from clubs, to prevent them from getting a DUI so they don't got to pay $15,000 to an attorney. I do a lot of shit under that umbrella called a driver. So I don't know what people think drivers are, but this channel has a whole breed of fucking drivers that are valuable people to the communities that we service. And we don't just fucking sit at red lights all fucking day waiting for a ping to hit. No, we don't do that. We out here really putting in some good ass work. Then Napoleon Dynamite, give me some of your thoughts. When endorphins say hate questions, so what do you make? How much do you make? I'll ask them what they make. Real shit. And that's the thing, endorphin. I always ask people all the time, if If people went around in their companies all day, in their jobs, their W-2s, all asking people, what did you make? What do you make? What do you make? What does that do for you to know what somebody else is making? And sometimes what I think when people ask, well, what do you make? They're looking for a way to validate themselves, not to fuck with you as a driver. They want to know what you make as a driver so they can say, oh, man, I'm so glad I'm a W-2 worker. Man, I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that. Man, you guys are making $13 an hour. Oh, man, you need a real job, dog. You need a real job, man. Because they do that shit to put value on themselves because they don't want to look like a fool. You see motherfucker like me driving up with a fucking BMW 330 clean as a motherfucker. First thing you're going to ask is, well, what do you make? You see Challengers out there, Chargers out there. You see Nissans out there. You see Lexus out there, Cadillacs out there. What do you make? What do you make? They ask that because they want to make sure they didn't miss the boat on some shit. They're checking themselves right now. They're checking the value on them, not the value on you. They would love for you to say nothing. Well, I don't really make shit, man. This is my cousin's truck. He loaning shit to me this morning, man. I ain't got no money, man. I'm about to get evicted 2 days from now, man. That's what they want you to say. That's what so they could be like, oh, man, well, man, if my company was hiring, man, we'd hire you, man. You seem like a nice guy. We'd hire you. I'm doing well at my company. I'm doing well. But if you go, hey, what do you make? Be like, dude, fucking, waste management weekend, I made like $3,600 in like 5 days. They be like, what? Yeah, I made like $3,600, man, just driving around, man, $3,600. Just getting good rides. You made like $3,000. It was all your money, like your money. Like you didn't have to pay no. No, motherfucker, it was my money. I know motherfuckers out here making $800 a day, $1,000 a day. What? See, they're not ready for that. They're not ready for that. That throws them. That throws them. Because they want to hear what they're theoretically thinking. A driver is somebody that can't get a job anywhere else. A driver is a mindless person just driving around, picking up people, dropping people off. Like we're mindless. Like we have nothing else. That's what they want to hear. So when you tell them the opposite, these motherfuckers are shocked. They get out the car like, fuck, man, have a great day. That's all they can say at that point. Because they know they're going to walk into a fucking W-2 making like $20 an hour. And they just got out of a fucking car of a driver making like $60, $70 an hour. And it's like, I should be fucking driving. What am I doing walking in this building? Hey, we do what we want to do, man. But we throw education on this channel. That's what we do. Don't forget them chicken fingers. We scout drives, eat, have crusty dusties, we make profits. That's all we do, man. It was a team getting money, dog. That's right, Amazing Hustlers. My man Dennis, some preach, love it. And that's what it is, man, Dennis. And man, because we've all been out there where we've had some really rough weeks, some really rough days. But anything worth having is worth working for. Oh, thank you, Off Ramp. I appreciate it. Keep eating those crusty dusties. Them crusty Hey, I'll be on it, Off Ramp. Thank you so much for the super chat. That's funny. Keep eating those crusty dusties. Hey, it makes me happy to eat a donut in the parking lot at like 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, we don't have, I tell people, we have a very mundane existence. We have a very mundane life. We're waiting for people that have had fun, had a great time all night. The highlight of my night could be eating a fucking donut that I've been looking for all day. That could be the highlight of my day. Like, dude, what's the best thing you did today, man? I actually found donuts and they didn't even charge me fucking full price. I got this donut for 69 cents. I got it for usually I got to pay like $1.69 for a donut. I got it for 69 cents and it was fresh. It was fucking fresh. Believe that shit? That could be the highlight of my day. And for most people, I said, dude, we was in VIP kick. We was turning up. We had the bottle service, man. I got 2 phone numbers. I got a girl snap. Me and this girl snapping back and forth. What you do? Dude, I had this custard fucking donut. Check this shit out, man. Circle K usually got the worst fucking donut, but it was actually, they put the fresh ones out when I showed up. They be like, that's all you did? Well, that's all I need to do. It's like, I don't have to do more than that. It's like, you probably stood in line for 2 hours just to piss at the club, motherfucker. The lines be long, wrapped around the corner. You pissing at the club. I'm pissing by a dumpster over around by a tree over here, eating my crusty dusty. I'm not worried about y'all. But sometimes that's how we live. You know what I'm saying? We keep it 100. We keep it real. This is what we really do. It's not a glamorous job. It's really not glamorous. But you can make a lot of money in a short amount of time if you do it right. Say, Dante, don't do it. Hurt your rental. They will get you surcharges and fees. Oh, yeah, man. Yeah. Don't do it, because $334 a week is too good to be true. Trust me, you're gonna be paying like close to $600 after all them fees and shit start kicking, and then they might turn around and hit you for something else. No, but Off Ramp, I appreciate that. That's funny. That's funny. Crusty Dusties. What Kick say? Tenured Professor Jeff teaching truth. Man, that's what I say, man. If we could just teach each other and show each other how to do this better, we can only help the drivers in this market, because, like I said, that $328 million is what Lyft did to a whole bunch of drivers. Not just one or two, but a whole bunch. We're on the same team, whether motherfuckers like it or not. High AR, low AR, we're on the same team. The only thing is about the high AR people is they always threatening that we're going to get deactivated. They're threatening that we're doing it wrong. They're threatening that we're wasting time. They're threatening that we're not driving to our maximum potential because we're sitting around and we're not making money. But when we start showing them what we actually make and how we do, it kind of hurts their feelings. Some of them, it kind of hurts their feelings. They be like, well, you work more hours if you just sit around. And motherfucker, I'm not working. I'm sitting there eating a fucking donut right now. I make like $60 an hour eating donuts. Well, it's not really $60 an hour if you're not like, dude, we can run 2 and 3 apps at the same time the way we do it. We don't, if my AR was really high on the app, that means I would have to take all rides on that app because your AR is too high for you to bounce between 2 apps. It's way too high because you take this ride, then you take the next ride, then you take the next, and the whole time you're not turning Lyft on or you're not turning Uber on to see what's happening on the other side. Is there a surge in the area? You're not turning that app on. We run multiple apps because we need to see where the money's at. We chasing the money. We're not chasing the rides. The rides are going to be there. Don't worry about the rides. You got to chase the money. So when you see a surge pop up somewhere, a surge zone pop up somewhere, turn them fucking apps off, get to the surge, PAW Patrol in, do whatever it takes because you're chasing money at this point. And a lot of people say, well, don't chase surge. I don't. If I'm 2-3 miles away from it, I won't chase it because it'll be gone by the time I get there. But if I'm around a corner, I'm a half mile away, I'm going for it. Trust me, I'm going for it. If I don't get it, cool, I don't get it. I know they're going to have lights in the way and shit like that's going to slow me down. So I don't even waste my time if it's 2-3 miles away. What Doree says, I got a 1 star from a passenger because of GPS. I know them stars be cracking me up. They be cracking me up. They be trying to 1 star us like it really makes a difference. I'm like, what up, Chris Higgins? Good morning, Jeff. You're streaming early today. I know it, brother. I know it. I got up early today. I ate, man. It's like, hey, let me get out and do it. Yeah, and that's the thing, man. A lot of the high AR drivers, they need to realize that we're out chasing money. And if we can just find some way to get those high AR people to just please try to decline some of those trash rides. Let your AR go down a little bit. Just let them go down a little bit. That's it. Just let them go. Don't worry about being in the 90s and the 80s because nobody's bragging about that shit no more. When we all first started driving Uber, we thought that was something to brag about. Oh, I'm a diamond driver. Hey, because we didn't know. Because every channel that was out there was telling us, you should be a diamond driver. This is how you be a diamond driver. This is how you get diamond. Because we thought that shit really meant something. When we found out you don't make any more as diamond than anybody else. You probably make less because you're taking a whole bunch of shit rides. So now we're the vibranium, Wakanda motherfuckers. We go for vibranium. We don't do platinum. We don't do diamond. Still, we're vibranium. We Wakanda forever. We get the lowest AR we can get and the highest profits we can get. It's a whole new tier we created ourselves. The apps don't like our tier. We Wakanda. We the 300 up in this motherfucker. We go out there. Oh, Stanley Jenkins, my man. I was just talking about you earlier, brother. This is about to take a client to new client to Ole Miss. Low AR in the building. That's right, brother. That's right. Yeah, I was just talking about you earlier, man, because we got NASCAR coming out this weekend out here. And I was like, I'm going to pull up my Stanley Jenkins Motorsport shit. They're going to be like, ooh, we got a race car. They're going to see that Baber come up with Stanley Jenkins Motorsports around the front. They're going to be like, oh, shit, look what we got. Like, yeah, let's go. This is NASCAR, baby. What is that? Chris said, I got a threat of a 1 star. I'm like, I have 3,000 to 4,000 5 stars. 1 star isn't going to hurt at all. And like I said, stars, I don't even know what stars mean no more. I really don't, because I've been 5 star. I've been 4.98, 4.99. I've had my tips stolen. I've had people janky on me. I've had weird. I'm like, it does nothing in the scheme of actual ride share. Like, if you're in it for the money and not in it for the stars, stars don't mean nothing. It's like, I don't know what it means. Because like I said, when I first started, I thought if you get a 5 star, you get like extra bonuses for shit or something like that. But you really don't. It's just, I mean, your AR will get you bonuses because you'll be like 85%. You get like free donuts and free hot dogs and shit like that. But stars, they don't say, hey, since you're a 5-star driver this month, we're going to send you an extra $200 for maintaining a top level service. Oh, you've been 4.99. We're going to send you an extra $150 this month because you were a top level service driver. Your stars weren't too low. You know, every time your stars stay 5.0, 4.99, 498, 497, we send you money at the end of every month because of your rating. They don't give a fuck about them ratings. They really don't. Because if they really did, we'd all be getting extra money every month because of our star rating. Star rating don't pay you nothing. It's worthless. It just sits on the screen. It's for drivers to be like, or riders to be like, oh, I want a 5-star driver. I don't want a 4.9. I want 5 or, 4.9 and up. But they don't pay any differently. They don't pay any differently. They don't tip any differently. They don't do anything differently. So it's like, what is the point of it? It's some rating system that has like no value to anybody. It's just like there. Now if I see a rider with a low star, oh, trust me, I won't pick those motherfuckers up. 4.7, 4.5. Nope. It's like, no, I'm not dealing with that. Nope, not doing it. Because it's a reason why they've had a whole bunch of run-ins with drivers like that. And I'm not messing with them. You say they hit you with that email saying you are the top 2% drivers in your city. Man, pay me. Jermaine, you right about that shit. Man, pay me. Look at Chris thinking lowest I've been is 4.98. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's crazy shit. Like, man, fucking pay me. They can order that logo for what, $3.99. We'll knock off the tax. I know that's cool shit right there. That's cool shit. Hold up, wait a minute. Let me see something. Oh, yeah. Let's go. That's my man Stanley right there. Let me add him. Bam. He's in now. No 4.7s for me. Yeah, I don't do like anything that's too low. You know, they've had issues with drivers. And a lot of times is those, well, can you add a stop? No, why not? Can you do this? It's too many demands. And the more demanding a person is, the lower you start seeing their fucking star ratings go. And that's why I'm like, yeah, I don't mess with that shit. I'm not messing with that. Nope, too low. Like that, you can get the Stanley Jenkins Motorsports race gear, $3.99. You can have it on your shit. You pull up, skirt, motherfuckers be like, it's time to roll. I got that Motorsports. Yeah, what up? Time to wake up. What up? We're up to 6 a.m. today and made 210 in 3.5 hours this morning. That's what I'm saying. And see, that's the thing, man. A lot of drivers who aren't used to doing it like how you just did, 210 in 3.5 hours this morning. The high AR drivers, they don't understand why we do it like that. They're still not at that point yet where they understand, why are you guys trying to make so much money in a short amount of time? Why don't you guys just drive and take every ride and take every customer and just be a good pet for Uber and be a good pet for Lyft? Why are you guys always trying to hurry up and make all your money and get off the apps real quick? Because we don't want our cars on the road for 12 hours a day. There's a lot of damage that can occur, a lot of miles that can occur. So you get in, you get what you need, and you get out. That's it. And you leave money on the table for other drivers out there who might need that money. Like I said, some people got 3 kids. Some people got 4 kids. If I make $200 in a day and I'm comfortable with that, then I'm comfortable with that. I don't have to go out and say, oh, man, I'm going to try to push this shit to make $900 a day every single day. I don't have kids like that where I got to pay for that many people, but somebody does. So leave those rides out there for the people like that say, hey, you know what? I need to make at least $400 a day. Shit, the most I've been making is $210, $220, $230. Leave that money out there for them. Because they're going to be like, somehow, man, I banged out a $400 day today, man. Bang that 400 out. Their life can be taken care of now. You don't got to be greedy about it. Like I said, the more you stay out, the more damage will happen. Like I said, I got to replace a brand new tire already. I just put it on in a month. The longer you stay out there, the more shit you do, the more money you end up losing because you got to keep fighting these cars and fighting these streets. I'm not messing with it. Look at that. Nice time. I'm at 99 right now, 2.5 hours. Hey, keep going, brother. Hey, Chris, you're going to end up pulling a $300 a day today. Watch, 300. So Stanley says, swear I avoid a lot of BS by not accepting low score riders on Uber. I cancel if I don't catch it. Those people report a lot. Even if I cancel comfort rides that want a quiet option. Oh, man. Hey, I see that shit pop on my screen. It'd be like either quiet or cool or this and that. I don't change nothing. I'm like, they probably put that shit in there a long time ago and forgot to change it. They'd be like, quiet. I still be playing my music. If they want it quiet, they can tell me. I ain't no motherfucking robot. You put that shit in a little phone. I see it in the phone. It says quiet in the phone. I see that. But you could tell me, hey, man, can you do me a favor? I just got a headache, this and that. I'm just, all right, cool. But the way I think of it is they put that shit in there a long fucking time ago. So I'm not going to be listening to fucking my song for no reason. I can listen to my shit because they put that and they forgot they had that in there. They might write like, that driver was weird, man. That motherfucker drove the whole time. Not a single fucking thing was playing on his radio. He was quiet the whole time. Why? Look at your app. The shit says quiet on there, dog. Oh, I forgot I put that on there one time when I had a headache. Yeah, exactly. Because me, shit, you get in my shit. I already got music playing already. If you want it quiet, just say that. Say, hey, man, cool. I'll let you know. Because that app shit, I don't do that. Because I would like the apps to let the driver say, instead of, if you get in my car saying what you want, I want it quiet. I want it cool. I want the AC on. I want this. I want the option to send the rider saying, I like tips. I would like to be tipped at least $5 for this many miles. I would like that. Give me that option to say what I like too. Because there's some shit I like that I might want you to know that what I like. I like $5 tips. I like $10 tips. I would like to, cruise to some music. Can I put that shit in there? Because they don't give a fuck about drivers. It's like, shit, motherfucker, you send me something saying I like cool. Shit, I like tips. Like, let me send that shit back to them. So when they open their phone up, oh man, this driver likes tips. $5 tips. This driver likes, oh shit, I like this. He's cool, man. He's cool. Like, yeah, motherfucker, I'm gonna tell you what I like. That's me. I don't play music. Like, shit, I don't play music, man. I play everything on the zone. Whatever's playing is what's playing. I don't give a shit. If they don't like it, they can tell me to change it. Jermaine said, I'm gonna fly to Arizona and catch an Uber and tell him, Jeff, turn that damn Tupac down. Oh, hey, I was playing Hail Mary the other night, though. I was playing Hail Mary because one dude got in. He was like, hey, man, can you play some Pac? I was like what? He's like, I don't know Hail Mary. I totally forgot about that, man. I was bumping that shit. I was loving that. Now it's in my playlist now. So I be cruising. I roll up, Hail Mary, run with me. Oh, what do we have here now? Do you want to ride? I be pulling up, be like old ladies at Walgreens shit, walking up to the car seat, walking like a motherfucker. I'm like, look at this old lady. See, she like 90 years old. She dropped the cane and started sleepwalking. Shit. We Uber Blue, dog. That's it. We Uber Blue. Yesterday was a pretty good tip. Now I got 1/3 of my passenger's tip beat. That's good, Chris, man. 1/3 is good. Because sometimes I'll get like 1 out of 10, 1 out of 7. I'm like, this shit can't be right. This can't be right. Was that, hey, Jeff, what Louise say? Hey, Jeff, also watch out for the new account with 5-star ratings. Those new accounts are usually people that got kicked off Uber for being rude. Then they go make another account. Yep, I'll see that. Because it'll be like less than 10 rides or something weird like that. New rider, less than 10. I'll be like, how the hell is 2023 and your ass ain't got, and you a new rider? Motherfucker, everybody got Uber and Lyft on their phone. He's like, Zick says, most people who request quiet are always extremely talkative. I once joked about that to a couple. They both laughed and said it gives them a chance to test if the driver's weird or not. Exactly. That's true shit. They said, we're going to test if this motherfucker's a weirdo or what. Just put quiet. See what this motherfucker say. Motherfucker ride around. Hey, you guys want to go to a haunted house? Like, you weird motherfucker. We said quiet. We was just testing you, man. We talking about the motherfucker. We just testing you. You failed it. You failed it. Try to take us to a fucking haunted house. God damn it, it's July. It ain't even October, motherfucker. You trying to want to go to a haunted house? Like, motherfucker, fuck no. I live in a neighborhood where haunted houses are. Like, drop me the fuck off. We put quiet to test this motherfucker, and he failed. Oh, yeah. For whatever reason, I feel like those short bar drunk tips have the highest percent of tip rides, especially when it's 3 girls. I'll tell you right now, whenever it's 3 girls leaving the bar, you're probably going to get a tip. Probably going to get a tip because that shit never fails, man. Because they always laugh and joke and having a good time, this and that. You know, they feel the weird ones. The weird ones are the girls that they'll get in the car on the phone with their boyfriend. It's the weirdest shit ever. Which is cool. I don't mind that because I know motherfuckers is kind of sketching shit like that. That's cool. But what if me as a driver, what if I felt like doing that shit? What if I felt like driving around all day on the phone with my motherfucking girlfriend because I don't trust your ass in the back? What if I say, oh, yeah, is it cool if I keep my girlfriend on the phone while you riding? Just because I don't know you like that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you just got in my car. You sitting behind me. I just want to, I got the phone. I'm talking to my girl, whatever, just so, motherfuckers be like, well, that's kind of weird. Why would you drive around all day talking to your girl? Well, why the fuck do you get in people's cars on the phone with your people? Because y'all don't trust people. I get it. No. Paris says, hey, Jay Watts doing numbers, finally getting the recognition he deserves. Thanks you, Paris. I appreciate that. I don't know what kind of numbers I got right now, but it must be something good. You said it's good, so I guess so. Says, hey, Jeff, can you please explain how PAW Patrol works? Thanks, Dusty Elmo. Brother, you stupid. Can you please explain how PAW Patrol works? Yeah, man, I explained all that shit earlier, but I went all through it. They was cracking up laughing, man. I like picking up guys from the strip clubs in Vegas. It's good vibes. We talk about girls. They already have money in the pocket, so they use tip. Yep, that too, Dante, that too. They walk out with money already, man. I love it. And our strip clubs open until like 4 a.m. here. So, if you start getting rides up and down Scottsdale Road 4 o'clock in the morning, oh, shit, you doing it, man. You doing it. You going to get at least $10, $5, like, slide it right to you, man. Say, what up, Prez? Leonard, what's good? My brother Leonard in the house, man. Say, DB, you're the man. My buddy Matt put me on. Just did my first Uber yesterday. Wish me luck. Hey, there you go, DB. Hey, get out there and get it, brother. Hey, make sure you don't be scared of your AR. Don't be scared of online time. Get out there and scout them rides right, man. They're going to start seeing you the good shit. When you start seeing the dollars per mile adding up, $2, $3 a mile, Those are the ones you're gonna be looking for. Don't get stuck into doing them goddamn nature hikes, man. You're gonna see some big numbers on your screen. $32. You're like, oh shit, $32. But like 51 miles. You don't want to do that. You're gonna get stuck out somewhere. You can make $32 in about 8 miles. Trust me. You don't got to go 50 miles to make 30. You can make that shit in like 8 miles. Just believe that. And a lot of times when you see like $15 for like 28, 29 miles, you can make $15 in 4 or 5 miles. So don't think just because you see a big number on there, man, like don't fall for that big number. Break it down. Look and see how many miles you're going. Look and see, how many minutes, where you're going, if there's a surge in the area, stuff like that. The hell yeah, if I see you on Scott, I'm gonna say, what's up? Real shit, man. You'll see the little orange beamer flying through. I'll be hitting them corners, boys. Sparks be shooting out the back. I be having fucking passengers, like they be fucking back be hurting. Ow, my back. That one lady killed me. She was talking about her back was hurting and shit. I was rolling. Man, that's just funny as hell. Well, dropping off bachelorette groups is always a guaranteed tip. Yep, Drew, right. And we get a lot of them out here, a lot of them. Kick's right. You can make $32 in 2-3 miles at the right times. Hey, Kick, all you need is that surge. That's it. You grab that surge, you get a tip on top of that, plus you get into like a little quick hop. Dude, it's a perfect combination. Perfect. And you do 2 or 3 of those an hour? Shit. You talking about $90 to $100 an hour. That's all you, and you just basically just chilling, waiting on the right opportunity. And for all the high AR drivers, they out there making $26 an hour, $32 an hour. That's what they're making in a whole hour. You do that shit 2 or 3 miles. You sit back, you wait, you get another one just like it. And all of a sudden you wait, you get another one just like it. You're like, damn, I did 3 trips. I'm already at over $100 in 3 trips. And a high AR person, they've done about probably 8 or 9 trips just to break $100. 8 or 9 trips, they finally made $100, and they've been driving, 3-4 hours. You done did this shit like an hour and a half. It's a way to do it, man. And I really hope the high AR people say, I want to try this shit. Let me see it. Let me try it. Let me try it. Because if they do it like that and the apps see that more people with high AR are now dipping their ARs down a little bit, the apps are going to have to start paying more money to get these riders picked up. And if they don't want to pay that money to get these riders picked up, people are going to start going over to Uber. They're going to start finding other ways to get around. They're not going to rely on the apps to get anywhere. And a lot of people, 90 people on the stream, oh, okay, that's what's up. That's what's up. And yeah, and every time somebody sits around and they want to sit up there and go, well, we're trying to get somebody the fastest ride we can get them. Uber says that, Lyft says that. We want to get somebody the fastest ride we can get them. The problem is if we're declining all these rides because the fare ain't there, they're going to have to bump the fare up so they can stay being the fastest ride that they can get these people. And it's like, you got to turn around and you got to get all these high AR people to understand what the mission is, what the assignment is. The assignment is to get higher fares through making an algorithm see how we drive and what we tolerate and what we accept. It's not about picketing a lot of times. It's not about going on strike. It's not about protesting a lot of times. Sometimes it's about teaching these apps what you tolerate. And if a region says we don't tolerate these type of rides, that means those people either have to wait or they're going to go to another app. And each app knows we don't want to lose a rider. We got enough cushion that we can jack this price because they be making these rides $30 rides or whatever, $30, giving us like $13. So they can move the driver portion up a little bit. They know they can move the driver portion up a little bit, but as long as the drivers are okay with accepting that $13, they're going to keep sending that $13 ride to that region. Then I'm like, nope, don't do it. Don't do it. Kick it out. Let it sit. Because that $13 is going to turn to about an $18, $19 ride if it sits there long enough. It's just like with delivery sometimes. You see delivery sitting there. They keep trying to sweeten the pot to get that delivery dealt because they'll start moving it up. Okay, it was at $4. Now it went up to like $5.25. Now it's at $7. Somebody's got to take it at some point. And I've seen McDonald's deliveries as high as like $20 because people just keep passing it up. People don't want to deal with it. It's like, nope, don't deal with it. Yeah, you can't go in no barbershop asking the owner to turn off his music. Folks, some folks do too much. Yeah, real shit. Can you turn this off while I'm getting my hair cut? I don't like this. Like, man, forget that. This is what is it? Last week I got stuck in Maricopa. Oh, Spark Driver, OB Spark Driver. That happened to me once. That happened, and they paid me $43 to go down there. I said, I'll take the 43. It's on like 15 minutes south, 15 miles south of my house, or whatever, 15 minutes. So I took the $43. On the way back, they kept trying to give me like $22, $23. They kept trying to pay me nothing to go back. So I said, fuck it. I declined all that shit and just drove back on my own gas. I said, I'm not letting y'all play me like that. Y'all gonna sit up there and try to get me way down here for 43, but then turn around and I'm like, wait a minute, y'all gonna try to pay me half to go back? Y'all paying me half to go back? No, forget that. No, I'm cool on that shit. I'll go back on my own. What up, Simon? He said, happy Friday, brother Jeff. Thanks for the free information about rideshare. We have learned a lot from you. Oh, thank you, brother. I gotta tell people, it's not just me though, man. I love running the channel the way we run it. And I put a lot in my videos. You know, I go out there and I practice everything we talk about. A lot of drives, we all sharing information back and forth, and I love it, man. And I love when people look at the videos and they understand what's going on. They don't just automatically forward to the end and be like, well, you did this, you did. You don't know how I did it. The videos show how I did it. And a lot of the impatient high AR people, they don't even look at the videos. They go straight to the end to see, well, how much did he make? How many hours did he drive? What? They don't even see how it was structured. Because if they sat and watched how it was structured, they'd be like, oh shit, well, damn, this motherfucker, he was sitting at home half the time and he was sitting over here half the time. How the hell he make this much and he ain't go even drive nowhere? What the hell? And his app is just running the whole time. And he's got like Uber running, he's got Lyft running. They don't even watch all of that. Thanks, DB. I appreciate the sub, brother. Appreciate it. So, and that's why the high AR people, when they come around, they should see, like, look at the video. Don't just try to jump to the conclusion at the very end, because when you go to the very end, you're going to not have the actual substance of how these numbers were created, the substance of how this shit all added up. And there's a lot of decisions that were made, mistakes that were made, things that were corrected through the mistakes. There were great things I capitalized on. And that's what the videos talk. It goes through the whole gamut of rideshare. It goes through the fuck ups and the successes, everything. It goes through everything. And a lot of, like I said, a lot of the high AR people, they don't want to see all that. All they want to see is, how can we compare something to the end so I can feel better about myself? I want to feel better about my AR being 85%. I want to feel better about my AR being 90%. What can I find? Oh, look, his online hours. He was 2 hours right here. He was 2 hours. But if you look at the video, you see for 2 hours, I was on PAW Patrol, or I was doing something else on another app for those 2 hours. That's why it's a 2-hour timestamp, because I was doing something else on another app. They don't see that part, because all they want to see is what makes them feel validated for what they do. And when they finally see how much money we making and everything else like that, they don't know how to act. They don't know how to act. Oh, well, you're making the same amount we making. Doubt it. Doubt it. It's like, you probably actually out there driving for 10, 12 hours to make it. We're probably driving total, maybe 5, 6 hours. But we're online for like 7, 8. But we're only driving 5 or 6. And we still cranked out, $300, $400. I mean, it happens, man. It happens. That's why they've got to learn. They've got to watch. They've got to kind of learn a little bit. What Kick say, you should change the name of your channel to Rideshare Dean. The Dean of Rideshare School. Uber Jeep A Dean. Motherfucker said AZ. I'm Uber Jeep A Dean. See, I agree somewhat, Jeff. The market has a lot to do with it as well. It takes me like 3-4 hours to make 100 only from 4 a.m. until like 8 a.m. doing only trips to the airport from downtown. ATL, we barely get. Yeah, and that's what it's got a lot to do with markets. And once you learn that, though, like, how you can make $100. You already know. A lot of people wake up and they don't know how to make money. They have no idea how they're going to make money. They don't know what to do to make money. You're in control of it because you know how to make money and you know exactly where to go. So you go, hey, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to get up in the morning. I'm going to do this. And your strategy works. You make the $100. You make the money you make, and you come in, you get it, and you gone. And that's how a lot of people don't know. They don't know how to wake up in the morning and already plan their day out and be like, oh, this is how I can make some money. This is how I can make $100. Because sometimes when I go out, I'm like, all right, I'm going to this concert. I'm just going to make 100, 150 real quick and be done. Because I already know how to make 100, 150. I don't just go on and say, let me see what I can make today, because I have no idea what this market can tolerate. I have no idea what this market can handle. So I'm just going to go out and see what I can do. I never really say that, because I already know, okay, I'm going to try to go out. This is the area I'm going to try to hit. I'm going to see if I can make at least this much in this area, probably navigate myself down here, make this much. And that's how we do it, man. A lot of drivers who aren't used to breaking down a market, they let the algorithm feed them all day. They let it feed them all day. And as they're driving around being fed, at the end of the day, they say, oh, this is what I made. We kind of generate revenue. We kind of create revenue because we got low ARs, and we have to do it based on what we know about our market. We have to create the revenue. The apps are going to try to keep it from us because they don't want to pay drivers. We say that shit all the time. They don't want to pay drivers. So what do? We go out and we make the money. We make the moves. We make the money. Because a lot of times when you take the moves from what the apps are giving you, you don't make that much. It takes you a long time to make that much. Because they'll be like, well, I had to do this. I had to go here. I had to do this. I had to do this. I was online for like 12 hours. Finally, I got this done. I almost like maxed out my whole damn drive time. The most I made this day was 285. I maxed out my drive time. How would you max out your drive time and you only made 285? because you could do that in 4 or 5, 6 hours. You don't take that long, depending on how you're driving. And like you said, it depends on the market too. If you know your market can tolerate that, can handle that, then you got to do it like that. And if you're scared you're going to go over on drive time, I mean, you got 24 hours in a day. They give you 12 of drive time. If you wake up in the morning and say, I just want to knock out airport early, turn your app off. That way you don't just keep running up your drive time. Turn your app off. I'm going to go back out at noon. Do noon for about 3 hours. Turn your app off. So the most you've done right now is 6 hours online. That's it. 6 hours online is all you've done. Nighttime come, rush hour come. Turn your app back on for another 3 hours. So now 9 hours. You drove for 9 hours, or you've been online for 9 hours total in segments of 3, 3, and 3. What up, Glitch Dash? Thank you. Coach Glitch Dash, my man. You're a star. Get your name in lights. You're a star, kid. Your name in lights. That's funny. I don't know about my name in lights, goddammit. Yeah, but it's real shit though, man. And so if you got 9 hours on the day of you being online, but you only drove, let's say 5 or 6, and you've cranked out, $450 and 4 or 6 and like about 6 hour driving, that's a good day. That's a good day. And you say, I was only online for 9 hours. Each time I went out, I made about $150 in 3 hours increments. 3 hours, 150, 3 hours, 150, 3 hours, 150. So I was online for 9 hours, made 150, drove about 6, $450. When normal people say, I stayed online all day for 12 hours and I only made $285, $300. So you just made over $150 more than somebody who took rides all day because you stayed in small pockets of time during busy times, only taking high dollar amount of rides. You still banged out $150 more than that person who sat online all day. You was online for less and you drove for less, but you only drove when it counted. A lot of people don't drive when they don't have surge. They don't drive unless it's busy. They don't sit in dead hours trying to make money in dead hours. It's a dead hour. That's the high AR hour. Let them have it because they're going to be ones taking those 50 cent a mile rides, 70 cent a mile rides. We're not taking that. It's not booming enough for us to take it. So we just kick back and we relax. And we say, okay, when they're out of drive time, by the time they run out of drive time, it's 8, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night. They're out of drive time. Only people are left are the low AR people. That's it. We start about 10, 10:30 at night. We wrap that shit all the way till 5, 6 in the morning. We already made like $400, $500. Just wrap that shit around all night. And it's a damn, how y'all make so much at night? Because there's nothing but low AR drivers out. The apps have to pay. If they don't, people ain't going to get rides. It's just what it is. They're going to be having motherfuckers walking down the highway and shit trying to get home. That's right, Ride Flow. We clean up at night. We're the cleaning crew. We come in at night. We overnight cleaners. This is Jeff. What's the longest day you've ever driven? I've driven a 12-hour day before. I've driven when I first got my Jeep or whatever. I remember going for a Uber Quest. I was in Mesa at the time, wrapping up a Uber Quest. These motherfuckers sat up there because they pushed me almost past it was like 11 hours and like 53 minutes. They was throttling the shit out of me, but that's when Uber was paying really good for quests. We're getting like $450, $500 quest, stuff like that. I remember that night. I was sitting in Mesa on Main Street, pissed off, because I didn't think I was going to get that last ride for that quest. And I got it. And by the time I ended it, I was in Mesa and it was like 11:52, 11:53. It was like I had like 8 minutes left on my clock or some shit like that. That was the longest day I ever did. And at that moment, that's when I started learning these apps don't want to pay us no money. That was over 2 years ago. I don't do that shit no more, man. Like, no. If I can't do it in like 7, 8 hours, it ain't worth it. Because they're going to throttle you. They're going to push you to the limit to where you're going to be right at the end and you're going to lose that money. Oh, you did 16-hour switch out Uber and Lyft? Yeah, man, that's crazy right there. It's crazy. What Kick said, if it's slower and there's a high-paying route with a stop, and if it's only a couple of miles, I'll take it. Yeah, because I've done that before. I've done some Circle K runs where it's a really high-paying ride because I got surge and everything added. And they're like, well, we got to stop and drop my friend off. All right, cool, no problem. Because I know I'm going to do all right with it. So it don't bother me. But when it's like a double stop and you got to go north a little bit and you got to turn around and come all the way back south again, I don't like those. I'm like, man, this is going to kill me, man. It's going to kill me. I don't like that. What Chris is, I'm already at 1150 for my bonus. 120 rides for 335. Get it, brother. Get it. You're going to get it, man. Hey, Dante, you like me. You don't drive unless it's a surge because it ain't worth it. It ain't worth it, man. And that's how, if we all drove like that, if Lyft and Uber raised the fares up, if they raise the fares up, they will keep a lot of us on the road even when there's no surge. But the fact that we know they're going to start dumping 50 cent a mile rides, 70 cent a mile rides, $1 a mile rides on us, we won't drive when if it's just dead air out there. Nope. I need to see some pink on the screen. I need some red on the screen. I need to see something on this screen or I'm not starting my app up. I'll I turn that shit on in the driveway. Look, nope, turn it off, wipe the car down, clean my wheels up. I'm like, I'm doing something else other than driving. No, Simon says, have you ever worked during the day or just night only? No, I used to do days all the time. And during waste management, like early this year, I did days because they had the golf tournaments and they play golf in the daytime. So I had to be up in the daytime. So I went and I was grabbing people all, and that's when I did that huge like week, $3,600 in like 5 days. But it took me to be up. I was already driving at like, 10, 11 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes I would start at 1 p.m., but I was up in the daytime doing day traffic, but I was only doing one area. I would shoot all the way up to Scottsdale to the golf tournament. Then I drive up there. I wasn't doing nothing else at night. Then I turn the app off. Once everybody got done with the golf tournament, I turn the app off about 5 o'clock. I wouldn't go back out till about 8 or 9 when everybody's starting to go towards parties. So I'll take a huge $3 break in there just because I wouldn't drive at all. From like 5 to about 8 or 9, I wouldn't drive at all. I just come home, kick back, relax, eat dinner. What's up, kids? Zip 2. What's good? You the man. Appreciate the live streams. Oh, thank you, Kid Zip 2. Thank you for the super chat, my brother. I appreciate that. $1.99. I'm doing fine. What's good? What's good? Yeah, man. But I'll do days, but it takes a lot for me to get out in the daytime. It takes a lot of money for me to get out in the daytime. And it's like nighttime. It's easier because the traffic is wider open and I can move a lot more freely, especially when like 11:30, 12 o'clock hit all the way around till 4 in the morning. I can get rides quick because I can move a lot easier. Daytime, I have a hard time even getting out of the gas station parking lots. I can't make left turns because everything's blocked up. So I got to keep fucking, making rights and all that shit. How many scheduled rides do you do? I do early morning airport runs. Seems to work better. Lucas, hey, I do about 3-4 airport runs in the morning on Uber only. About Uber, I do about 3-4 in the morning, and that's it. I'm it. And after that, I'm like, if they start trying to push me to do 7:30, 8:30, all that shit like that, I turn that shit off. I was like, nope. Well, Chris said, do you conceal carry when you drive? Kick said that. Most channels talk about concealed carry. I really don't, because it's against the terms of service. So I really don't discuss shit like that. And it's not, like I said, anything that I say on video can be used against me in a court of law at any point in time. So anything that's against the terms of service, I really don't even talk about. And I don't ask other drivers that stuff either because it's not my business. And it's like, if we want to talk about rideshare, we talk about rideshare. We start talking about things going outside of the terms of service. We don't discuss that on YouTube. We talk about it in person or we talk about it in email. Other than that, we don't really discuss it. We call that Harriet Tubman. We do Underground Railroad shit. Anything on YouTube can be seen by anybody, anywhere, at any time. So I don't want to know if any driver out there carries. It's not my problem. It's not. I don't want to know about it. It's like, if you do, that's on you. Don't put that shit on my channel. Email it to me. Don't tell me about it because I don't want to know. Because motherfuckers like, well, go download this channel because somebody said something in one of it. No, don't talk about that shit on my channel. I don't want to know about it. It's like, Manuel, what's good? What Frank said, $20 tip on my $100 private res. There you go, brother. There you go. Papacito, we still on, man. We still on, man. Hey, it's only 3.5 hours. We take this shit 4, 5. Yeah, Kid Gunner. Hey, a lot of times, channels will try that. I'll see some channels talking about it. I'm like, oh, they're hanging in some dangerous territory, man. Because you can screenshot all this shit. You can download it, and that shit could be used against you in any court of law at any point in time. Because imagine a driver saying some shit like that on his live stream, and all of a sudden, something happens to that driver or whatever. They can take that and probably use that. Well, he was on his live stream saying that he was doing this, this, and this. It was against the terms of service. And we actually have proof that he was doing it. Here it is right here. And now that person's deactivated or something like that. And you're like, damn, how did I get deactivated? Well, they kind of copied some shit out of a live stream that you was talking about one day, and they use that against you. And you can't say, no, I was just lying. I was just playing game. You don't know. They might say, we don't want to take that liability. We don't take that risk. We don't want to do that. So that's why, anything that's really against the terms of service, we don't really mess with on especially on live streams or in the comments on my videos. I don't mess with it because I don't want to get no drivers in trouble. I really don't, because, we have fun, we laugh, we joke, we have a great time and everything, but this is a business and there are eyes watching, smart drivers out there who really know how to make this money. There's eyes watching and people going, hey, you know what? Just like with Glitch Dash, what happened with Glitch Dash? Eyes were watching and somebody saw something that Glitch Dash was doing and they got him on the back end. Because he was a little smarter than they asked. And he was like, okay, I'm smarter than you motherfuckers, and I'm going to show you how smart I am. And they caught him doing something. But it's like, eyes be watching, man. Eyes be watching. Yeah, Tuck. I'm one of those people, man. Learn your areas, folks. Don't go when you don't feel real shit. Because like I said, And if I'm pulling to an area like a business park and I know it's closed at night, but sometimes like people need rides and the business park will be where they'll be. If they don't come out within like a minute, I'm driving off. I'm canceling. I'm driving off. They can just get another ride. Because if I pull into a business park and it's dark as a motherfucker there, no, you need to be ready. I'm not sitting out there waiting on nobody in a dark ass business park with no witnesses and no nothing around. I'm cool on that shit. I'm out. So Lyft and Uber could be mad as it, like, why don't you wait on that passenger? Dude, it's a dark ass business park. 2 big ass box trucks sitting over there that I could end up in. Ain't no witnesses around. All the lights are out everywhere. And this is where the pin is. No, I'm cool on this shit. This little $9 ain't worth it. I'm out. $9 for 2 miles. No, I'm cool. He can walk 2 miles. It's like, shit, I'm gone. Yep. What GFU says, Lyft to damn near 40% of my pay. Vegas, I'm not exception. No trash rides. So let me make 200 within 4 hours. That's what it is, brother. GFU. And I'm glad a lot of times people are figuring out how to make, $200 in 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, even 6 hours, figuring out how to do that, because we come from the era of the channels that were all saying, it's going to take you 10 hours to make $200. Max your app out. You're going to work 10 hours, 11 hours, make $200, $250. We figured a way out how to do it. We can do it now without doing that many hours, and without using that much fuel, that many people in your car, that many trips. People are really doing some serious moves in the rideshare game, man. And I'm glad that I'm here witnessing that change, the changing of the guard from the high AR, hours, 80 hours a week driver. That was a huge ordeal for the longest time. And now we're seeing so many drivers out there like, dude, I'm making way more, less time, less miles, less wear and tear on my car. And I don't feel stressed that I can't make money no more. A lot of people have faith in themselves now. They leave a house. They know I could make at least minimum 100. I ain't worried about that. I can make at least 100. I know how to get rides for at least, and I don't have to use a lot of gas to do that. Use a quarter of a tank. I can get $100 real quick. Quarter of a tank. And it feels good to see people have that faith in them now. And it was a point in time when, rideshare was getting pretty scary. A lot of people were bailing. It was a rough ass summer. Summer tested the shit out of us. It really did. We made it through. But now this is the season to bank. Everybody making all this good ass money. All right, bank some of that shit. Like I said, put 200 in the envelope, 300 in the envelope. Keep putting money in envelopes. Store that shit in the safe for something in your house. Put it somewhere. Because when it gets slow again, and they will do some shit to us, you don't have to worry about not making your car note or not making your insurance. You got some thinking space now. Now you can think. You can say, I can think a little bit better because I got some money saved up. I done saved up like $4,000, driving all hard and shit crazy. I done saved up like 4 G's over the past year. I can think now. I can think. Your husband or your wife ain't gonna be all up in your face. You need to get out there and drive. We're gonna make bills. Motherfucker, just chill for a second. I was smart. I knew what I was doing. Have some really good banking weeks. The rent's gonna be paid. The mortgage's gonna be paid. The cars will be paid. Don't worry about that shit. I'm good. Because if you tell your wife you got extra money, she gonna need something. I need my hair done. I ain't got no money. You saved up 4 G's. I need my hair done. That's not hair money. That's not hair money. That's emergency money. Well, it's emergency. I need my hair done. Man. Oh, what happened? Hey, was that Way Morris Fisher says, hey, got stuck in traffic yesterday for 2 hours. Won't happen again. Yeah, man. Forget that, shoot. Unfortunately, there was a rape claim in LA. So now students in LA are boycotting Lyft rides. Steven, man, that's crazy. I think, is that one, that older guy or something like that? Somebody was sending me that about an older guy or something like that. Somebody made an allegation against him and he got booted off a Lyft, probably going to jail or some shit. And this lady's getting like millions of bucks or something. I was kind of hearing a little bit about that. I just didn't take a deep dive into it. Didn't take a deep dive. Thanks for the info, Jeff. Just that found out just now about you. Okay, cool. Oh, you talking about that thing? You talking about that the Avondale racetrack shit? Yep. Even Ride said, hey, you need to have patience in rideshare. Probably my number one tip when people ask me, the desperate drivers always lose because the algorithm learns your behavior as a driver. Real shit. And it's going to know. It's going to know when you're antsy. And they're going to keep sending. They'll send you 4 or 5 rides. Antsy people take those because they say, man, they ain't got nothing out here. They'll just take it. Me, you can send me 3, 4 rides. If it's garbage, I might just call it a night. I'm like, okay, 3, 4 rides, cool. I'll sit for a little bit, clean the car off, turn the app off, go sit somewhere, eat for a minute, kick back. Turn it back on, see if it's one. If it's no money out there, it's just one of those nights. It's one of those nights. And I'll just call it a night off. And you don't have to work 7 nights a week. That's the good thing about rideshare. You don't have to work 7 nights a week. You can work, 5, 4, 3, whatever you want to work. So if I go out there and there's no money out there, I'm not going to waste my time driving around, running over nails and shit like that for no money. I just come park it back in the driveway, wipe it down, put the cover over it. Cool, I'll take it out tomorrow. It's like I might jump in the Jeep and go grab me some motherfucking, some tacos and shit from the people on the corner with the little tent. Grab me some little fresh tacos right there. Come right back to the house. I'm cool. But I'm not going to sit around there driving all these streets all day if I know there's not money out there. You can't do it. You can't do it. So no bonus will be driving too much for Lyft. Damn. I didn't take a dive. Yeah. I have an SUV with 3-row seats. I use one for Uber XL. It's quicker money, better than Uber X. That's right, Simon. That's right. Because I tell people, man, with Uber X, we get what we get. We got to use surges. We got to use a lot of stuff like that. Uber XL is that next level up. Uber Black is even a level above that. So everybody knows how the tiers work when it comes to making money with these apps. And if you got the actual equipment for it, I think you should be paid more. If you have a bigger vehicle than what we got, you should be paid more. It shouldn't be even. Like even we think with luxury vehicles should be paid more than a standard vehicle. So there should always be tiers. If there's no tiers, then what's the point of having different? Everybody will just have the same cars if there's no tiers. I mean, imagine, Simon, if you had an SUV, but you just could only drive Uber X and Lyft. What would be the point of you having an SUV? Your profit margins would suck because you've got a higher insurance, higher car note. You have higher, gas, higher maintenance on it, and you're not making the extra money for it. So a lot of times I tell people, sometimes it's not what you make, is what you can profit off of. Because I can have an SUV, but I would get an SUV. I would probably want to do all the maintenance on it myself. I probably want to do a lot of the work on because a SUV can eat into your profits real fucking fast. Because I got 2 of them outside. I got a big ass Jeep and a big ass Escalade outside. Those things are eating the profits real. My Beamer and Audis, that don't eat them shit. The Audis it's faster. It's 3.0 V6, supercharged. So it eats up a lot. But when you got the smaller cars that don't cost a lot, imagine the profit margins they get. So even if you make better money, do you keep better money? That's the whole question. It ain't about what you make, Simon, it's what you keep. Because I can find somebody with a Toyota Camry, Corolla, little ass Prius. Probably got a bigger bank account than somebody with an SUV. Because you can make more money, but are you keeping more money? That's the whole trick in this. And that's why I tell people, with me, it don't matter what tier I drive. Pay me what I'm worth on the tier that I'm on. I need to see a good ride. If I don't get a good ride, I'm not taking it. SUV or not, Uber XL or not, it don't make a difference to me. Pay me what I think this ride should be worth, and I'll take it. Because I know that I have to get out there and I have to say, you know what? I got a smaller car. This can make money. It's better on gas, this and that. When I was driving my Jeep for 2 years, bro, I was getting my ass kicked. I had big ass 35s on it when I was driving. I went to 37s and I call that shit good. It was killing me because it was costing me almost $60, $70 per day in fuel. I was making $200, $300 a day, but I was working 8, 9, 10 hours to make it in that big ass Jeep. I didn't know what I was doing because no channel was out there showing people how we were doing it. So I'm working 8, 9, 10 hours a day, making $200 a day, $250 a day, but I'm putting in $60 in that big ass SUV. When I finally, and I was driving like, I was making $2,200 a week, $2,700 a week. I was hitting all surges. I was doing crazy shit, that's when bonuses were good. For me to drive that Jeep right now, how I used to drive it, when there's no bonuses or surges right now, I'd be losing my ass off way worse. I bought the BMW just in enough time. Because there's no way I could ride that Jeep right now in the way I used to do, even doing short rides with these big ass tires and all that shit. No. I'd go broke driving that Jeep right now because Uber and Lyft stopped giving the surges and the bonuses and the challenges. We used to get like 27 for 3 rides all the time, 18 for 3 rides all the time. We'd get, $400 or $500 quests all the time, streaks all the time. Man, that Jeep was making bank. I got so many videos of that Jeep making bank, but I guarantee what I made was nothing what I was keeping. I was getting my ass handed to me because it was costing me too much to run it. I was already running, like I said, $60, $70 a day in just fuel alone, fuel by itself. So now I spend like maybe $15, $20 a day in fuel. But with the Jeep, I went to Tucson a couple of times, taking people from the airport because we didn't have upfront fares back then. So I did Tucson rides. One time I did a Yuma ride. Yuma is 3 hours south of here. So that was a 6-hour round trip ride that I did for like $250. I did a Cottonwood ride, which is 2 hours north, 4-hour round trip for about $180. and it was all gas. I didn't make no money on them rides. I didn't make a dime on them rides. I was maybe making $8, $9 an hour in profit. That was it. $8, $9 an hour profit doing them long ass rides in that big ass Jeep. And it was eating me up. It was eating me up, man. It was killing me. So I was like, I need to get something smaller. I need to get something that can, I can stay out there and really make this money, but not just make it. I want to keep it. Like, I'm tired of giving it to the gas station. I don't want to give my money to the gas station no more. And even on my bank statement, you can see back then, I was blazing through 2 G's a month in gas. Easily 2 G's a month in just gas alone. Fuel was 2 G's a month in that big ass Jeep. Now I'm running probably about 300, maybe 400 a month in fuel. That's it. So I'm saving $1,600 a month in fuel alone from just not driving that fucking Jeep nowhere. I just take it to the store and shit. Now it's mine. Now I just cruise it around. But I was getting eaten up in that thing. Now, I wish they would let me do Uber XL. And that's one thing. If I could have done Uber XL in it, it would have been a lot better. It would have been a lot better because they only let me do Uber X in it. So I was really getting my ass handed to me back then. Only Uber X in a big ass Jeep like that. Oh, I was losing. I was losing bad. But I had the wherewithal to only drive during like high bonus weeks and high surge weeks and stuff like that. That's the only thing that kept me going. I was not doing no short rides because I didn't know about short rides. I didn't know about short rides till the tail end of me using a Jeep. But early when I was using the Jeep, I was trying to get all the long rides. Oh, the airport all the way to Gilbert. Oh, yeah, $22 for 28 miles. Woo, I'm jamming. That's the shit I was on. That's the shit I was on back then because I didn't know. Oh, yeah. Tucson and Yuma, man. And that's the thing, Chris, when I went to Yuma, Lyft, now, because that's before we had up front. So I show up at the dude's apartment to pick him up. He's got to go all the way to Yuma. Lyft was only giving me like about $150. That's it. Now it was $125. Lyft gave me $125. They were paying me $125 to go to Yuma. And I said, dude, I don't think I can go to Yuma, man. This is a lot. He says, man, I'll tip you real good. So he gave me $100, $125 right there on the spot. The same amount he gave me $125 right there on the spot. We're driving. So we got to the gas station in Gila Bend. We get to Gila Bend. He gives me another $25 at the gas station. And that's the only way I made the $275. But it cost me at least, I would say, because 2 full tanks would have been about $140. So it probably ran me about 100 to 120 in fuel. So it ran me about 120 in fuel and I only made $275, and it took me 6 hours. So I went through a lot of fuel doing that run because I had to drive down there, I had to drive back. It was not worth it. It was a sucker move, but I didn't know shit back then. I didn't know shit. Oh, yeah. Oh, man, the Jeep was a horrible idea. But this is the good thing about the Jeep in Arizona, though, man. When I was doing all airport rides, and I was doing all like Tempe rides, dude, I was making banking tips. Because you pull up in a big ass Jeep, lifted Jeep, dude, they giving you $15, $20, $40. I was doing rides all the way up to the Troon golf course. Troon is way out. I was doing Troon rides, getting like $60 cash tips because people was loving the Jeep, man. That's the only thing that kept me alive was the tips. The only thing that kept me alive. Because if tips weren't there, oh, that Jeep would have been repossessed. It would have been repossessed. The bank would have came and got it. I guarantee the bank would have came and got it. So when I took out a 60-month loan to get it. So I was making so much money with it in a short amount of time, I paid it off in 24 months. Because I knew if I didn't pay it off when I had the money, at some point, they were going to take it. And good thing I paid it off. Because like I said, I bought it in 2019 with a 60-month loan. So I should have had it. It was a 5-year loan. So I should have paid it off in 2023. This year was the year it should have been paid off. I paid it off in early 2021 is when I paid it off. Really early 2021. No, it was October of 2020. October of 2020 is when I paid it off because it was almost 2 years to the date. So when I paid it off, October 2020, 4 months later, I ended up buying that BMW because I couldn't keep driving the Jeep. I was like, no, I can't because it was right after COVID. I couldn't keep driving the Jeep. So I bought the Beamer. Otherwise, I would have still had that Jeep to this day. I would still be driving that Jeep to this day through all the shit we just went through. I would have still, man, I'd be homeless right now with a Jeep. I'd be homeless. That Jeep was killing me, man. It was because they just don't pay like the surges and the Quest ain't even there. Raffles, did Jeff, you ever consider renting out your Jeep on Turo, one of these apps? Man, I got a manual. It's a manual supercharged Jeep, man. And the thing about manual, everybody wants to teach somebody else how to drive a manual on your shit. I ain't trying to let nobody learn how to drive a manual with a supercharged Jeep. It's got a six-puck stage 4 clutch. So the clutch is a 400 horsepower clutch because the Jeep used to go 155 horsepower. You'll see a couple of my videos on the channel. It was 155 horsepower when I bought it. It's up to 370 horsepower now. So it's got the supercharger, bigger fuel rails. It's got, different map sensors. It's got a 400 horsepower clutch on it because the stock clutch, I ate it up. So I ate up the stock clutch because the engine was now 370 horsepower, trying to match up with a stock clutch. So the flywheel would spin at a stoplight. I'd hit the gas to go, and it would kind of slug a little bit, then finally catch because the stock clutch didn't have enough horsepower. So I had to drop my transmission. I even got a video. Drop the transmission, put a big-ass 400 horsepower race clutch in there, and it's a 6-clutch race clutch that goes to a car, so I put it on the Jeep instead. Fucking been driving better ever since. I'll be out in the desert fucking going now. That shit don't slip at all because this got a 6-foot race clutch to it, and it's barely got the springs in it because you can get sprung or unsprung. So I got unsprung, but it engaged way too fast. So I went with a sprung, and I got the little springs in there, so it engages just perfectly, but it still takes off. Like the Jeep wants to pop a fucking wheelie, man. So I've done a lot to that car, and I did all the work to it right in the driveway. So I did a lot. So somebody fuck up my Jeep, that means I got to go back into and redo it all over again. And I ain't trying to do that, man. No. The news claims Uber and Lyft owes drivers for underpayment. Who believes we'll see a check? Well, Shanice, that's only in New York. That's in New York. Now, if every state did it, then I think we'd all be getting money for underpayment. Man, I love it. I love that. See a big old check. I need like $8,000 they don't underpay me. Give me my money. Say, oh, damn, you're right. If it's a stick, that'll make it tough for rent. Yeah, a lot of people can't drive a stick. I got the manual Jeep because I like the off-road. So you throw that thing in first or second low, put it in four-wheel drive, shit. You just take your foot off the clutch. It just climbs up the hill by itself. You ain't got to use the gas. It just climbs up the hill. It's just like, whoa. It's like a monster. That shit just crawls up and over. It's like, hey. Well, I had a Dodge Stealth RT Turbo with 6-puck clutch, bigger turbos, fuel system, etc. That was a fun car. Oh, yeah. You was probably running around about 600-700 horsepower with that kick. Because I don't think my engine can take more than, I got a 3.8 V6. I don't think I can go over 400. So we stopped at 370 on the tune. But you probably went about 600-700 horsepower with that car, man. Damn, that's a lot. Haven't seen a Stealth in a while. Yeah, exactly. That Stealth is crazy. Dodge Stealth. They don't make those no more, man. Stealths and Vipers. They don't make it. Damn, 470 all-wheel, man, at the wheel. 475 at the wheel. So you were probably over 500 at the crank. At the crank, you're probably running about 550, 600 at the crank, then, if you run it, because it loses going back. You lose all, if you start taking horsepower, you start transferring it to the back. That's you start losing some of that horsepower back there. So you running well over 500 with that car. That's crazy, man. That orange Jeep is a bad motherfucker. Thanks, Melly Bell. Hey, when I bought that Jeep, it was bone stock, man. That thing was stock. It had like some little aftermarket wheels on it. I was like, nah, these got to come off. But I drove it, I just made sure I wanted to drive it for rideshare. So I drove for rideshare, had a lot of fun in it with the stock wheels. It had a lot better gas mileage with the stock wheels. Once I did the lift kit and started adding all the shit to it, making it heavier, the steel bumpers, the winches, and all that shit, yeah, it ain't good on gas, man. I was driving it the other day. It was getting me like 16, 17 miles a gallon. I was like, what? I'm getting 16, 17 miles a gallon? I'm like, hell yeah. But yeah, leaving stoplights in that, yeah. That shit, it wants to pop a fucking wheelie. Once that clutch engages, it's like, whoa. But with the stock clutch, because it didn't have enough punch to it, the pressure plate wasn't strong enough. I'd take my foot off the clutch at the stoplight, and it would gradually leave the light. It would kind of ease into it, and then you can hit the gas. But once I switched all that shit out, man, that shit, it grabs. You better be ready. Hit the gas and go, because that shit will yank and pull your ass through the light. Like, oh shit, this thing's ready to go. Them little race clutches, man, they're sick. And they told me, don't put a race clutch on the Jeep. I was like, shit, that's what I want. Because I want to get this thing out in the desert. A race clutch in the desert on a Jeep is perfect because it does not let up. That shit grabs. You can climb over hills, go up through the little rivers and streams. That shit does not let up. When you touch the gas, you can feel it. It's grabbing, you're going. But yeah. Woo, man, oh man, we're almost at the 4 hours. 4 hours. You should show that, Jeff. I don't know, man. I got a few Jeep rides out on my channel over a few Jeep rides, but yeah, I need to get back out there and do some newer ones. The newer Jeep rides I've been doing are way more fun. Way more fun. Yeah, you see those Hellcat modifiers? Yeah, that's they call it the Elephant engine or something like that. Dude, them Jeeps, you need different like drive shafts. You need different drive shafts, different U joints. When you start going up in horsepower, you lose a lot of money. And because when you get all that power, it's the supporting parts you got to get that can now support that engine. So you got to get different drive shaft, different yokes. You're getting all these different differentials and gears and axles and all this shit. Because the higher the horsepower, the more damage you're gonna do. 370 was good for me. I haven't really broken much with 370. I think I broke like I snapped a couple of belts. That was about it. I snapped a couple of belts. I think I broke like a pulley. It's like basic shit, but I can replace that easy. That's not hard. But once you start getting up into the 6, 7, 8s, oh, you tearing a lot of shit up. You tearing a lot of shit up. And it's like, you got to have pockets for horsepower. When I hear people, yeah, man, I got 1,000 horsepower car. I'm like, ain't no way I would test that 1,000 horsepower. I keep that shit riding like a normal car. Every once in a while, I might hit it, get it around about, 3, 4, 500 horsepower maybe, but I ain't trying no 1,000. You tear some shit up at 1,000. It's like, dude, I don't have money like that. Because they keep dumping money into a car because you keep breaking shit. And it happens. You see motherfuckers transfer cases shattered in half. Like, what the hell happened to your transfer case? Oh, man, we punched that shit at the light, shattered the whole transfer case. It's like, it wasn't ready yet. The engine's way too powerful. It wasn't ready yet, man. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You see these people with these horsepower, with all this horsepower? Shit. They be living like in a 1-bedroom apartment. Like, motherfucker got a 1,200 horsepower motherfucking Hellcat. They live in a 1-bedroom apartment, like, because they working to keep that car running. It's like, man, you live in a studio apartment. Hell yeah. Motherfucker, man, I got a Hellcat, 2,000 horsepower Hellcat. I live with my grandma still. It's like, you can't afford to live nowhere else. You tearing up shit every time you leave the fucking driveway. Motherfucker, you turn the corner, the whole steering system fucking went out. Exactly. Tires are on fire to thousands. Like, man, horsepower is something serious. And I never understood that till I started really digging into horsepower. Like with motorcycles, it's different because we can set tunes with motorcycles, get them all dyno. Motorcycles are easy horsepower, easy. You just get a Power Commander 3, you change everything. When you get into cars, now you're dealing with drive shafts. You're dealing with like rear suspensions and axles, and you're dealing with transfer cases. You're dealing with yokes and U-joints. It gets way complicated with a car. Horsepower on a car and horsepower on a motorcycle is two totally different worlds. You can have a lot of horsepower on a motorcycle and not spend a lot of money. You got horsepower in a car, you're spending a lot of money. And it's like, you just need the support parts for it. And that's why, driving really high horsepower cars for rideshare, and people be like, hey man, punch it and see where it can go. I don't even do that shit in my Beamer. Hey man, you should use sport and punch it. Nah, I'm cool. Cause I tear some shit up. They ain't gonna pay for that. It's like, no. I'm like, this thing is only like 280 horsepower, if that maybe. But it's like, I'm not trying that. No, you ain't tearing my car up just so you can see shit. No. And some of the trucks I've seen, the F-250s and the F-150s, they got, decent horsepower. They do ride share. Ain't no way I'd do that in ride share. Like, I'm not letting you test my horsepower out in my car. I tear up a drive shaft or a U-joint, something like that. Now I'm down. Now I got to sit here and just like, oh, man. Well, Chris said, yeah, my motorcycle is good. I've hit 145. It can go faster, but I'm afraid. I don't even want to tell you how fast I've been on bikes. I'm happy I'm still alive. I used to race bikes for a while, from 2013 to about 17. I had a CBR 1000. I had a Gixxer 600, a CBR 600. All three of those are my track bikes. My 1000 I ended up giving to my son. But I had a 900RR. Now, we built this 900RR with this thing called a fuel commander because it was carbureted. It wasn't a power commander for the ECU. It was a fuel commander. So we took this thing up to the desert. And we had friends that were cops and everything. So they sat on the side of the highway and we were all going north towards leaving Vegas, going towards St. George and stuff like that. And there's a little small highway to the side. So we got all the cops radioing us. They're like, gunning us or whatever. So we will fly past, come back and get our number. Man, that little CBR, that 900RR, 186 miles an hour. If anything would have happened when I was on that bike that day, I wouldn't be here right now. If I would have hit a stick in the road, I'd be dead. There is no coming back from 186. No coming back. And it was like, damn. My man, he had a Busa. Charlie had a Busa that was painted like the American flag. That motherfucker went over 200. A Busa over 200. That thing was crazy, crazy. I had a big ass eagle with the American flag painted down the side of it. Man, that Busa was nuts. And then when I had my CBR 1000, I think I got that one up to like 170. That was as fast as I ever got. That was 170. It was a 1000, but it was, ECU. It was all carburetor. All fuel commander and stuff like that. I mean, fuel injected and all that. So it only went like 170. I was trying to get it to go up over 180, but 170 was the fastest I ever got that bike. But we put it on the track all the time. And the fastest I ever got on the track was like 113, 114, because we do a bunch of turns and shit like that. But yeah, bikes, man, I love bikes, man. I love that shit. Well, I don't have to worry about breaking shit in my 109 horsepower Nissan Versa. Drew, you stupid. I just saw that. The 109 horsepower Nissan Versa. That motherfucker pop a wheelie leaving the light, man. What you talking about? That little Nissan Versa be like, skirt. Motherfucker be like turning, people be all like up on the door jam and shit, like, damn, I'm gonna get you to the airport. Don't worry about it, motherfucker. I got this 109 horsepower in your ass. Drew, you wild, dog. You wild. Yeah, but shit. What time is it now? 11:30, 11:45. Oh, man, it's time for me to go get me some lunch, man. Hey, I'm going to go in this kitchen real quick. I'm going to go make me some Salisbury steaks. Man. No, I ain't never did Sturgis. My buddies, they do Sturgis all the time. I don't never do Sturgis. They've done it, 3, 4, 5 years in a row. They keep saying, Jeff, you got to come to Sturgis with us. I'm like, that's a long drive. And they ride the bikes up. I had to trailer my shit. I'm not riding that far. They ride from Vegas all the way to Sturgis and back. They do it like every year. I'm like, shit, that's crazy. My man Alex and Joe, his buddy Joe, man, they do that shit all the time. I'm like, dude, that is nuts. To go all the way up there and have to come all the way back? Nah. That's a long ass ride on a motorcycle seat. I'll be in a truck. Shit. Oh no, Jesus, I just noticed your shirt. Oh yeah, that's my guy right there, man. George Carlin, that's my guy right there, man. He's nuts. Like I tell everybody think I got a mouth. Like, nah, this guy right here, shit, he tells the truth. He tells it like it is, man. He don't mince his words for nobody. That's why I love George Carlin. I'm from that era. So when people be telling me, man, you got to chill out on your channel, you got this and that on the channel, I'm from that era. I'm sorry, dog. This is just how we roll, man. This is how we roll. Yep. Hey, Cosmo, that's what I got. I already got my 2 things of white rice already made because I made white rice last night. So I got the rice made. I just got to go throw the Salisbury steaks in the oven real quick. I'll be buying a big family size packets of 6. So I'm going to go eat me a couple of Salisbury steaks over some white rice. Man, not no mashed potatoes, man. We don't take the mashed potatoes. Shit. And that's why I'm like, man, I'm going to go here and make me some Salisbury steaks, kick back, relax, man. Hey, but I appreciate you guys getting on the live with me today, man. It was an early live for me. It was really early, but man, I'm glad you guys hit me up today early. So I appreciate all the super chat. You guys are amazing for that. Because like I said, I ain't drove all week, and I keep it real with people, man. The most we make a day with YouTube, especially a channel this small, is like $30 a day. I still make more being out driving, which is why I'm always going to be a driver. I'm not giving up the chance of making $300-$400 a day, but I still give my time up to YouTube. I still give my time to edit videos and sit on live streams with you guys and stuff like that. But I keep the community going. We keep each other fed. We keep everything like laughing and having a good time and everything like that, man. You're right. These sensitive people can't take real comedians, man. They can't take it. They be crying and shit. I don't want to hear George Carlin. I'm like, dude, trust me. Play some George Carlin today. Y'all gonna be, hey, when we get off this live, y'all go listen to some George Carlin for a couple hours while you drive around. You're gonna be rolling laughing. You be like, dude, I'm glad I listened to this George Carlin. I needed to hear this shit. But I appreciate you guys. All right, Melly Mel. All right, KK, all you guys, Cobb Mobile, man. Y'all be out there, Chris. We gonna holler at y'all later on, man. Hey, thanks for the live stream. Hey, listen to some Eddie Murphy Raw. That's right, brother. Get out there and listen to some Eddie Murphy. All right, kick, man. Hey, I'm gonna hit you guys up later on. Hopefully I can get out tonight and drive, make some money. Yeah, let's go, King James. Let's be out there, Juan Vargas. It's time to go do it.